All right, let's do this. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a new edition of the Banterthon Marathon, where we play against you guys, the Chess24 premium users, for 72 hours straight. And by we, I mean International Master Lawrence Trent is back to do the night shifts, the tough part, to be honest, from midnight till 8 a.m. Then we have Grandmaster Luke Van Valey playing every day from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. And then there's me doing the thingy from see, I don't even know my own hours. From 4 p.m. till midnight. It's easy. Challenge Banterthon. Don't challenge me, Jan Gustafsson. Challenge Banterthon, the name below the window. Right now he's a Grandmaster. We might have to take that Grandmaster title away once Lawrence shows up. We'll see. Maybe we'll let him get away with it and have him be a GM for one night. I'm looking forward to it. That's what I'm saying now. I'll probably hate myself and you guys in around 5-6 hours. That's when it starts getting cranky. But this time around, to be honest, we get 3 guys because it was a bit too tough to just do with 2 guys. I did one with Pepe in the past, but we're old nowadays. Therefore, 3 guys it is. 8-hour shifts sounds doable. And without further ado, let us jump straight into the action. Any famous last words? First words? Nah. Let's do this. Let me see if I have any challengers with my new alter ego, Mr. Banterthon. And hopefully someone's here. How about Mr. Huch? Let's see how this works. Here we go. 1d4 is a good move. Knight f6. You can see the countdown clock here. I just changed the colors so you could see them on the other screen, but I don't like the colors anymore. So let's go with those, and I'll change them once I've switched to full screen. And the designers are probably already going nuts. Like, what is this weirdo doing? d4, knight f6, c4. What do I do against Huch? I don't know. Maybe e6 is a good move. For now, do I stick to my guns? Nah, this is Banterthon. Banterthon should handle things a little different than Gustafsson. Sounds different. Sounds similar though. Banterthon, Gustafsson. Banterthon plays the Benoni in this game, where I'm not much of an expert. I tend to play the Nimzo or the Queen's Gambit declined. But I gotta have a little fun. And some people's definition of fun is to play the Benoni. I'm not one of these people, and I do like the system that Huch plays. He plays knight e2, planning to go knight to g3. This is a system I've employed myself. I even might have won a game here some time ago. I think this is an excellent move, and I'll just try to make his life weirder by going h5. The point being that knight g3 now no longer makes sense because of h4. But white can switch setups, play a move like bishop g5 or f3, which in turn might make my h5 move look a little suspect. I can't remember what I was planning after this h5 when I looked at this for white, but bishop g5 looks very, very logical to me. Now you could make a case for knight to c1 maybe, just to get the pieces out. Or, I don't know, what could you do? f3, queen d2. At some point, white should put some thought into where to put this knight. What are we discussing? Huch is a mountain? I don't know. It seems like a steep mountain to climb for this very first game of Mr. Bantovich. But see, this is the level of witty that you're gonna get with the fresh me in the first minutes of this show. Imagine how it's gonna be when I'm tired. Bishop h6 directly, planning to exchange the bishops. You can do that. I'm not sure it would have been very high on my to-do list, but it's not bad at all either. f3. How do I get my pieces out? a6 looks like the most natural in these positions, as always, an eternal question. Do you go knight a6, knight c7, or do you go a6, then after a4, which is to be expected, bring this knight out via d7? I don't know the answers to such questions. I lack a bit of routine, a bit of repetitions playing these positions with black, but a6, to my mind, looks a little more natural. Not sure though. I'm expecting him to go a4. Oh, this is unexpected. He wants to checkmate me. Just wants to checkmate me. Long castles and now something aggressive on the king side. Putting all this fear in my heart early on. Now knight g3. Still chase it away. I'm not sure if after h4 he wants to go all crazy and go knight f5 check, but that doesn't seem to work. I'll go h4. Knight e2, I understand I've softened my position on the king side a little bit, but it's gotta be worth 1.5 tempi to get this done. Feeling I might still need more pieces to launch a counterattack. But who knows? Knight b7, slightly curious. Or slightly curious is a lie. I missed queen to f4, attacking the pawns on h4 and d6 simultaneously. I'm not sure what I would have done then. g3 is played. Now I guess I should continue my knight's journey. Journey towards c4 or maybe f3. More likely c4. Try to create some trouble. Queen g5 though might create some counter trouble. Strange position. Yeah, queen g5 played. I have a feeling I should put a stop to all this nastiness on the king side by going knight h5. Here. Oh, I'm missing a lot of things. You're playing well. Don't you hate it when they play well? Uh-oh. I was playing knight f4 here when I thought I had good compensation for the pawn, but I missed the not too complicated fact that white can take on c4. I'll still do it after bc4. I do get the d3 square, but not really according to some deep plan, as usual. I might be threatening to win an exchange, which is exciting. Knight d3 and knight f2. I'm keeping half an eye, probably it's more a quarter of an eye on the chat, where Enrocator is wondering why not knight takes f3, b4. Yeah, I didn't like it. I thought the c4 square was more relevant, but I'm sure it will be not the last questionable decision of this Banterthon. Bishop h3, just, you know, because it looks like an unpleasant move to face, maybe threatening bishop g2, stopping h4. Rook b8 is another natural strengthening move that I want to get in due time. He does not respect my bishop g2 threat much. The question is, should he have respected it? Maybe not, because after bishop g2, rook g1, bishop f3, rook df1 leaves my pieces kind of hanging along the, what's called the f-file, which we don't want. Now Hugh, however, starts worrying about it a bit. And while I'll try to, I don't know what I'm trying to do, trying to create some phantom threats, some phantom menace on the king side, no, queen side, but it's his king side because his king is here. Not sure how convincing this whole operation has been, really. Actually, I'm quite sure it hasn't been very convincing. But I will never admit that. Not on camera, in front of fives of viewers. Because we haven't really advertised this Banterthon all that much. But we're expecting that the magic of watching people suffer will eventually bring in the masses. And I'm already suffering in the first game here against Hochjuch. Pawn down for not a whole lot of compensation. I think I had good compensation earlier, but I have not really managed to put the maximum of pressure. His king is still a little exposed in the center. Hence, I do think I might have some chances. But so far, Mr. Hochjuch is playing an excellent game. Still playing an excellent game. Stop it. I'll give a check. Another check. I could give more checks, but I don't want to. Trouble. And playing slowly. 96 check, king g8, rook c8, king h7. Looks like nothing too bad happens, but clearly not exactly winning after, let's say, rook c7 back. I'm going to have to think how far I want to push my luck. And whoa, rook c1. What is this? Brilliancy prize? fe6, rook c7, followed by checkmate. I can't deal with such genius. Come on, Hochjuch. That is not to be expected, that I can handle such things. Anyway, I should hurry up a little bit too, because I'm running very, very low on time. And I'm playing badly, you know. So many problems. Oh, is 96 checkmate now? I would not be surprised, and I feel like I do deserve getting mated in this game. Too much pressure. Can't deal with the pressure. First game getting crushed. It's very frustrating. That rook was hanging too. Is he gonna give it perpetual, or are you gonna checkmate me? You should checkmate me, Hochjuch. You really, really should. He's going for it against Dr. Pre-Move. That is what they call me around these parts. But he's actually faster than Dr. Pre-Move. Oop. And I'm gonna lose on time. Congratulations, Hochjuch. Wow, this Banterthon is starting on a great note. 0.2. That is sad. Sad? Is that the word? He says sorry. Why would you be sorry? You outplayed me, both on the clock and on the board. Very well deserved victory for Hochjuch. Congratulations to him. You won the cookies that Lawrence Trent is gonna bake. I don't think he's gonna bake any cookies. And I will now quit this show steaming. Oh no, there's still 7 hours, 50 minutes to go. Can't do that. That is a real pity. Let me play somebody else. Or do we have any more challenges? What about, I don't know. A lot of non-premium challenges. I can't accept you guys. You have to go premium. Then I can play against you. Sorry. Even though it's not really premium service to just allow you to allow me. See, I got my use and me's all screwed up. I'm saying I'm not really doing proper customer service by not crushing you properly, as in the case of Hochjuch there, who played a great game, however. Can't be too mad if they play a great game. Nah, I'm still mad. Chess Siva keeps saying many things. What else do we have in the chat? Ambitious Pawn says, this is the worst day ever in chess history. I'm not sure I would go that far, but probably I would go that far. You are right, Ambitious Pawn. This will be tough. Or maybe he's referring, I don't know, there's some news ticking on right now that Yumshinov might have resigned or might not have resigned, and he's disputing it. I'm not up to date. I just saw some tweets on the Chess24 Twitter feed earlier. So keep me posted if you guys hear any news, because I'll be sitting here sweating because we have all these lights. Doesn't look like, but there's all kinds of fancy industrial light and magic around me. So it's gonna be hot. Because it should also be pointed out that in Hamburg, Germany, where I am at, summer might have arrived. Believe it or not, this is a warm day. Sun is shining, which is great in general. It's not great for starting a Banterthon because it makes it like 10 degrees warmer in the studio. Is that my excuse for losing to Huryu? Not really. It's just premature whining. Is that a thing with men? Premature whining? Probably is. As for this game, Robert Kender has allowed me to occupy the center. I played the Trompovsky after e6. I went for this move, knight d2, keeping the options open. There's some funny lines like c5, e4, cd, e5, some nonsense like that. But he just played bishop e7, allowing me to grab the center with e4, which hopefully will give me a tiny advantage. Normally white doesn't get this so early in these lines. But can't be too bad either, to be frank. h6. I could take on f6. Sometimes I do that and then try to build up very quickly. But I'll keep my bishop for now. Looks more natural to my eyes. Bishop h4. Knight h7. Very sophisticated. I'll continue keeping my bishop because the knight looks funny on h7. If it goes to g5, I might retreat, avoid more exchanges. Instead, Robert Kender goes f5. Interesting. Sort of spicing up the position. f4 might be a threat, but f5, as always, as on the first move, is very, very weakening. And I don't like it. Gotta be honest with you. Not a fan of f5. Probably ever. Here, queen c2, and if f4, bishop takes h7 is gonna be a problem. Well, if you can't go f4, what will you do? g6 is a very, very ugly move to make. Let's say knight e5 and everything starts crumbling. And outside of f4 and g6, it's hard to think of a move that keeps this f4 pawn alive, f5 pawn alive. So f5, mistake by Mr. Kender. And hopefully he will pay the price. I'll bring one more piece into the game. If d6, it feels like the position is asking for some violence, like knight takes g6, king g6, rook e6 check. I'll think about it when we get there, but I strongly believe that that is what should be done then. And having said, I'll think about it when we get there, and I'll just blitz it out and then think about it. I'm wondering if we should set rating goals for this Banterthon. Last time with Pepe, I think this was in the old days, where 2800 on Chess24 was still something. We wanted to get 2800, or was it 2900? I think 2800. And then we blew it all in the last hour by getting crushed, amongst other people, by Fabiano Caruana. This time around, I don't know. 2800 feels almost too easy, because we have Luke van Vele, world-class player, and Lawrence Trent, world-class blitzer, so 2800. I'm giving him too much credit there, I know. 2800 should be too easy. Shall we say 3000? That sounds kind of tough, especially with fatigue kicking in and me losing every game. I don't know, we'll talk about it probably before the last day. What is realistic, what is not. So for this game I just went d5, hoping for knight takes d5, rook g6, when I thought I should somehow win. After knight e5, I still think I should somehow win. But I haven't really figured out how. Probably f4 is the most pragmatic way to go about this. If this knight goes somewhere, then e7 is dropping. Maybe there's more spectacular solutions, but f4 looks good enough. If bishop takes d5, fe, bishop takes e6, ef, I managed to take lots of his pieces. This pawn, which I think I just said you should never touch when Robert Kender played f5, will have done a pretty good job, like capturing two minor pieces along the way. And after bishop e6, ef, something takes, bishop takes e6, I all of a sudden am material up. Not a lot, but still decent material advantage. I have two pieces against a rook. And I still have the better king. because my king still has 2 pawns to give him a bit of shelter. Well, Robert Kender only has Mr. H6 to rely on. Bishop E5. A lot of ways to get the job done here. I'll go with this one just because I do enjoy a bit of bishop porn. And these bishops, did that sound wrong? Nah. These bishops look extremely aesthetically pleasing in the middle of the board. I haven't really seen a mate, but with all my pieces centralized, the black king should not be able to survive long. King f7, queen b3 check, king e8, bishop g6 check, king d... I'm just saying moves. We'll figure it out when we get there. Check. King e8, queen e6 also looks pretty good. Queen e7, queen c6. Yeah. Too many enemy, and therefore Robert Kender resigns. As mentioned, pretty normal game until he went... Well, you could argue about knight h7, but no biggie. But f5 is just too much. You can't open the position like that here. Too dangerous. All right. And I can see in the chat, Pokemocker and others are strategizing when to play. It's less obvious this time because we have 3 people with 8-hour shifts. In my opinion, this is my own opinion, the dead point is normally not around hour 7 or 8, but more around hour like 5. Because after that, you catch second wind, can you say that? And probably make it to the finish line, but around hour 5, most guys will be extremely tired. Let's see if Thrawn is extremely tired already. I hope, if I lose, that he does not get thrown under the bus by me saying bad things about him. Didn't manage to pull that off the way I wanted. He plays the Slav, and the Slav you gotta exchange on d5 so that your pawn on c4 can no longer be taken. I'm, of course, only being half serious, but I do believe that the exchange Slav is a better system than it's given credit for. Queen b3 has recently become a little more trendy. e3 is the main line and the move I've played more often. But this queen b3, knight a5, queen a4, forcing the black pieces to weird squares. Then queen c2 has become fashionable and has found some grandmaster following. There's a bunch of theory here. Rook c8 is one move, e6, e3, bishop e7 I believe is the main line. White doesn't want anything in particular. He wants to get his pieces out and now argue that this bishop is passive. And, you know, they can, in the future, build up some initiative. If black goes b5, I'm going to have to react, probably a3. Well, if black goes knight c6, I also have to react, probably a3. In both cases, I'll be defending against stuff happening on b4. He goes bishop b4. I don't think I have to react to that. I'll just castle away. Not sure if bishop takes c3 is or was a positional threat. We'll find out. I don't really think it is. Knight c6. Now I'm starting to get a little curious if I can do some damage here. Not sure how big the damage is, but I'm threatening some things, like bishop takes h7, h6. I could take on f6 when he has to recapture with the pawn. Problem is, I'm not sure how devastating a blow to his position that is. Might not be all that bad. That'd be sad, because I would want it to be all that bad. But no, I can't really. Well, it's fine, but after bishop f6, gf, I feel the position simplifies too much and I can't really break through easily. Or it probably was the best move still, but I didn't like it, so I'll continue. Building up more slowly. Some stonewallish thing. Blundering knight b4. What's happening? Maybe I need my Jan account to be at full strength. Banterthon is maybe my kryptonite. Because now, well, I'm fine, but you really don't want to give up this light square bishop in these structures. It makes it so much harder to checkmate Thrawn. I'm not worse because my bishop is active, my knight is active. All the good things. but as I said, hard to claim an edge here. a6, I'm not sure if he's preparing b5 or maybe some bishop b5. Rook f3 moves out of the way of potential bishop b5s and hints at, I don't know, rook g3, rook h3. Some vague attacking gestures, even though I'm not quite sure how to manufacture a real attack here, to be honest. Take a timeout against b4, followed by knight e4. I have a feeling that soon... a5, hang on. I actually like this move. But I'm surprised he makes it, because I can grab a pawn. I'm not sure what the idea is after knight b5. But it still feels wrong for me to grab that pawn, because I should be playing on the king side, not on the queen side. Yeah, kudos to Thrawn, playing very well. This a5 move I did not... Or, I did see coming. I honestly thought he wouldn't do it. Once again, paying the price for... Not paying the price yet, but I might pay the price for underestimating my opponents. Never a good thing, because there's very little to gain from it. Wisdom? Nah. This knight, if I could magically put this knight on h5, I'd be happy. But I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Bishop e5 I'm not sure I like, because now my dream of putting my knight on f5 is a little bit closer, and bishop b5 I understand is nice to kick the queen away, but the queen can regroup to d1, g4 or h5. Well, black still hasn't organized a whole lot of counterplay. Like rook a8 maybe, but don't concern me all that much. King h8 is it asking for trouble? Feels like there should be blood. Queen g4, rook g8. More gifted attacker would already blitzed up. Rook g7 or something. I can't quite see this through. Rook g7, king g7, queen g4, king h8, knight h5, rook g8. No, doesn't seem to give me enough. So, how do we get the job done? Probably this anyway. Still not easy. Nothing's easy today. It's all a grind. And yeah, this is my training session before I disappear to Thailand, my annual Thailand retreat, where I will play in the Bangkok Open starting on... when is it? I don't know when it starts. But my best guess is 8th of April. And yeah, I'll do some family vacation before to get rid of the jet lag. Tank some sun, as we like to say. See how it goes. Looking forward to it. Queen d8 is defending against, I don't know, something. I'll go h4. Not strictly necessary, but it's nice to have this h2 square for the king, and it's nice not having to worry about queen g5. Now, if given the time, I'd like to activate my last unit and put this rook on a7. Bishop d3 looks like a good move, trying to put the bishop on f5. Kind of makes me want to take bishop f5, queen h5, rook g7, queen h6, rook h7. Still not winning. Thrawn is hanging around. So I'll stick with the original plan. Go rook a7. Bishop f5 here. Now I was hoping that I would be threatening something. Maybe I'm not. Okay. Will I be able to spot one tactic today? Rook f7 maybe? H5, rook g7. Let's find out. Bishop f7, also rook g7. Doesn't work, does it? Nothing seems to work. Sad. Or at least I couldn't see it through. I'm sure there was some win. Knight f6 looked decent, but I'm not sure this is the way to do it. Maybe it is. Gf, queen h6, bishop h7, rook f7 seems to be winning. And if rook f8, let's say, then h5 is quite unpleasant. Or no, rook f8 I could go for a brilliancy prize with rook g6, fg, queen h6 check. That'd actually be nice. Make me happy, Thrawn. Let me sacrifice some pieces. Come on. Let's do this. Together we can do this. This is a threat. Rook g6, fg, queen h6, gh, rook h7, checkmate. So that'd be nice. I have a feeling Thrawn is not going to allow me to. But maybe he is. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you, Thrawn. Tactics. This is all the sacrificing that you're going to get for the next, I was going to say 73 hours, but I can't speak for Lawrence Trent. He might blunder some things and call them sacrifices. Some offense. That I'm going to do in the next 7.5 hours. For the next 7 hours. Anyway, thanks for the game, Thrawn, and yay me. I feel better now. Feeling myself. Feeling my... Nah, I'm not feeling myself enough to sing yet. Any noobs? Let's find me a noob. Let's see who's waited the longest around here. And it's none other than our boy Lefty John. I'm not sure this math is accurate. And I normally just click on names randomly in the list. That's why we do these Banterthons. We often get complaints about the system, how opponents are chosen for Banter Blitz. Therefore, if we do 72 hours non-stop, we probably get a chance to choose everybody, including the guys who have never participated in any of these events. So this is your chance. Go premium and you will very likely get the opportunity to crush a Grandmaster over the next 72 hours. Because you can see, I'm slightly shaky, and let's be honest here, I'm the best blitz player of the gang. So, I don't know, I shouldn't even start saying stuff like that. Lukey will get very upset. It might also be untrue. Anyway, go premium and we will probably crush you anyway. As for the opening here, after c takes d5, knight takes d5, my move is e4, knight takes d5, played e takes d. I believe this exchange is supposed to be in my favor. For starters, because this knight can no longer get pinned by bishop g5. Therefore, this bishop doesn't have a great role. Went to d2, where it looks a little passive. Position is still roughly equal, but I'm already quite comfortable here, because my pieces have very natural ways to get into the game. This bishop can go here or to g4. The knight has a nice road to d7, f6, e4, or g4. It all looks fairly playable. Lefty John is wondering, am I dead yet? Nah, you're not. I'd say it's still roughly equal. I slightly prefer black now because this bishop is passive. But nothing too bad has happened. a3 is a good move. Maybe planning to go bishop to b4, exchanging these bishops. But not going to be able to do that. Castles, where do I put my queen? Probably e7 is the most sensible, even though I regret it now. Maybe I should have gone to f6, so I can shuffle a rook around via e6 later. Blitzmaker21 says, thanks guys for doing this kind of show. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Blitzmaker. Much appreciated. And yeah, don't thank me now where I'm feeling good and having fun. Thank me or thank Lawrence at like 5 a.m. when the going gets tough. But yeah, thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. That's not very idiomatic. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Queen b3, good move by Lefty John, forcing me, or, well, maybe not forcing me, but making me put this knight on the slightly clumsy b6 square. Yeah. I haven't really started my lethal attack that I was planning just yet. G4. Whoa, too aggressive, Lefty John. This is your king. You want to keep the pawn shelter in front of your king more or less intact. G4 should only be done. No, just never do it. I believe that's a better way to... Better rule of thumb. Just never touch this pawn. H3 I was fine with, but G4... Nah, don't do it. Poor king. Look at him. He's gonna feel all unsheltered. F5 is coming, opening the position up. Don't do that. Rook e1. Yeah, I'll go with this. After GF, I could recapture or try to bring my queen a little closer. Nah. G4 is just too much. Bishop c1, I understand. I think the idea is to put the knight on d2. The problem is once the knight goes to d2, it also abandons some squares, like the h4 square, where my queen might have some effect. King h8 is not particularly necessary, but I'm waiting for him to go knight d2 when queen h4 looks good. At least that was my train of thought. Here we go. Fe4 is a little more positionally appealing, but then after king g2 I didn't see anything direct. Well, now after king g2, fg, let's say hg, rook g4 looked to be winning, and therefore I was hoping Lefty was in trouble. f4 certainly does not help his case. Cause, I always mix those two, because I can take this pawn with check, and then look for some new questions to ask. Like I have this plan, for example. Threatening rook h6, hence g5 seems forced. And then I had some weird idea. Not sure it's that weird. But we'll talk about it when we get there. I thought this might be cute. Maybe threatening some rook h6 takes, queen h3, rook g1, king g1, gh6 check. Rook f3 makes, yeah, things a lot less dramatic because this rook just drops with check and I take everything. And yeah, it doesn't allow me to go for another sacrificial combination, which is a pity. Bishop f1. All right. Let me just take them pieces. And Lefty John resigns. Are you a lefty? Do lefties have disadvantages when playing bullet? It's probably a ridiculous question. Is there... Because most mice are built for right-handed, but I'm pretty sure there's left-handed, lefty mice. Is that correct? Anyway, yeah, rook f3, of course, was a blunder, but the position was kind of difficult because, let's say, well, this threat was quite hard to parry, or so I thought. Therefore, yeah, not easy to defend. Thanks for the game, Mr. Lefty John. And now for something completely different. In the form of, what about gros minou? Gros minou? Gros minou? Hear me now? 1e4. Is this the first 1e4 outing today? Feeling it is. It's gonna take me forever to regain this rating I lost in the first game. Poor Banterthon. I don't know what to play. Probably taking from this position after knight c3. The line I know best is the, what do you call it, the pelican? Sveshnikov? I call it the Sveshnikov, but I believe people call it the pelican out there. Which, as far as I know, is still doing well theoretically. After knight c6, a lot of people have switched to bishop b5. Maybe that's one reason why the pelican is a little less trendy nowadays than it used to be. But as far as I know, this line is still in very good health. And Boris Gelfand used it against Vichy in their World Championship match. Didn't really have a lot of problems. We haven't seen it discussed at the highest level, or I haven't seen it, I'm sure it's been played that often since. c3 I'm not familiar with. I could take e4 or I could take d5, I would guess, no? Knight d5, queen d5, bishop g5, queen c6, bishop d7, queen d6. Doesn't really get me anything. If knight e4, knight e7, let's find out. I don't know, this feels slightly wrong, but I'm greedy and eager to learn. I have a thirst for knowledge. I did see that after queen d5 I have bishop b7, keeping things more or less under control. Well, now I'm just a pawn up, which is nice. Let me threaten something. Not sure what I'm threatening, but I'm sure I'm threatening something. Knight takes c3, maybe bc, queen g2. Knight f2. Knight e3. That does stop most of my plans. But now they're back on the map. Knight f2 or knight c3. Both looking good. I'll go with this because it additionally threatens knight h3, followed by queen g2, checkmate. And after king f2, queen takes g2 is mate either way. The commutator says, cool to see more freewheeling Jan. Yeah, opposed to what? To the scripted banter blitz shows I'm normally doing? Or do you mean the lack of shirt? I don't know. I think freewheeling is a good thing. I never get the word. Mainly because I don't speak English properly. Freewheeling just means unscripted basically, right? Or improvising. Please let me know. Bishop e4 kind of threw me off. Threw me off enough that I'll repeat moves once just to get out of this confusion that it caused. I could of course take the queen and I'm winning, but then after bishop b7 I'm winning but not that happy really. So I should probably take here when king f2, queen g2 is still checkmate, but after rook e4, well, I'll do this once again just for giggles. But I'm gonna have to take your queen eventually. Don't you hate it when you're playing yet another attacking, dare I say, masterpiece? Yeah, I think it was a masterpiece game. And then you have to win by taking all the material. Because I don't hate it at all. I enjoy it greatly. Pramod, our boy Pramod NVS is here. It's not Be Nice to Pramod Day, just to be clear, Pramod. So I don't want any surprises later when I insult your TV taste, which I'm sure is still terrible. But Pramod has grown on me over the years, so it might become harder for me to be mean to him. Anyway, what question is he asking? Well, I won against Grominu, since I do have an extra queen. Pramod is asking, how is the preparation for Bangkok Open going? on Jan. This is the preparation, so hopefully very well. When is the part 4 of 1D4 series coming up? I don't know, probably not before I disappear to Thailand. Still some stuff to do, but I've been analyzing lots of London system and Trumpovsky. So I can't give you a due date. It will come out one day. Let's find something else to do. Like play somebody else. Probably this is all that we will have to do. Like Mr. Aristide. Alors. Is he even French? I'm just assuming Aristide is French. He is French. Normally, French guys don't enjoy greatly when I bring out my school French from like 7th grade till 9th grade. Je ne peux pas parler. I was hanging out with 2 French guys for a long time in Kragerø, Norway. And I speak enough French to be annoying, like I can catch bits and pieces of their conversations, but I don't really speak enough to have a conversation. So, yeah, didn't go well. I'm kidding, we got along great. I'm talking about gentlemen, Monsieur Vachier-Lagrave and Laurent Fressinet. Very nice guys. But my French trolling, I'm not sure. They didn't seem to appreciate it. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? See, I really don't speak French. I don't even know B. D. 3. D. C4. Dame C4. What's castles? On roc? Rochade? Je ne sais pas. E4. A6. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Je voudrais jouer B100, Dame B3, C100, Dépôt C100, Fou, is it Fou? Fou E16, Dame C2, Cheval, Cheval B, D7. Je pense que Monsieur Peter Svidler a joué 7 moves, peut-être depuis de... Boy, should have paid attention in French class. C16, cheval B8, égalité. Fou E3, cheval G4. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On peut jouer castles? Je ne sais pas. Yeah, this is not gonna end well. So what was I saying? Bishop E3, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go knight G4 then. Or was that the line where they go queen A5 and B4? Who knows? I think here. Am I supposed to go B4 here? Oh boy. Why can I never remember stuff? Can't I take? I'd like to take. What is a theoretical line? Did I mix something up? I think I did. Maybe I did. We will never know. Henry Hein says, probeer eens Nederlands, dat klinkt beter. Ja, Henry Hein, maar Nederlands is minder moeilijk voor een Duitser. Maar Frans moet ik een beetje opletten. Nederlands, één grote shawarma-schotel alsjeblieft. We'll do that stuff later when I play a Dutch guy. But yeah, Dutch, I think my Dutch is way better than my French. Even though I didn't learn it in school, it's just closer to German and English and stuff. So in Holland, everybody speaks English. So there's no real need to, but I could probably survive with my Dutch skills. Like I can order a broodje gezond or a berehap, and I'd be okay. Well, in France, not so sure. Je voudrais un eau minérale. See, it's gonna get awkward. Queen d2. Speaking of awkward, looks a little awkward. Does it not? My lead in development is growing. Or did I just blunder knight d5? I certainly blundered it, but it's not a bad blunder because knight d5, queen d2. I'm at least winning a pawn. Am I? Just talking. Knight f6, bishop f6, and b2 drops. Knight e7, king f8 doesn't work. Yeah, I would win a pawn somehow. So things are okay-ish. Let's figure this out. Knight e7, as I said, king f8. No can-do'sville. Knight f6, bishop f6, b2 weak. Bishop d2, knight e4 or knight d5 both look good. So I do believe that what Aristide did is the lesser evil. Still, pawn is a pawn. You know how we do. How we do? What's that, how we do? Is it the game? This is how we do. Or is it what we do? See, even my hip-hop references are like 10 years old, at least. Maybe 15. Let's find out. The game, how we do. Is it the game? The game, by the way, a rapper from Compton has a song called Magnus Carlsen, in case you didn't know that. Now you know. How we do, I was right. Which year? 2005. So 13 years old, not so bad. And Aristide does resign because there's trouble on the second rank all of a sudden. This bishop is hanging and this bishop is hanging if this bishop moves. So not gonna be able to do it. Thanks for the game, Aristide. And what is theory here? I've seen this position a million times. I've played it in tournament games. Can't remember a thing. Is it bishop e3? Bishop e3, b4? I honestly can't remember, and I'm a little embarrassed by that. Not very embarrassed, because I'm an old man and I can never remember anything. But a little embarrassed. Let's play another game. Nah, my Norwegian is still terrible. I'm taking some classes, I have some audio courses and so on. But it's still, I can't even joke around about my Norwegian skills yet. Which is a bit sad. But I'll get better. Hang on, what am I doing? Didn't I accept somebody? I thought I accepted somebody, but maybe I didn't. You never know with these things. Maybe the banter arbiters have decided, you know what, enough Banterthon. You've played like 5 games. Let's call it quits. Call it quits while we're still ahead. I believe I've only lost 1 game, won a bunch of games. So let's not gamble and play the commutator. Let's play the commutator anyway. And I'll play the good old London system, which I've looked at quite a bit from the black side. And the commutator plays h6. What can I tell you about that? Probably nothing. I don't know why you would play h6 here. I'll play knight c3. I'm not sure if he wants to go g5, but h6 sort of provokes me to play goofy as well and fight for central control. I don't know, maybe the commutator feels like, okay, I don't have to, I don't know, maybe just likes the grope opening h6, g5, and he thinks this is a better version, because I win a tempo against this bishop. Who am I to argue? I want to punish him though. I want to punish him for his sins. And I will try to do that by opening the center very, very quickly. Grominou says it actually feels good to be bashed by Jan. Thanks, Grominou. That's the word I want out there on the street. Tell people that it does feel good. While winning, doesn't feel as good as you think. So get crushed and feel good about it. That is exactly what I want from this show. Because it's a win-win situation. You feel good, I feel good. Well, you win, you feel guilty, you've ruined my day. I'm all cranky. What's the point? What else is there? Hupfdude is wondering, do you, Chess24, commentate Grenke Classic? I think so. I'm not 100% sure how far the talks are and like what the final arrangement is and who the commentators are, but my plan is to win the Thailand Open, or at least do well, then hustle back from Thailand on an overnight express from Bangkok to Frankfurt I'm leaving Bangkok on the 16th, then arrive in Frankfurt on the 17th, then get rid of my jet lag and commentate the second half of the Granke thingy, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's my plan at least. So yeah, I do think that I will be there, hopefully doing some commentary. And I'm looking forward to it. Magnus Carlsen playing Fabiano Caruana. I should probably learn the lineup before I announce it, because I really don't know that well. But it's going to be very strong. As for the position, I don't know. I tried to punish Commutator for his early h6 g5 sins. Not sure how well I've succeeded. He's still hanging around, but I'm still trying to punish him. So, yeah, we'll see. h4, bit of an empty gesture though, to be honest, because I'm not really threatening hg. Or maybe I am. hg, hg, queen h8. Now that I thought about it, I am threatening hg. Now, however, I'm no longer sure if I'm still threatening it, but I'll do it for your entertainment, because Banterthon has two purposes. One is to build up my confidence before the Thailand Open by crushing, frankly, lots of you. And the other purpose is to entertain you. And I thought this queen sacrifice would be very entertaining, and also very winning. So it's a win-win situation once again. Knight e4, very hard to stop any knight f6 checks. That's how it is. Knight takes e5. Kind of stops knight f6 checks, but not for good. More for one move at the expense of another piece. So I can't criticize the commutator who likes to commute to work, or at least that's my theory, too much. Because I am not able to offer any good alternatives. But this smells like trouble to me. I'm about to pre-move this, but then if he knows that I'm pre-moving this and he goes queen e8, actually queen e8, knight e7 would still win. But sometimes it's very dangerous to pre-move things. Anyway, he resigns because after king e7, knight d7, I would end up, I don't know, 2 pieces up, 3 pieces up, which would be good. So thanks for the game, Mr. Commutator. Oops, and have a good journey home. What about our boy, the blitz enemy? Let's do this, Blitzy. What's up, Blitz boy? You're not around? Or maybe you're opposed to playing Blitz, therefore you chose your username. I do not know. I will count down, start the clock. Not this clock. Actually, this 2 days thing is confusing me. I prefer it to just count down hours, but I'm not sure we will be able to do that. Anyway, Blitz enemy, not around. Let's wait for 5 seconds. Now I actually have a countdown clock on screen, so I can, instead of just announcing it, just look at it. That's 5 seconds. Sorry, Blitz enemy. I'm sure there will be more occasions during the Banterthonic to meet again. Till the day we meet again. In my heart as well, keep you, friend. And let's play oldie but goldie, Mr. Miktal. Miktal in the building. Let's see what he's learned over all these years. d4, knight to f6. Because, you know, keeping your options open. Bishop f4. In my series I'm going to recommend c5. But just to be annoying, I'm going to recommend d5 here. Because after c5 I'm not fully happy with what's called 3d5. But after c3, here I can, you know, goof around a little before white is fully developed. And you know me, I will not bluff when it comes to grabbing pawns for, while dramatically neglecting my development. I'll take them and then think. Actually, I don't really play chess like that. It's a bit of my banter blitz persona, this pawn grabbery. Normally, I'm not a big sacrificer. Is that a word? I'm not sure if that's a word. But I also wouldn't say that I'm a pawn grabber by nature. Okay, who am I kidding? I'm trying to win an instructive game against Miktal, where he learns about the value of, I was gonna say developing pieces, but I'm not planning to develop any pieces. I'm planning to mess around. But I can tell that he's playing better than he used to. Like, my early shenanigans don't really have an effect here. Still, 93 he has to take, and I have a feeling I should be doing alright. But at some point, I'm gonna have to start developing some pieces. Okay, queen e2, no choice here. But without queens, there's also not a ton of compensation for the missing pawn. Therefore, now I can just chillax, get my pieces going, and win later. I'm not sure that explanation was very satisfying. 95 just to stop potential rook c7s. Was planning to go bishop f5 in the near future, but here e4 would make things a bit murky. So I'll just do this and put this bishop here. Let's put it here. Can maybe give a little check. Just have a little patience. I'm growing very impatient already. I want to win this game so badly. But sometimes you gotta pace yourself. Wow, Pramod is contributing. He's saying the definition of sacrificer is the offering of animal, plant, or human life, or of some material possession to a deity. Is it deity or deity? I never know how that is pronounced. As in propitiation, what is that word? Propitiation or homage? So yeah, that's not exactly what you will think of in chess, like here. However, it looks like Miktal will offer an exchange to Kaisa as a homage very quickly. So sacrificer, we're gonna have to adjust that meaning for chess just a little bit. All right. And Miktal does resign. Well, 7-0. He's played a lot against Banterthon already. Who knew? Thanks for the game, Mr. Miktal. Let's play another game. What about Parry V? Apology for mispronunciation. And Rocato says 5 minutes playing with Jan and 5 months with psychoanalyst. That is the goal that we're all opting for. But I'm not always sure that your chess says that much about your personality. I'm sure it does to some extent. Like, I'm a chicken, or risk averse, or I shy away from confrontation. That's why I make a lot of draws. And I don't like losing, so I study. Does that make any sense? No, I'm not sure how much your chess style says about your personality, really. Because you see all these violent attacking players, they're really shy, polite dudes in real life, and vice versa. Oh, it's my move? Why do I keep talking? I thought Parry V has not arrived yet. We're playing the Caro-Kann. Parry V 2167, booked up till the eyeballs. Goes 3e5, the most critical move, in my opinion. h4, main move here is c5, main move here is h5, h6 also possible. And I like just randomly giving this pawn up by going c5. It's not very good after dc5, knight c6. I forgot what the problem was, bishop b5. But, you know, everyone's got to make decisions. Bishop d3. All of this does not strike me as being in the same spirit as h4. Now h4 looks a bit out of place, and I have made 0 concessions dealing with it, so I should be happy. Or as happy as I can be, being me. Not sure about queen b6. He has to go knight f3 anyway. But I had some train of thought connected to this. Maybe I wanted knight h6 here. And I was hoping to scare him away from bishop h6 with the option of queen b2. Not really sure I'd pull that trigger after bishop h6, because queen b2, let's say bishop somewhere. Bishop, let's say e3, queen a1. Looks a little scary to have my queen there in the corner, but at least I want to scare him with it. The difference is I want my knight to go to f5. And after knight e7, dc5 was annoying me. b4 is interesting because after cd4, which is what I want to do, he could still throw in bishop h6 as a Zwischenzug. And I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. And I'll be very unhappy and probably cursing myself out under my breath. Oh no, he didn't take. Okay, then I won't curse as much as myself. Or only slightly for now. My point was that he could have gone b4, cd4, bishop h6, gh, cd4 with a weird position. It wasn't that bad for me, maybe, because my rook can do stuff on the g file. But I'm not sure how happy I would have been. I'm also not sure how happy I'm here. I'm not terribly unhappy, but also not thrilled. He has kept his center alive. He has a natural plan in form of knight c3, knight a4, knight somewhere else. So I better do something about that, and I'm not sure what. After knight c3, I have a feeling I have to act quickly and probably go knight takes b4 or bishop takes b4. Something, some big dramatic gesture before white manages to finish his development. His or her, we don't know these things. What's going on in the chess world? I saw nothing. Peter escaped against Anish. They're playing this tournament in Shenzhen with Giri and Svidler and a bunch of others. And after knight bd2, I should make this dramatic gesture I was speaking of earlier and cause some troubles before white manages to finish development. Knight b2 I don't like, I understand. It's tempting to keep everything connected, but this knight c3, knight a4 is really what you want to fight for in these lines. Now knight c2 followed by knight a1 is the most obvious thing to do. I'm a bit curious if I can go queen to b5. And since I do not need much incentive to give in to my curious urges, I'll just play it. Point being that I'm trying to keep this king in the center, not even allowing it to go to f1. And next move I want to do something, knight d3 or knight c2 check or whatever. Hopefully gain a rich harvest. If it sounds like I'm making the words up as I go along, that is because I'm making the words up as I go along. That leads to all these verbal cadence problems that I'm very conscious of, but I don't think I can fix them. Not gonna be able to do it. Is this a bad look? Does this look weird to have this button closed? I'm very self-conscious if I lean back that I look fat if I have the button open. What other self-consciousness issues could I tackle during the duration of this blitz game? I don't know. Knight c2, king d2, knight a1, knight a1, and do I win there? Because if not, I might have to do something else, like rook c2. Looks pretty decent. Let's just do it. I'm not so sure about rook c2. I might be pushing my luck. Knight c2 was fairly strong, but it still felt like selling my advantage short. So why not this? I have all kinds of tricks, like bishop d2, maybe rook b2, queen b2, knight d3 check, followed by knight takes b2. Who knows? I'm aware I'm supposed to unbutton when you sit down, Robert, but I don't know. I've seen people do it differently, and I think that unbuttoning rule is mainly for when you're wearing shirts, not t-shirts. I'm not sure there are any rules about t-shirts, but I don't think I have a very strong case here. I have a very strong position though, and I should make something happen. Probably it's time for Kashinovich. Which, yeah, always makes me sad, but that's the way the wind blows many a time. You build an initiative or an attack or whatever, and then you sell out by grabbing material. Here the point is fe3, rook c1, queen c1, knight d3, followed by knight takes c1, and short castles with a winning material edge. And AMR Special is asking, is this for premium members only? Yes, it is. Everyone can watch, but only premium members can play. This is your chance, though, AMR Specialist, to become a premium player, premium member, and I shall crush you if you do. Let's throw a little spanner in the works. This is not very challenging. My queen is too strong, too fast, too furious. So if I don't blunder anything crazy, then Parivi should have no chance anymore. Yeah, interesting game. As I mentioned, couple spots like whatever. In the opening, c5, d5, I believe is critical. Then later on, after b4, cd, I would have taken here, even though that might be wrong. And then after rook c8, I'm not sure if this works. Maybe knight b4 or bishop b4 is still strong. But in general, the knight wants to go to c3, a4 here. Anyway, good game. Let's play one more. Ooh, my throat is getting sore already. It's a bit early. Did I prepare to have water? Nah, not really. Lot of problems. So many problems, so little time. So gimme Omokain. Here we go again, e4. Can't play Caro-Kann every game. I don't think even Caro or Can played the Caro-Kann every game, did they? Oh, bishop c4, the Gioco Piano. Or if you go knight g5, the crazy stuff. But Gioco Piano it is, and I will play a pet line of mine. Pet peeve, h6. Best move is bishop c5 in this position. No one will be surprised to hear that. h6 has the idea to stop knight g5 and to keep more pieces on the board by preparing to go g6, bishop g7, short castles. Take it from there. It's not the best line in the world, but it's playable, and it makes it a little harder for white to simplify the game. While bishop c5, there's some very solid options. Knight a5, c5 is also a typical maneuver, so-called. What's called Chigori maneuver? I don't know if it's called that, but you see it a lot in the Ruy Lopez or in these structures, while Omokain is also playing extremely typical moves for this very structure. In fact, we both are. After, I would go something like knight I'm not sure if knight e3 or knight g3, that's a big decision already. b3 is an odd move. b3 boys. That motivates me to immediately grab space in the center. Normally you want to be cautious with such action if you're black to do this so early. But after b3, I feel like it has to be done. Now I could already go d4 with a decent reverse King's Indian. I probably also can keep the tension for another move. Keep the tension, not can keep detention. Because there's no detention during Banterthon. Like technically it feels like I'm locked up, but I believe I could walk out anytime. At least that's what they tell me. You're here by your own free will, Jan. You can leave. I'm not so sure if that's true, but they do tell me that. Help. I'm trapped here. Locked up. Queen c7, yeah, I wanted to go knight d7, but then knight d6 bothered me. Even though, had I thought for like half a second, I would have spotted knight d6, rook e7, knight b7, queen c7, and the horsey is trapped. But nothing particularly wrong with queen c7 either. Slightly annoying that now I can go bishop a3, but not too annoying. Rook c1 looks nice, but it doesn't really carry a threat, since after b5. Knight e5 doesn't work. Therefore, the knight has to retreat, and I've consolidated my space advantage. I do like space. Not space movies, but space advantages I do enjoy. Where to put my queen? d6, a5, b6, who knows? Queen a5, a3, I didn't really see much point to it. So I thought this might be a little more flexible, just grab more space, see what happens, that kind of thing. Maybe bring this knight around. Or I could also bring it here. A lot of career opportunities for this knight. g4, whoa! I'm always shocked when people go g4. Whoa! Like, it's not unheard of in these structures, but still too much even here. h5, maybe? Normally, in order to justify this, you have to go knight h2, but that gives up a lot of dark squares. Well, here, you give up a lot of light squares. So, long story short, not a big g4 fan. Knight c5 I'm not 100% sure about, because he has queen c2, which looks weird, but slightly annoying. But I thought queen c2 I could just go knight b8, threaten some knight takes b3, so whatnot. a4 looks like desperate measures. I'm not sure times already required such desperation. I do believe the tactics work in my favor here to repay me for my expert positional play. Because there's too much stuff hanging in the white camp. b2, e1, c1. Can't keep them all. Should I make a bit of an effort to centralize, to sit like half in front of the camera? Nah. Piece is a piece, as we say, in the East. Wallace Shawn says he beat Yevgeny Bareyev in a rapid game last year. Congratulations! I once lost to Bareyev in the last round of this Grenke Chess Classic, where I was doing very, very well. No, not Grenke Chess Classic. Of the Frankfurt, what's it called? Classic? This huge Mainz. Boy, see, I can't remember a thing. Mainz Chess Classic. This huge rapid tournament they had in Mainz. Anyway, I lost the last round to Bareyev. It was very sad. Still did well. Still finished in like the top 10. But I could have done so much better. But he did crush me. So yeah, that's coulda, shoulda, woulda rapid tournament stories from like 2009 or whatever it was. This is my chess career. And who next? What about phenomenon? Something like a phenomenon. Niels Rohr. No, we're not planning to do a video series on the count variation. Thanks for asking repeatedly. Phenomenon. Plays the Slav, very popular opening. I think I played the exchange Slav earlier. This knight c3, e3 is actually my main line. Avoiding the dc4 Slav and transposing to like semi-Slav waters. Bishop e7 is less common than knight bd7. Of course, a natural move. But typically, they don't want to commit this bishop that early in these lines. But instead, knight b7 and after bishop d3. Go for all this crazy Maron stuff with dc4 and b5. Knight f8, that looks a bit odd. Why would you do that? Why not like castle first, maybe? It is important to get your king to safety and not to move your pieces so often in the opening. However, the knight found a destination. And it's not like I'm winning directly. Unfortunately, I think I'll keep these knights on the board. I have a bit of a space advantage and I don't want to exchange things. Not so sure. Knight c3 is a great move, but you know, gotta do something. c5 once again, opening the position before being super developed. But still hard to punish. That's my how do I punish his sins face. Maybe it should be this. I don't know, man. Now pre-moving this? Let's do it. Bad move though. Ugh. Problem with pre-moves is sometimes they are not the best moves. I've played too much bullet over the last weeks, so I'm very much in this pre-moving motion in my head, but for blitz it's probably harmful, except for you're both down to 20 seconds or whatnot. But generally, this pre-moving thing, not a good idea in blitz. That's my, I didn't punish him for his sins properly. Resigned noise, Not happy. I'm slightly better or whatever, but happy I am not. He does have the two bishops. His kingside structure, of course, is fatally weakened, or hopefully fatally. But as I said, I feel like I could have done more. Here, queen b2, I don't even know what to do. Knight f6, queen f6. Rook d8 looks like a mistake. c5 is good. Biting time. I used to say biting time. Someone pointed this out to me recently. That it's actually biting my time, not biting my tongue. Big difference. Probably in English or with a less German accent it sounds similar. Biting, biting. But since I say biting, it's very clear to tell the difference. How do I win? Knight f6, gf, rook d8. I don't know how to win. See, I'm getting all cranky already, and I don't think I'm even 1 hour in. Or am I 1 hour in? Oh yeah, 1.5 hours. That's why I feel like mentally this is finishing, because my normal banter blitzes are 1.5 hours. So I feel like, okay, let's get this over with. Not gonna be able to do it. Okay. I've made zero progress thinking about the position during that. Wasn't even a rant. Wasn't even a thought. It's just Alright, so this game is still up in the air. Something in the air tonight. These pawns look a bit funny, but not fatal weaknesses. Bishop d7. I want to go queen d3 to attack this and this. And then bishop e8, and I still can't see a breakthrough. Bishop e8 tends to defend a lot next move. I'll go here instead, targeting this and this. My point being that if bishop e8 now, I can go rook e6, which hopefully something's gonna give. But good job. Now, knight e5, queen h4, rook d7. Yeah, I don't see a lot of drama or a lot of checks. I was just looking for checks, but I could not see any. So the end is near. Phenomen does offer a draw, but I think it just misclicked. It was aiming for that resign button, and he does resign. Thanks for the game, Phenomen. Full screen. See, I'm reading out what screens I'm clicking on. Doesn't look like Mr. Banterthon is gonna run out of opponents anytime soon. What about Count Olaf 146? The count I made up. That's the villain from Lemony Snicket, right? Count Olaf? I think it is. I'm a bit of a Lemony Snicket student. It's probably more for teenagers. But for some reason, I did I watch the whole Netflix series? I think I've seen. Yeah, I'm not sure I paid full attention, but I've seen the whole Netflix series on what's called Series of Mysterious Events. Was alright. Not must-see TV. Alright. Why am I talking about this? Yeah, because Olaf 146 shares a name with Count Olaf in that series. This is a line that I've played a lot in tournament chess recently, the 7 e4. No one's ever done e5 against me. Does this work here? I don't know, he blitzed it out. I've seen something like this with castles included. I'm more doubtful in this version where we haven't castled. But I still have to figure out why it doesn't work here. Or maybe it does work here. What can I do? DE, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, queen e2, queen e7. Nah, or queen e2 castles, that's nonsense. I could just go CD, ED, knight d4, castles. Not sure I have a better move than castles there. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. Not sure, we'll find out. I'll see what happens. Once again, kind of a weird pre-move, and maybe it would be a mistake. Maybe after e takes d4, queen e2 check is actually more precise. And I should at least think about that. By the way, sorry for wearing sweatpants. I'm trying to keep them off camera. But, gotta be comfy for Banterthon. Normally I don't dare to go to the office in sweatpants. But I did today. e4, I don't understand. Is this a mouse slip? Mr. Olaf 146? What are you doing? Giving me all these pawns. I can't resist such tasty treats. I don't get it. Little trick of queen e4, rook e1 is a problem. But even after queen e2, you wouldn't have had enough for both of the d-pawns. So that didn't go well. Olaf won 4-6. Because now he's 2 pawns down with a bad position. That's normally a recipe for disaster. Livflix Hotzenplot is saying, since you watch so many series, not sure, thinly veiled insult here, which Netflix series should I watch next? Jessica Jones or Iron Fist? And I could answer your question, let's Livflix Hotzenplots, but you know, I'm employed to convert people into premium members here, so I'm gonna have to do it. Can only answer these things if you're premium. I'm not sure that's true. That's probably not true. Anyway, let me answer your question. You want to watch Jessica Jones first. Iron Fist. I've seen a couple episodes. It's not very good. I believe, the people that are even more PC than me are offended about some of the racial subtones of this Iron Fist. But mainly it's, I don't know, it's a bit boring. And the main character, I'm not a fan. Still, I'll probably keep watching it because I have a tough time sometimes once I start watching something to not finish it. But it's not very good. Am I piece up? I'm very confused by this whole sequence here. He played bishop h2 like it was the most natural thing to do in the position. So I do believe that I'm just a piece up. I don't know, sometimes it confuses me. Once I'm a piece up, I no longer know what to do with myself. Because I do know that I'm completely winning, but if they make the moves like confidently enough, like bishop takes h2, followed by knight f6 and queen b6, then it can greatly rattle me. Because I'm thinking, what am I missing? I'm a piece up and pawn. There's nothing. So why is he doing all this? Then I get upset or confused and I lose. Nah, I'm not being perfectly fair here because Olaf's position after rook e1 was fairly horrible anyway. So it's not like he could have done a lot of things. But yeah, if they just keep making normal moves, sometimes I feel like, but I'm a grandmaster. Don't you believe I can win with a piece and stuff up? And once these thoughts start creeping into my head, that is the only chance that I might not win. Because you stop focusing on the game. And the mark of any good technician is to stay focused, even though you know you're winning. Like here, I still don't know. What am I supposed to do? But I'm not thinking about how can I win. I'm just thinking about how can I make Olaf resign? Why is he playing on? And that's very unhealthy train of thought to have. The train of thought will take you there. Bishop f6 was another one of these moves, like, yeah. Played in the let's go home vein, but completely pointless. See, I'm displaying a lot of character flaws here in this very game. That's just, yeah, this. If people just have this surefire way of continuing the game, I just don't know what to do with it. What could happen here? I don't know. And still, he's confidently, quietly making good moves. I don't get it. Don't get me wrong, this is not me complaining about Olaf playing on. This is more of my internal... It's not even a dialogue. It's the voices in my head, what they tell me in these positions. Sometimes I can get very rattled if he's just piece on the pawn down and he makes these quiet moves and I'm thinking, what happened? What am I missing? As for the resigning part, I normally don't care at all because I always thought that anybody can resign whenever they want to. In tournament games, what bothers me is if somebody's completely lost and they think for a long, long time. Like that, then it feels like you're wasting everybody's time. But in blitz games, you never really have that feeling. And I never get mad if people don't resign. Here, you know, he could hope for rook h8, queen h3. See, there's already scenarios where things could go wrong for me. So Olaf would have been justified in playing on. However, I did anticipate that plan and stopped it by going d6. Thanks for the game, Olaf 146. And sorry for the weird commentary. Shall we play another one? I have a feeling I should grab some water and have my first toilet break soon. But before we do that, we play against DXB Chess from the United Arab Emirates. I can't recall having played anybody from the United Arab Emirates, so that's a first, or at least as far as I can remember. Let's see, what DXB Chess. What does DXB stand for? Is that like a Dubai code? No, DXB? Probably not, right? DXB. Ah, it is Dubai Airport. Ah, okay. Maybe DXB Chess is not around. I'll start the 5-second countdown now by staring at this number. Once it hits 0, I'm gonna have to abort. Sorry, DXB Chess. I'm sure there will be more opportunities. Let's play our boy Poker Mocker. I'm sure I've speculated about that username in the past. Maybe he mocks poker, or he mocks Pokemon players, or he is a poker player that likes to mock. It's not clear what it means exactly, but I will try to not make this game a mockumentary of people playing blitz. Bishop g5 is not a great move. It's better after knight f6 because after bishop d4, d5, bishop g5, both h6 and f6 are legit options. Knight c6 always strikes me as weird in any position because you're blocking. Not any position, but any d4, d5 position. Because you're blocking your c-pawn, which you can use to fight in the center or to support your own center. So I'm not big on knight c6. Wouldn't call it a mistake. It's a fine developing move. But it always strikes me as odd. Also, the system for white is d4, d5, knight c3. It just doesn't match my beliefs about the game of chess. g5, very aggressive, but I understand that Poker Mocker was looking for a way to make sense of his knight c6 move. And there g5 followed by bishop g7 actually sort of fits in. Preparing e5 maybe. We'll find out. What's up in the chat? Kuzma asks, what is your IQ, Jan? I don't think I've ever done one of these tests. I don't think I'm very smart, but I'm confident I'd get double digits. I didn't mean double digits. I've never bought this IQ thing. Has anybody ever looked into it? I'm sure tons of people have. But they say you can't practice for it, but that's nonsense, right? You can practice for stuff. As chess players, we know that you don't get good at chess all of a sudden, or you can't take a chess test and it will stay the same of your life. The more you learn about stuff, the better you get, right? This IQ stuff, isn't it? What is it? It's like math problems and linguistic problems and then like this geometry stuff. I'm pretty sure you can practice for those things. But no, I've never taken one. But I'm very smart. Did I just say I'm not that smart a minute ago? Then I changed my opinion to me very smart. Bishop to b5. I'm not so sure about it. c4 is what I originally wanted to do, but then knight b4 started annoying me. I don't know if I have to go knight a3. I'm not happy. So I thought bishop b5 made some sense. It's also always a topic after this early g5 when you want to throw in h4, sort of chipping away at the structure a bit. And I've decided now is the time I want to do that. because now he can no longer go bishop g7. Or he could, but then g5 would drop. Well, if he goes g4, which seems natural, then knight e5 attacks this pawn, while hopefully increasing the pressure against this fragile queenside. People keep repeating that, in my opinion, myth, even though I've never looked into the topic, so I'm probably just talking out of my head here, that you can't practice for IQ tests because it's too random. I don't believe that at all. But I'm sure someone has actually thought about that topic before. As chess players, the one thing you learn is that, you gotta put in the hours to be good at anything. I also read a book, and normally I repeat that opinion to anybody that wants to listen or not. I read a book by the title Talent is Overrated, that was arguing that, well, mainly was arguing you gotta put in the hours, but also, and I do agree with that, even though, once again, I have no way of knowing, that things like IQ are not that relevant for becoming very good at something. They might help you to, get into the basics more quickly if we are assuming IQ is a real thing, which I'm not sure about, as I mentioned. But later on, to get the specialist knowledge, it's always putting in the hours, and there it doesn't matter that much, in my opinion, and in the book's opinion, how quote-unquote smart you are, or talented, or whatever word you want to use. However, once again, these are just random opinions that I'm not overly educated on. Wayne Thompson 96558 says, Jan, have you watched Iron Fist or Daredevil? I'm gonna assume, because of the context, that you mean Daredevil, the Netflix show, not the movie with Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck, by the way, both Batman and Daredevil, not a bad track record. I wanna go checkmate. Yeah, I've started watching Iron Fist. As mentioned, it's not very good. And wow, that is sweet. Pokemocker, sorry, my dear boy, you should not have allowed that. And there might be some mocking during your next poker session because of this game. But it's always a pleasure to go knight f6 checkmate. What was I talking about? I've watched Daredevil season 1 and a bit of season 2. I got a bit bored in season 2 at some point. Season 1 is good if you're into whatever. Netflix, superhero movies, superhero series. Very watchable. Iron Fist is not very good. That is the short version. Jessica Jones and Daredevil, very watchable. I didn't finish Luke Cage. I only saw the first 2-3 episodes. Still on the to-do list if I ever find more time. Because, life be changing. Less time for superhero shows these days. But yeah, Daredevil and Jessica Jones are both fine. I will go for my brief toiletry. Nah, that's not the word. My brief toilet break and try to find something non-coffee to drink, or maybe more coffee. I'll be back with you guys in no time. Let me once again change the color of the clock here so it shows up. Here you go. We'll be back any second, any minute, let's say. Bye bye. And we're back to that's not even part 2, it's still very much part 1 of our 72-hour Blitz Marathon, featuring yours truly, who let me put up, oh, there we go, featuring Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, who likes to talk about himself in the third person and stare at his face over there, because I can't see myself in the camera, but I can see myself here. That's why you always get this weird look. And who else was it? Lawrence Trent and Luke Van Valey. Star-studded program here for you guys. We still have 2 days and 22 hours, 30 minutes left, so I believe that's a little more than 72 hours. Without further ado, let's get back to the crushing. I lost the very first game, then won a bunch of games, so it's been up and down. Let's see if I can crush Blah Bloop. Oh, what's going on here? This is still the old game against Poker Mocker. 1 second. Here we go. Something's off. It looks like the game has now begun. Supreme competition is about to begin above the rim. After d4, knight f6, c4, g6, I never know what to do. I often play g3, I often play knight c3, I sometimes play f3, which Blah Bloop seems to be more than ready for. The point, of course, is that after d5, there is no knight to be exchanged on c3, so you can chase this knight away. However, f3 is not ideal in all the lines, and it has a big body of theory, this line now, very popular at the highest of levels. Here after long castles, queen d6 is the cool thing to do when, yeah, whatever. A lot of theory here. Rook d8, knight b5, queen d7, and then I'm gonna have to go into my what's the word I'm looking for? Memory bank. Try to figure out how this is done. Well, Blah Bloop seems to be very much in book here, blitzing out moves left, right, and center. I can never remember things. Was I supposed to go knight a3 or knight c3? No, I think knight c3 is fine, right? I do know that after a6, dc6 leads to some endgame where black is a pawn down but has full compensation, so you're supposed to go somewhere. But that is about the extent of my knowledge about these things. A lot of abouts in that sentence. Knight a5. I could still remove my queen somewhere, but I'm a bit curious if I can go here. I don't dare to go bishop b6, cb, b4. Might win material, but probably doesn't after queen c7, and if it doesn't, you're just lost on the spot. So, long story short, I'll go here and see what happens. I do believe that instead of knight a5, knight e5 is more common, or queen e8. I think queen e8 is the modern main line. But, you know, I don't really know stuff. Or I do know stuff, but it's like this dangerous half knowledge where I know bits and pieces, but it's not like I have a wide repertoire that I would rely on here. You know? Probably don't know. Now you know. I once played not this exact position, but something very similar against, who was it? I think a Brazilian grandmaster. And yeah, it was a strange game. Now after e5, it's become more tempting to go after the piece. But I still shouldn't do it. Bishop b6, cb, b4. The problem now is the knight goes back to c6, and I still don't win material. So I should be happy with having provoked e5, which blocks out his most dangerous piece, this dragon bishop or king's Indian bishop on g7, and continue normally. Of course, a knight can hop into c4, but one knight alone should not really do that much damage yet. Or at least I hope it won't. It's like blah bloop sunk into a very deep thought here. And yeah, I guess there's been games even with this stuff, but as far as I know, after knight c3 is supposed to go queen e8 nowadays. Here, knight ac4, it's always a tricky decision if I want to take this or if I don't. I have a feeling the knights might step all over each other if I just leave it there. Therefore, I'll ignore it for now. Keep that option in reserve. Go queen c1. Maybe I want to go b3 in the near future. Maybe not. This knight has a decent square, but I have a feeling it's good to leave this knight on b6 alive, which is not very well placed. Then one day I want to get my own play going. Go h4, maybe followed by h5. Or if black goes h5, maybe knight h3. Opt for this g5 square. Those positions are very, very complicated, but I normally have a good feeling about white's chances. Yeah. He goes knight d6 voluntarily, and why not? Now after h4, I don't know, the other knight could hop in here, or maybe it's more productive to go knight a4, which I would take, and then probably, yeah, knight a4 played. And then probably I have time to go h5 and decide about the proper route for this knight later. Knight e2, knight c3 looks very logical. But it doesn't seem like I have to rush that. First, I'll try to open the h-file. Get my rook on h1, something to do. It's always nice to get a rook developed without actually moving it. Not exactly checkmate here, but, you know, lingering presence, this rook. Now it's time for developing some pieces. Yeah, I think I'll take this way. Strategically, my position is quite good now, because his pawns are weak. And this bishop is not very active. That's the price you pay for going e5 earlier. All these shenanigans I'm doing now are much harder if this bishop patrols this diagonal. Well, here, am I winning material? I like winning material. Queen a5, b4. And the queen might be a little short in the square department. Yeah, it might end up trapped. And I could say, yeah, it's soon this bigger picture thing. If you play well strategically, the tactics favor you. But, you know, a lot of the stuff is random too. And Blablob decides to give up the queen for a rook. But I'm pretty strong with queen versus the rook and flagging chances. Therefore, Blablob decides to resign. Can't blame him. Yeah, interesting game. As mentioned, I'm a little shaky in my theory here. I believe the current fashion is queen e8. And white also puts his queen somewhere at e1 or c1 with a weird game ahead. A lot of strong challenges here. Where are my putzes at? I do have this theory that Chess24 premium members are stronger than average on chess sites, not because they're so smart, but because a lot of the material, not always according to a deep plan, a lot of the video series are aimed at a stronger audience. This has historically grown like that. So for strong players, there's even more to be gained from that premium membership, even though, of course, I do believe that everyone can gain from it a great deal if you're trying to improve your chess. But that is my theory. I'm not sure. I don't think it's been confirmed, or I've never seen any numbers on the average strength. But it does seem to me like the premium members are stronger than average members here, like rating-wise. Or of course you could argue that they're winning all this rating because they're studying so much. Or because they're sleeping so much, because Aura Chess seems to be taking a nap. And once again, countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, oh sorry. Aura Chess. Aura Chess. What about haha 44? Oop, what is going on here? There's all kinds of weirdness going on. Now it looked like there was it was a previous game. I don't know. Here we are against Haha 44 from the USA. E4, C6, another Caro-Can. And I'll stick with this. C5 is another theoretical move here, but I never trusted it instead of bishop f5. So I'll go with this. And here, nowadays I don't think they play c5 as much. They tend to prefer slower approaches like knight d7, knight e7, h6 stuff. Because c5, bishop e3, that's the main line. It seemed like things were dangerous for black recently. But me being the simpleton that I am, I still like going for an early c5. Now the problem with, not so much with c5, but with this knight b to c6 move is that sometimes it's hard to find proper squares for both your knights. So even after c5, people like to go knight d7 and then opt for the c6 square with the other knight. Because now I have to, yeah, you can see, do some slightly artificial things to get this knight into the game. However, on the plus side, if I manage to get away with all of this and finish development, my pieces will have pretty nice jobs around the center. Bishop h5 I thought I can get away with. If he goes g4, I can go knight takes e3, Zwischenzug, and then save the bishop. Well, if he goes bishop f4, well, I'm going to be very upset, and then I'll think about it. a3, fair enough. Typical move for these structures. Preparing b4 as usual. I could actually... Nah, but that's not how I roll. Nah, I'll develop a bit. I was going to say I could go a5, fight against this b4 move, but I didn't want to. Blablob says he thinks Peter Sviller recommends knight c3, the move I played in our game. However, he didn't remember any further. Yeah, like I said, I do believe that nowadays queen e8 is more common than knight to a5, but I also would not claim tremendous expertise on that. I'm talking about the last game I played, this Grunfeld against Blablob. Here, knight b3 strikes me as an odd move, because after queen b6, I'm threatening c4 when b2 could fall. If you have to take on c5, you're ruining your pawn structure pretty much for good. And you don't want to do that normally. Well, here, once again, the greedy majesty is going after Mr. b2. Boris b2. I understand it's in some circles it's frowned upon to grab that pawn. But it's a pawn. And here there's even more pawns to be taken. Queen c1 might be the best move, but not what you want to do, having to exchange that queen. But I do think it's the best move, because rook c1, I was going to go bishop a3, keeping the pressure up. Well, queen c1, at least, you managed to keep your material the way it is now. However, black is a pawn up with the two bishops and an excellent, more or less, winning position. So can't complain too much. Can still complain a little. Ugh, why is this game still going? Why did he find the strong queen c1? What have I done to deserve having to play on here? But as I said, can't complain too much. I should think of some sort of plan at some point. Probably a6, b5. First no plan. Let's keep this bishop safe. Probably a6, b5, b4 is a typical plan to undermine things. If he goes a6, a5, this pawn should be a weakness, bishop d8, and I can take it eventually. Yeah, it's a tough position to play for Haha 44. The Haha part I get, what's the 44 part? Is that your H, your YOB, your... I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You trying to checkmate me on the G file, or maybe not. He's just trying to hang in there, and I can't blame him for that. Even though I probably will blame him for that again. Please don't checkmate me, sir. Or ma'am. Is 96 a threat? Doesn't look like much of a threat, but it could be like a micro threat. Problem is h4 is hanging, so you should go h5 first, but now my bishop is on a safer square. Not sure I'm doing this right. h6 and more headaches to come, but I still think I'm winning. Winning-ish. Winning is too strong. Winning adjacent. Had to safeguard the king side there for a bit. Now my king looks like a fairly happy camper. I was going to put on h7, but then I thought, okay, in the future, knight might give a check here. That's actually not what I want, so I might as well continue with my own agenda here immediately. Go b4, put a rook on a2. Breakthrough. Let's get the job done. Pin. Pinterest.com. Nah, I'm not sure if that is a chess site. Even though I normally have a great interest in pinning. And haha, number 44 does resign. Thank you for the game, haha. Let's play against Otto Pings. Oh, Otto Pings? All toppings? Otto Pings from Spain. Are you not around, Mr. Otto? Hard to blame people during Banterthon for not being around the whole 72 hours and still challenging. But that's why I have to have a quick abort policy. Because there's so many people that are excited to, oh, see, I will gonna abort any second. And then Otto pings. Pinged right in there and went for the move 1 e4. Time for another e5. That's what I do best. Yeah. e5 arena. What is this? d4 ed and now bishop b5? That's a move order I've literally never seen. Knight f6 I'm sure transposes to some Spanish theory. Can I do better than that? Interesting. Got me all confused here, Mr. Otto Pings. I'll go bishop c5, just, defend the pawn for now and see what this is all about. He's blitzing the moves out like they're part of the plan. D takes c, knight g5. None of this makes a whole lot of sense to me, but I'm still slightly scared because whenever you run into one of these gambits you've never seen before, you might just get checkmated. Okay. If I castle, how do I get checkmated? Let's play normal moves and see if there really is a checkmate. Maybe there is. Ah, it's not checkmate, you just want that back. Fair enough. At least I didn't get checkmated, so I can breathe a sigh of relief and say, interesting, weird little line. I'm sure it doesn't work, none of these gambits ever work, but the first time you see them, they can pose some problems. And here white has definite compensation. While Otto Pings is probably still in his personal little gambit book. I am a pawn up, but this attack is fairly strong. So I can't claim I handled this expertly. However, it looks like we're finally out of book, which maybe helps my chances, maybe not. I'm actually in real big trouble. So maybe it doesn't help my chances that we're out of book. I'm gonna have to think. Of all things. I'm not sure if you know much about me, but if you do, one thing I strongly dislike is having to think. Like, you know, talking nonsense and blitzing up moves and looking all clever, I'm okay with that, but this having to think real hard, doesn't do it for me. Yeah, this kind of stuff I can do, like, fork. He forked up, that's my wheelhouse. But like having to think real hard in dangerous positions, not what I excel at. Microsoft Excel. I'm more of a took pawn. That wheelhouse. Thinking real hard, Anyway, what's going on? I grabbed an exchange. There is still care to be taken, still attacks to be defended against. But having grabbed some things gives me some margin for error, which is nice. I have a feeling I might have to return the exchange after bishop h5, queen g5, maybe a queen f6. I have a feeling I should not be too greedy for once. Because sometimes greed is bad. Apollo greed. I could also go knight e5. I'll think about it in due time. How to defend there. Nah, probably I'll err on the side of greed once again and go bishop h5, rook f6. See, just as I was talking myself into returning material. Nah, I'll keep it all. Mine, my precious, must keep exchange. Knight d2, fair enough. Let's get some pieces into play. I want to go knight e5. I'm slightly concerned about queen a3 when my bishop looks a little stranded on whatever square it's currently at. a2, I believe, is the expert term for it. So yeah, things still aren't so clear. And with a very heavy heart, I will offer this exchange up to pay for my sins. Because now after queen a3, as an example, I'd go bishop f7 and white could take the exchange back. But the position would simplify. Knight c4, where's that going? I could take, don't have to obviously, but I will. This bishop is a bit dumb on a2 anyway, so let's get rid of it. Still looks like white has a good attacking position, but I have a feeling I collected enough material and I have enough resources to weather the storm, because I can always return my pawn or two and still have an overwhelming material advantage like here. Therefore, I should not be too concerned. But certainly interesting stuff by Otto Pinks. Has his own gambit line. I thought you always think by now I must have seen all the e4, e5 nonsensical, no offense meant, all the weird e4, e5 gambits. But there's always a new one just around the corner. And I have a feeling I'll never catch up and know them all. It's like Pokemon Go, which I've never played. Don't get the wrong idea. But my material advantage keeps growing. You know what? I don't believe in hiding behind enemy pawns. I'll take this guy. And probably regret it instantly. Why did I take this guy? Oh, man. A rook is a rook. I should try not to blunder some rook e5, queen f8 business, and he should try not to blunder this, even though for him it matters less, because he was already rook down. But yeah, interesting gambit opening by Otto Pinks. As I said, I don't think it works, but for one game, these things are always dangerous, if you've never seen them before. Thanks for the game, Mr. Pings. Shall we play maybe somebody else? Maybe Mr. Johann Wilhelm Möbius. He's been around a lot of the Banter Blitz scene recently. Mr. Möbius. Here we go. D4. He goes knight f6, and it's time for another Trumpovsky. D5 is the best move. And nowadays they don't really go bishop f6 anymore. But you go e3 and you say, you know what? If you want to go c5, we'll get down and dirty and we'll talk. But if you don't, I might just quietly get my pieces out. But you can't mess with Johann Wilhelm. Big student of the game, this guy. dc5, knight c6. He knows them all. See? Can't fool Johann Wilhelm. Sometimes this is another thing I do. I get upset when people don't know their openings, but I get even more upset when they know their openings. Like, why do you know such things? This obscure sideline, Johann Wilhelm Möbius. Why would you know this? Queen a5 followed by e6. I clearly don't know this anymore, even though I should know this, because this is a line that Carlsen played against Kayakin in their World Championship match. I think in the very first game, like Queen a5 check probably wasn't played by Kayakin, instead e6 was played, but Queen a5 check followed by e6 looks very logical as well. I'll try to hang on to the pawn, maybe grab this pawn too, see what happens. Bishop g7, can I go b4 or is queen b5 a problem? It doesn't look like much of a problem. Yeah, I think I can go b4. Now I should probably get some pieces out at some point. Sometimes you just have to develop some pieces. Even though it hurts, and Johann Wilhelm keeps making good moves. Don't you hate it when that happens? I have a feeling I'm going to blunder my queen, either on b4 or on d4. I'll just stop paying attention for half a move, and the queen will be gone, because it's hanging. See, like here. I have a feeling that's going to happen. But it didn't, because I wasn't time to move it away. I don't think I'm better. My pawns are so crippled that my bad pawn structure, combined with black's two bishops and late in development, should provide full play. But, you know, life goes on. Johann Wilhelm is playing too well, though. I don't like that. Don't like it one bit. Still have a feeling I'm going to blunder my queen to some trick. Here, I'm already willing to give the pawn back. That's how unhappy I am. I offered this pawn back. Maybe I could have tried to hang on to it a bit more. But sometimes there's got to be limits to excessive greed, even for me. Queen c5 looks normal, but then after ed, I don't think I'm better, but I thought at least I'd spoil his pawn structure as well. ed, rook d1, or something along those lines. With a complex position. More coffee. How much coffee is it healthy to drink? Any baristas out there? I'm not sure if baristas are the most educated people on that topic. How much coffee should I drink during a 72-hour Banterthon? I saw this line. I even saw that after knight d6, knight g6, I'm losing an exchange. I thought it doesn't matter so much. What I missed was that after knight d6, queen takes c5 is unpleasant. Once again, Johann Wilhelm Möbius is outplaying me, which is very confusing and unpleasant. But what can you do? Win on time is normally plan A. Oh, yeah, too strong. Now all my pawns are weak. I don't understand. takes on a2. Yeah, I don't really have anything to show for the material. So what can you do? Just try to play fast. Played after 28 seconds, so not exactly super fast. But, you know. Knight g6, another strong move. That is not a surprise. The question is, how can I create enough confusion to hang in there? Probably there's no way. Queen f3, keeping an eye on these things. It's all bad. Troublesome times, kid. Bishop e5 now. Or just this. Why do I always have to get crushed? It's very sad. Who are you, Mr. Johann Wilhelm Möbius? I know that's not a real name, or not your real name. Why are you so strong? Can't take this? Ugh. No, I'm all punch drunk. Okay. I have to win on time, like I mentioned. That has to be plan A. Not that it's not always plan A, but especially now. Must win on time. Let's do the body count. I'm a pawn down, have 0 compensation for that missing pawn. And his pieces are very active. On the plus side, I'm half a minute up. So the question is half a minute worth the full pawn? Normally I'd say no. But you never know. The more he keeps thinking about the issues here, the higher the worth of that pawn gets. He keeps playing very well, which is a pity. But tick-tock. Now, quality of the moves is going down slightly, which is good news for me. Still not exactly winning, though. I shouldn't catch up on the clock, at least. Trying to figure out some trick, but I can't even see any tricks, which is a pity. I'd love to have a trick. No tricks for me. Must rely on the flexpertise. As usual, that's what it comes down to. No more grandmasterly insights, just who can make moves faster. Bishop b8, very deep. Probably doesn't work at all, but you know, I'm trying to make moves faster. Checkmate is coming. Actually, let me change. And Johann Wilhelm Möbius resigns. Another very strong outing by Johann Wilhelm Möbius. Yeah, in the end, things started going downhill a bit, but he did outplay me for the bigger part of that game. All right, let's play somebody else. What about our curious friend, Mr. Niels Roh? Mr. Niels Roh. What does Niels Roh stand for? Is Niels your first name and your last name starts with Roh? Like Niels Robertson? I don't know, but that does sound like a convincing explanation to me. G3 is not the move I play here most of the time, but it's certainly a playable move. And we get a Catalan, not a staple in banter blitz practice. But not a bad line, good old Catalan. Still around, still popular, with all the top guys almost. Kramnik, of course, mainly responsible for the Catassons. But everybody else has been playing at Wesley so recently, won some very nice Catalan games. It's here to stay. I've never been much of a Catalan specialist. I'll play it occasionally, and I feel like you almost have to have it in your repertoire to be flexible. But I'm not a big expert. Rook e8 is not what they normally do so early. Normally they want to go b6, bishop b7, rook c8 in such lines. Rook e8, yeah, you're not sure if you need that. And this tempo could be used for something else later, maybe. Do I go e4 here? That's one big question I always have about all Catalan positions. I never understand when is this good and when can I just go d, e9, e4, c5 and be fine. Probably this is one of these situations where he can just go d, e9, e4, c5 and be fine actually. And he does. Feeling like a kid on a long car trip already, where every 2 minutes I'm gonna think, how long till we get there? And stare at the clock. And then I'm gonna think, oh, 5.5 hours, still a bit. But you gotta enjoy the process. I haven't gotten anything out of the opening against Niels Rohe here. Nothing at all, really, which is a bit disconcerting. I have a feeling we're in for a very whiny hour. Like, I'll start playing worse and blame everybody but myself about the deteriorating play. Opponent disconnected. Wow. Will I catch a break? Will I win one by disconnection? Those are my favorites. No, he made a move. Don't play with my feelings like that. I'm wondering if I have any tricks like d5, but connected to d5, but I can't really get them to work. And yeah, I don't know what to do. Long story short, I could pretend to have some deep grandmasterly thoughts, but I'm just winging it really. I'll take here and then hope something good happens to me. Bishop c5, maybe knight g5 is a bit more of a nuisance for him, so I'm guessing he should go queen takes c5 when I have zero idea what to do. What could I do? I could always go knight e5 and then bishop g2, king g2, play something like that. But it looks very close to égalité. Anything else? Don't really see it. No, I'll do this, but I'm not happy, as you might be able to tell from the general whininess. What's up, chat? Jan, did you watch Lost? I did watch Lost. I'm not sure I watched it till the end. I got confused at some point when I started with the time traveling and all the nonsense, but the first 2-3 seasons, they had my full attention. I did enjoy it. And Shadowmate will disappear into the shadows for a while, but he's threatening to be back. Hasta la vista, Shadowmate. As for this position, I have a feeling it's equalish. He should probably go, well, b5 looks strong too. Why are you so strong? I was going to say you should probably go queen c7, queen b7, but b5, good move too. Everyone's playing stronger than me now. It's very upsetting. Very, very upsetting. Because don't be fooled by my casual demeanor. I'm a highly qualified chess grandmaster. Do I take with a pawn? Ah, no, it's a weak pawn, but I feel like I should probably control the c4 d5 square. And maybe in the distant future I can argue this is a passed pawn. Didn't really enjoy any of the options I had, but I have a feeling I'm outclassed once again here. Queen b6, another very strong move. Bishop d4, either queen b7 or bishop c5. I think just... Same strategy as always. Try not to blunder too many things, and then plan B. It's always the same. I know it's a bit dull, but it's quite effective. Except for the first game today, where my flagger instincts were not fully awake yet. Now they're in full swing. They're on display in all their beauty. And I can't even pretend I'm slightly better, whatever, passed pawn, blah, blah, blah. Active pieces, T-file, blah, blah, blah. I just wanna win on time. I just wanna fleck you, baby. You must speed up, Niels Roh. It won't help, but come on. Give me a run for my fleck cash. Always makes me very sad when I start like creating one of these awkward sentences and then halfway through it I realize I won't be able to finish it. The train of thought gets stuck. And Niels Roh does resign. Yeah, the time situation did not look good there. Thanks for the game, Mr. Niels Roh. All right. Shall we play more chess games? What about Kuzma? Mr. Kuzma, would you please be my mayor? Will I play another of these pelicans? Let's do it. This will be my Pelican brief episode, where I briefly played a lot of Pelican. Hang on, I used to do this and then knight c2, rook b8 anyway. Do they still do that, or is that in trouble because of... My point was I want to stop both h4 and a4, but probably they go a4 anyway. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That theory might have advanced here without me. Maybe you don't go knight takes b4, since he thought there for a second. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, I'm out of book. Doesn't look like Kuzma's out of book. So that's bad news. I think... What do I think? I think I shouldn't think too much. Queen b6, queen a4 check. Bishop d7, queen a6. Nah. Have I done something wrong? What have I done to deserve this? Something's gone wrong. Tough cookies. I don't know what to do after queen d6. I just couldn't find a better move. I was thinking queen d6, bishop e7, queen e5, and then something, castle, and pretend it's all part of the master plan, or something along those lines. But not particularly happy. Unhappy. Very unhappy. That's what you get for not staying in touch with Pelican theory. Didn't get my Pelican briefing recently. How much Pelican brief material can I throw in here? I should probably spend my time trying to figure out what to do about this, but I already decided that I'm gonna wing it, play this in castle, and hope for the best. In it to wing it. I hope I didn't give too many pawns. I kind of feel like I did give too many pawns. But what's done is done. Now the problem is I need another bathroom break. And I just took one. But you know how it is. Once you open the floodgates. Is that the expression? Probably not. Hanging around. My hopes for survival are connected with the fact that b2 might be a little weak, and if he goes, well, let's say bishop a6, maybe I have some move like bishop a3, then bishop b2, a3. With counterplay, knight e7 might be good, but then rook e7, and at least I can still more or less get to b2. So I thought maybe things aren't that easy. I could be wrong though. Queen d4, I guess I should take. Yeah, it's probably another good move. I have a feeling it's make good moves hour, which not my favorite hour of the day. Still, as long as the a-pawn is alive, at least counterplay is there. I'm not sure it's objectively enough for I'm doing well or anything, but at least there's hope. Bishop c4. I want to go like something brutal like bishop c5, queen c5, rook e4, but I'm not sure that works at all. Let's think about it though. Nah, knight e3. End of thought. It's a pity though, because I really want to do it. Want to do it, can't do it. Nope. What can I do? Could go bishop b5, some move like that. But it's not as inspiring. I don't know, couldn't see anything good. Felt like this was the moment to do something cool. But this wasn't it. Sorry if I let you down. Trust me, I'm just as disappointed myself. Yeah, not a fan. I haven't really counted material. I have a feeling I'm a pawn down. Yep, that feeling can be confirmed by actually counting. And I'm not sure I have enough for it. I would have liked to go bishop f8 first, but then I was concerned about bishop b5, ab, c4, targeting this rook on b2, so I thought I should probably take the time to defend it, but that made it harder to... Whatever, let me make a move and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty. Bishop f6, takes, bishop b5, ab, knight d5 back, and I haven't achieved anything. I don't know, man. Oh man, really need to urinate. This is tough. Maybe I should slow down with the coffee intake. I'm being informed that my counting is a little off. Wow, who knew? It's even pawns. How did I not manage to count that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this is 5. Then I should feel less bad about life, right? I've always struggled with these pawn count things. The knight goes back, which at least means his previous move was not a great success, so now I got my wish for free. What was my wish again? I'm sure I had some wish. I had to go bishop f8, so it can't be captured. And that should allow me to do something active. Something outdoorsy. Queen h4, keeping an eye on f2, targeting e4. You know, that kind of thing. Knight b4. The name of Nigel Short's band. But maybe not a good move. Not kidding, by the way. That is the name of Nigel Short's band. Night Before. He's really concerned about that a3 pawn. He wants to win it at all costs. So I should try to drive the price up. Or I could do something like this. I'm not sure if that's very wise, but, you know, keeps the pawn around at least. Oof, no, it wasn't very wise because I blundered this, followed by rook takes a3, which is embarrassing. These things I should be able to spot, even with the current state of my bladder. This I'm a little embarrassed by. So from a more or less winning position that I had 2 moves ago, I now have the thankless task of defending this and exchange down. Not happy, but mainly need to urinate. And that overrules the other unhappiness issues I'm dealing with here. But the main thing is I really need to urinate. And I'm sorry about that, Kuzma, but I did attack your queen. I said Gardet was all fair and square, and I'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I feel much better, and I've decided, first of all, to get this slightly disgusting mug out of the frame, and then to change my beverage of choice. For a while at least, I'll lay off the coffee, so I can get back to crushing all of you. What about this guy? FIDE Master? FIDE Masters are in the Banterthon? Kickers fan. I have a feeling I recently played Kickers fan and flagged him very cruelly, something like that. So maybe he's holding a grudge. Duke Crusher saying, Jan, only been going for 2 hours and already not playing well. In my defense though, I really needed to urinate. And as for the second part of your sentence, at this rate, even I could beat him. Nah. There is like a bottom level that I will sink to. But I'll still crush you, Duke Crusher. Just like you crushed the Duke in any stage. And Kickers fan is not around, so I have to abort. As I said, I don't blame anybody during this Banterthon for not being around. It's hard to be around for 72 hours. But that's why I will abort more quickly as well. Let's play against Mr. Galactic. Intergalactic journey, 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 intergalactic. Smack My Bishop says, drinking coffee doesn't make you pee more than drinking water. Fact. That is true. I didn't really change the beverage to fight the urge of having to pee. I just figured, don't you know the feeling when you drink too much coffee? At some point, it doesn't really keep you sharp. It just makes you weird. And Galactic plays c6, which is a weird move, but I believe that's the move I gave in my video series. Am I correct about that? I can't remember things. No, I did give this in my video series. The point is bishop a5, and after c5, I think I gave c5 as most critical. I can't remember stuff. But c6 is an interesting move. That much I do recall. And I'm glad that Galactic seems to have watched my series. Point is after b4, bishop c7, this bishop is on a good diagonal. And after cd, sometimes you can go cd as well. So I have a feeling was I talking about something like this? I think I thought something like this was critical. Galactic, sinking into deep thought here. Let's see what he comes up with. I would guess e5 is a logical move to make when I'm not sure what I'll do. Probably just bishop g2. And queen d5. Wow, didn't see that coming. Maybe that's a smart move. Maybe a reason why I should have started with b4, bishop c7, and then g3. So if I have to go rook g1, I won't be too thrilled about it, but I can't see anything better, so I will. But yeah, good catch by Galactic that after g3, queen d5 is legal. Now I'm threatening b4, so he has to move his queen somewhere. That's probably worth even 2 tempi to stop me from castling. Let's say queen h5 here. I don't think this was a very good investment for me here. Queen f5. Well done, Mr. Galactico. Why are you all so strong? Knight g4. I'll try to cheat. If he goes knight g4, I'll just castle. See, I'll pre-move castles. Oof, I don't know what would happen with this pre-move. Let's find out. Maybe the program will allow me to castle. You never know. It's weird this pre-move is even allowed, isn't it? He does go knight g4. I was trying to figure out what's going on here without success, frankly. I wasn't sure if this worked for either of us. Let's find out. My pawn is knight f3, king f2, and I was hoping that I would win a piece. That's my hopes in a nutshell. Gimme. It looks like Galactic overdid it with the aggression. Queen d5 was good. But knight g4, knight h2, maybe too much. Because now not only is a piece down, my pieces are also very active. They will start horsing around. Hopefully. First, let's have a look at Mr. h7. Not sure about bishop e3, but I'm dreaming of sacrificial attacks with some rook h7 and the other rook coming to, and what's the square called? h1. Dreams are my reality. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I'm a fairly terrible singer. You might have noticed. This is asking for trouble, Galactic. How do I win? Knight e6, rook f7. Okay, something should win. Can I do better than that? I don't know. Let's do this, see what happens. Thinking face. Fe, whoa. All right, gimme. A rook is a rook. G4. Let's get this over with. I don't even want to fight with you, man. I'll leave you right where you stand. It is a bit worrying that I'm already reaching weirdness levels. Only, how long am I? Not even 3 hours in. It's a bit too early for that, frankly. I should also not mess this game up. I'm sure it's winning, but I'm not sure I've done very well over the last 1.5 moves. I missed King f7, to be honest with you. Too many enemy. How do we wrap this up? Anything wins, of course, but sometimes those are the worst spots. People say, and they're wrong, that there's nothing tougher than winning a winning position. But obviously they're wrong. It's much tougher to win a losing position, to win a drawn position. Winning a winning position is the easiest of all these things. But you still gotta take some care. Here, I don't want to run into any queen d2 checks, any of that nonsense. However, Galactic is giving me all of his pieces with check, so that does increase my chances. Sorry, Galactic, he spotted this queen d5, which was good, but then, yeah, I believe this knight g4, knight h2 was asking too much of the position. Thanks for the game. Some bits in there, which caught me off guard. All right, player number 5. No, I returnate. I will not go on for 72 hours without a single stop. We are 3. It's me, Luke van Wely, and Lawrence Trent. I'll go until midnight, then Lawrence Trent will take over for 8 hours, then Luke van Wely will take over for 8 hours, then I'll be back for 8 hours, and rinse and repeat. You get the idea. Player number 5. No longer around. Let's play another FIDE Chessmaster if he's around. I believe FIDE Chessmaster is the correct term. Black Falcon. Black Falcon, is that a Marvel character? Black Panther is a Marvel. Black Falcon is a dude who's friends with Ant-Man, right? Oh, and you're playing some weirdo move order. All of this effort just to get the Leningrad Dutch. Alright, whatever makes you happy, Mr. Falcon. Well, you know I'm not a big fan of the Leningrad Dutch, but I can never remember which line I wanted to play in what position. Like, do I want to go b3 against this and something else against queen e8? I always get my lines mixed up. But such is life. Is such life? I don't know. This looks familiar. Queen c7. Then there is line starting with rook c1. Queen a5 is possible. I'm guessing queen e8 is a move too. I've seen this before. I can't go into the details, but I've seen this before. I think some game. Buman Vallejo maybe? e5 takes, knight b5, queen d8, and more weirdness to follow. I hope it was this and I'm not blundering pieces left and right. That'd be embarrassing. But it does look vaguely familiar. Vaguely familiar. I think CB you're not supposed to do. I think you're supposed to go queen e7 or queen d8 with complications. Complicaciones. But, you know, my memory and all of that. We'll find out. Knight c5, b4 is of course the most obvious move. Bishop e5 also looks kind of tempting. And then queen b6. I'm not sure I'll be able to calculate this towards its rightful conclusion. Bishop d4, knight e4, b4, bishop d4. Ugh, too complicated. bc. Nah, too complicated. I'll go b4. The problem with b4 is it allows e4, restricting some of my poor pieces. But you can't have everything, as we've established today. Can't always get what you want. Probably bishop e5 was winning, but I didn't, yeah. Didn't feel qualified to calculate it all the way through. Queen e7, where do I go? Here, I guess, yeah? Yeah. I'm a pawn up. It's not the most powerful of pawns, and my pieces are a bit restricted, so things aren't that clear. Then again, it's better to be a pawn up than to be a pawn down. That's what I was taught. Bishop e6. I guess I should take that, no? Queen b3 is a bit excessive, maybe. I'm wondering if I should be concerned about queen takes a2 after queen c2. You know what? I choose to be concerned about it. That might be excessively greedy or passive. But as a wise man once said, pawns are forever. C2 or A1? C2 is more natural, I think. So, first order of business, only order of business really, is activating the G2 bishop. If I manage to do that, I'll have a very good position. Say rook c1, e3, bishop f1, bishop c4. Should get the job done, but of course he's allowed to make moves. I think he's always, after I made my move, he's allowed to make a move too. I believe that is the system. I could be wrong, I haven't checked for a while, but I do believe that is how it works. I'm also curious if I should give a check. Let's try. I don't like that check anymore. Why did I give that check? Should just have gone rook c1, bishop f1. That's my problem. I get distracted easily. I saw this line, rook c1, rook d1 check, bishop f1. And I thought, no harm done. But I'm no longer sure. Like, I'm sure I'm not losing any material, but how great this is. I'm no longer convinced. I think I could have done better. But don't we all think that once in a while? You make choices, then you think, ugh, could have done better. Rook c1, hang on, can I take another pawn? You know how I feel about pawns. Very strongly. Zwischenschach. Facepalm Chess is wondering, Jan, are you following some YouTube channels aside of chess? If so, which one would you recommend? No, I'm following podcasts, but no YouTube channels. So, sorry, no opinions whatsoever on that topic. What's going on here? 2 pawns up. That's good. Piece is a bit passive. That's bad. Yeah. I guess the good outweighs the bad here. E3 is a little harsh towards my bishop on, what's his square called? C1. But, we all have to make sacrifices for the greater good sometimes. He did get 1 pawn back, but I got my king somewhere else. So, once again, one of these trade-offs. This position is winning. Need a little patience, but now my bishops are operating at full capacity. And it should be very, very hard for black to hang around. Black Falcon. Did he resign? No, he lost on time. Sorry about that, Black Falcon. But in my defense, I like my chances in the final position too. Even before that. Anyway, good game. Always fills my heart with joy to win against the Dutch defense. All right. I clicked on somebody. I'm not sure who it was. Here we are. Mr. Skorvotsky from Canada. Sometimes you just gotta go for a good old d4, c4. Get the knight out. Play queen c2. Back to basics. Why is my rating only 2761? I've been winning games for hours. Really, this first game set me back. Hours. That's the problem with the Banterthon. Since normally per win, even though all you guys are very strong, I don't get a lot of points. Sometimes it takes a while to recover from a loss. It's very sad. Knight f3, c5, dc5 is an old pet line of mine, which I made a video series about. So I'm not sure. It's been a bit played out because a lot of people adapted it, and black has more or less learned how to deal with it. But it's still a very playable line if you're not looking for any risk and, well, less surprise value than it used to be, but still a little bit. Knight a6 instead of knight c6 is supposed to be the main move here. Knight c6, now I'm trying to get my pieces out. And compared to main lines, I have not committed to the move a3 yet. a3 is a useful move, but sometimes, you know, can be useful to save on it. Now after d5, we've transposed into some, what's called bishop f4, queen's gambit line. I think bishop e2 instead of rook d1 is actually my repertoire, but I can't remember. What is this? Oh no, this is my repertoire. Queen a5, a3, knight e4, cd, and so on, right? I think so. What's up, chat? Smashak. Jan, how's your Bundesliga playing going? Yeah, nothing special. I have 4 out of 5 against weaker opponents. Won 3 games with white, drew 2 with black, so... Yeah, 4.5 would be good, 3.5 would be bad, so 4 out of 5 is more or less where I'm supposed to be at. Nothing to write home about, but it looks like my team, Baden-Baden, is in a great position to win the league again this year, after, surprisingly, to everybody's surprise, because we always are the favorites. They didn't win last year, but this year we're 3 points ahead, and things are looking like the order has been restored. Skorvotsky is taking a lot of time to navigate the opening here. Thing is, once white manages to finish development like that, it's gonna be hard for black. I think instead of rook e8, he should have gone queen a5 castles. Maybe bishop takes c3. Mess the position up a bit, because now it's just gonna be tough. There's too many positional issues. cd5 might be a threat, bishop g5 might be a threat, a3 might be a threat. It's gonna be tough to play. Goes e5, pushing things. I could go cd, or I could go bishop g5. Both look good. I'll go cd. Point is, after ef dc, his queen is gonna be under attack, and no follow-up to that thought. Queen c7. I was getting a little concerned about queen b6 instead of queen c7. I wasn't sure what to do. Now I like knight b5. My point is, if he takes on c6, queen takes, bc, knight c7, forks his rooks, and should lead to material gains for me. Therefore, he has to go queen b6 now. But then, I don't know, takes and maybe knight c7 still possible. Well, here I did not see any particular compensation. Yeah, this is just winning. Exchange up, good pieces. 95, bishop f3, whatnot. Oh, just as I said it's just winning, I blundered back in exchange after g3. Could have gone bishop h3. I'm probably still winning, but wasn't strictly necessary. Should I stop blundering that exchange? No, now after bishop h3 I have knight c6, so that should be fine. Let's simplify. Sometimes all we need is to simplify a little bit. To force resignation. Skorvotsky, seen enough. Thanks for the game. Skorvotsky. Whoa, more strong opponents. Egan, 2-5-48. And I get the black pieces, e4, e5. Mr. Egan from Germany. Another Italian player. Looks like Italian is all the rage these days. All the cool kids are playing the Italian. Ugh, but not this line. That's not what the cool kids are doing, Mr. Egan. Or Eagon. This is, unless you go knight c3, which is kind of, it's a funny little line. this go? Takes... This line I do know, but of course I can't remember. D6, now they go G4. Oh no, they go here, alright. But this line doesn't work, right? I think this is one of these lines that's not supposed to really work. This one I do know. They blitz out rook e3, and now they're feeling very good about life, but I never fully understand why. If I don't blunder queen h5, queen h8, checkmate, why are you so happy here? Please tell me, Mr. Egan. And I've seen this many times, that people blitz into this position, and then they fall into deep thought, even though it's too late because they're lost. So it's confusing to me. And okay, I shouldn't make any grand proclamations of how winning it is, but I don't really get it. Is this all weird theory? Maybe it is. See? That's what I get for bragging about my skills of refuting stuff. Does this work? I can go long castles. The question is, how winning am I? And another question is, can I do better than that? I guess not. So what's going on here? He wants to go queen f7, e7, and I should stop him from doing that. The question is, can I? Maybe I can't. Maybe I bungled it. That's a bit embarrassing after all the trash talking I did about the opening, but I'm still not convinced. We'll find out. Queen f7, I do have queen f5, which I was hoping would be good. Yeah, bishop d3 is more logical, I have to admit. Oh yeah, this is a lesson. And apparently I have to learn over and over again. Keep your mouth shut about things you are not sure about. Like this bragging, how great my position was. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Still, what's going on here? Queen f6. Oh, here you can take an e7. No! Am I in trouble? Can that be true? That'd be very unfair. And it annoys me. I get annoyed about myself, obviously, but it annoys me when I lose to lines that I know are losing, because I know this line is total trash, but in order to get the message across, you gotta punish them and not refute them and instead get into trouble by being too full of myself. That is a problem. Anyway, interesting stuff by Egan. So, yeah, I'm worried. I think I'm in trouble. This e-pawn is too strong now. But I won't go down without a fight. Probably I will, but I'll talk about it. Oh, now my phone does stuff. I have no idea what I'm going to do after, let's say, queen f7. I couldn't figure out what to do. Here we go. d3, e7, d2, takes. Bishop c2, queen e1, g2, d1 queen, and I'm worse. Anything else I could do? Not really. e7 is coming. Winter is coming. I don't have a lot of checks either. Nope. Nothing to do. Sad. Oof, and I also blundered bishop f5 check. Oof, that's even worse. No, e7 just wins. Oh man, that's really sad. I mean, d2 bishop f5 check just wins on the spot. Does it? Yeah, it does. Not that hard to spot either. Nah, now I'm very mad at myself. I guess I could resign, but I don't want to. I know bishop f5 check wins. I'll just wait for him to make it. Ugh, that was dumb. But yeah, it's all karma. Yep. Do I resign or do I keep this going? King c7, e8 queen is really a serious problem. Nah, I can resign here. Good game, Mr. Egan, or Eagon. I'm not sure which one it is. Anyway, this line has been around forever and it's known to be bad. But yeah, gotta give credit where credit is due. He did confuse me here after queen a5 looks correct, hitting the rook. Queen f6, queen e1, bishop f1. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. Maybe he found a gap in my chink of armor, but I'm pretty sure people have checked this with computers. And yeah, as I said, I dislike losing to lines which I know are bad, but it's my own fault. I didn't manage to prove it. Good game, Mr. Egan. Let's play another game. Theory loss. That one's gonna get to me. Theory I'm supposed to know. Chess in town. Facepalm chess. A loss is refreshing once in a while. Nah, I'll never get used to them. I just like win, 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 win. Mr. Chess in Town. What does that mean? Your avatar looks like some 80s cartoon series. I'm not sure which one, but it does look like that. And chess in town. What are you doing? You go bishop b4 check, knight c3, and now bishop e7. Do you pre-move bishop e7, being sure I would go bishop d2? Not quite sure what happened there. But I'll take it. Now we have a queen's gambit thingy where I have an extra tempo, which should be worth something. What's that phone? Is anybody talking to us? Knight c6. I've talked about this earlier. Knight c6 always looks strange to me in any queen's gambit type of position because it blocks the c-pawn and it makes it harder to either use that c-pawn to fight against the white center by going c5 or to strengthen our own center by going c6. So knight c6 I always feel is, yeah, a bit of a concession. But of course it can be justified in many occasions. Levy is saying, "Hi Jan, thought you will make Banterthon with Luke, question mark. I will make Banterthon with Luke, but that does not mean that we're both gonna sit next to each other for 72 hours. But people are taking shifts. This is my first 8-hour shift. Then it's gonna be Lawrence Trent's 8-hour shift. Then it's gonna be Luke's 8-hour shift. Then rinse and repeat." Here CD5 is, yeah, causing some problems because, you know, horsey's hanging. A lot of discussion about the pocket square. Do you want me to clean my nose with it? Is that what you want? It's just, you know, it's a fashion accessory because I like to dress up for you guys, especially when I'm wearing, I think, clean t-shirt, but I haven't fully checked. It might be like half dirty, but I think it's cleanish. So I felt like I need a pocket square to go with it. And no, we will not see Radio Jan on this Banterthon session. He's busy. Josh Chess is saying, Jan, are you planning an opening clinic? Just for future reference, I never plan anything. Like, I'm planning to make it through this 72-hour Banter Blitz marathon. Then I'm planning to win the Thailand Open. But as for these other things, nah, I never have any plans. Which is a bit of a problem. Like, the strategic vision behind my doing random things or not doing them is not always there. But I'm sure we'll do an opening clinic again. And I understand I should never be so touchy about stuff. Not really touchy, I'm just, ugh. Can't I do this Banterthon in peace without having to think about the next thing? But it's you. No, it's not you, it's me. So, don't worry. We'll do an opening thing again. The last game, computer said queen e5 was a mistake. Queen e4 was winning because it avoids bishop d3. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, queen e4 is winning. Now I know that line is winning for black. That's why I get so mad at these trick lines. But if they work, like, they work. So I really can't complain. I can only get mad at myself. Here I am winning, of course. And yeah, queen e4, okay. Tactics. Thanks for the game. Chess in Town. Let's play Israel RH. What's the RH stand for? I do not know, but he does play E4. Time to go all modern. I'm not even 4 hours in and I'm already like sleepy. And it's not like a crazy time. It's 7:20. I'm normally awake at 7:20 p.m. Let's see what Israel RH has in store. This is a good move actually in this move order. If you have not played knight c3 yet, this bishop c4 followed by queen e2 is a pretty good system. I like it less with knight c3 because now I have all these knight takes e4 things. Bishop g4 is more effective. c6 threatening d5 is possible. So I like it less here with the knight on c3. But bishop c4, queen e2, and then a quick e5 is a very playable setup. Not sure if knight d7 is correct. You could also go e5 first, but it always feels smart to, you know, get the knight out of the way and then hope for cheapos. But no cheapos. Israel RH played a good move in queen d1. Now after e5, d5, I think I'm actually worse. d5 I like less. d5. f4. I'm slightly concerned about knight b1, which looks funny. I'm aware. Threatening c3. I have to do something clumsy, I guess, like c6, c3, knight b5, and then a4. Knight e2, not so scary because I can take. Knight b1 might have been a good move. So for this position, I don't know. Looks playable for black at the very least. Not sure how white should react. Maybe takes an f4. I don't know. Weird structure, but this bishop on c4 does not have a very clear job. So this looks quite playable for me. f3 is, of course, legal. I'll stake some claim on the queen side, king side. I have this weird mental thing where my brain can't tell queen side and king side apart from each other. Yeah, that's the end of the story. I could probably exchange queens, but I want to keep them on the board, and I want to leave the option open of going bishop h6 and exchange his good bishop for my bishop. See what happens then. Queen g3 looks like a bit of a mistake. f4, fairly typical move in these structures, but he was probably concerned about. I'm not sure actually, just a blunder. What can you do? These things happen. Israel RH sunk into deep thought here. I'll stop talking. So instead of Banterthon, we'll just call it ton for the rest of the way. Take ton. Thanks for the game, Israel RH. What else can we play? Who else can we play, rather? Sorry. And we're back. To play against Mr. Kalinka? I don't know which one it is. Hard to tell the L's from the I's apart. It's two L's, then an I. Probably because there's a dot on the I. And I'll play a line I've condemned more than once today. What's called Verisov. Not a very good move to knight c3. Kalinka goes e6, which kind of makes this move more plausible again. Even though now after d5 we're in the French, which I'm not an expert on. But hang on here. I could go e5, I'm guessing, no? Knight d5, queen g4. Can you do stuff like that? Let's find out. Bishop d3 or any normal move is, of course, quite possible as well. But I got curious about... Okay, queen g. Knight g8 just looks a little slow, if you ask me. Which probably you don't. But no one else is here. Literally, I think no one else is here. They left me all alone in the office. All alone in the danger zone. But Mr. Kalinka's opening play is a little provocative, to say the least. And I do not need any special invitation to grab these pawns, really. Not quite sure. Is this homework? To me, it looks like I'm just 2 pawns up for nothing. But I've been wrong before. I don't get it though. Still think I'm just 2 pawns up for nothing. D5. I'm already thinking about moving in for the final touches. Now let's get some pieces out. Sometimes a little development can't hurt. Not too much, but 1 or 2 pieces in play have never killed anybody. Probably not a true statement. Yeah. Game still goes on. Still don't see any particular compensation for black, but he did manage to avoid getting crushed in the opening. I never need any particular reasons to continue grabbing material, as you know. What am I up? Exchange on 3 pawns? Should get the job done. G8, do you want one of your pawns back? You know what? Cause it's you, Klinka. You can have this one. Not this one though. This H pawn is my favorite. They say you should love all your pawns equally, but I do disagree. Like Mr. Harry the H pawn. I think that's a Simon Williams thing. I wasn't aware of that, but it's been pointed out to me that Simon named him Harry the H pawn. This one is my favorite child. And as I said, I don't need any particular reasons to keep grabbing enemy pawns, ever. I quite like my chances here. I thought some passive-aggressive thinking might make Klinka resign, but that line of thought did not quite work. The train of thought will take you there. Good news for me is that I'm in exchange and 4 pawns up and will queen the H pawn. Therefore, Klinka does resign. Thanks for the game. Yeah, that opening didn't look so good. What about Mr. Goran Strandberg wearing a suit? Suited up. All smiles on his profile picture. D4 E6. Here maybe. Maybe. Oh, another one of these cunning into the Dutch transposers. I believe that's how you describe these people. That want to go D4 F5, but they're afraid of whatever they're afraid of. D4 F5, Knight C3. So they start with E6 or D6. A lot of trouble to go through just to put your pawn on F5, if you ask me. But sometimes they ask me, and I tell them, the Dutch is terrible, stop doing it. But they don't stop doing it. Anyway, this stuff is kind of normal. I'm preparing to go C4. And I like my position, because I always like my position. When my opponent has weakened his by going F5. This campaign against the Dutch, I have to stop at some point. But not today. Rook C1 looks like a good move, making it a little harder for him to go B6, Bishop B7, which is what you want to do. Because if he goes for the other plan, let's say Knight F6, Bishop D7, Bishop E8, he has to abandon the E5 square, Knight F6, Knight E5. Looks a little awkward, so Rook C1 I thought was smart. but I could be wrong. Go away. Goes there. I was expecting the other away way to d6. Ooh. Azur Miss saying someone have to crush this guy with the Dutch. This guy, little condescending. Don't you think Azur missed? This guy can read where it's hurt. And the Dutch is a terrible opening. So, I don't think that's what has to happen. Trying to work out what happens after knight takes e5 here when yeah, maybe nothing special happens. I can go d5, but then knight d5 and black is more or less okay. So I was hoping I had some trickery after knight e5 d6, but I couldn't really. Knight e5 d6, queen d6, de, queen e5, and something takes e6, so bishop c4. But anyway, he went knight takes d5, so we will have to finish that train of thought later. What do I do now? Knight d5 is possible, and then ed, and okay, I'm slightly better. Not that exciting though. But I guess that's all there is. Mr. Strandberg hanging in there. CD is possible too, of course, but now the C file should become a factor. Or at least I would like to think so. Not sure what the best way to exploit it is. Must think. This might be one of these positions where some weirdness like queen a3 is objectively the best move, but I don't like it much. I'll just procrastinate a bit and go f4. Nah, I'll just stop making moves. Takes. Pre-move. Oh. Okay, no pre-moves. We've had this discussion earlier. Normally it does make a lot of sense to make pre-moves. In blitz, bullet of course it does. But here after bishop f7 for example, I'm not sure rook c5 is best since then e5 and you know, I have to start thinking again. So I'll probably still do it, but not as a pre-move. a6. What's the point of a6? He wants to go bishop c6 without me messing him up by going bishop b5. It's actually a smart move. In general, Goran Strandberg is playing very well. Some offense meant. I did not expect because of the rating. But he is. Ratings can be deceiving. Some discussion, who's gonna play from where? The answer is everybody will play from this studio. Lukey Boy is probably on his way now, or he's gonna arrive tonight, get some sleep. And Lawrence will also play from here. Then Luke Van Wely will take over tomorrow morning. I'll be back for the afternoon shift. Since I fell asleep earlier, I have to start speeding up even at some point against Goran here, who's playing a great game. To my surprise, as mentioned, because of the rating. But ratings can be deceiving. Sometimes people don't play much. Or, they aren't very experienced in blitz or whatever. But he's playing a great game so far. Well, he played the horrible Dutch and it's gonna cost him in the end. But after this f5 move, he's done pretty well. Blah, blah, blah. Long story short, must speed up so I don't lose on time. And I will. The studio is in the country of Germany, to be more precise, in the city of Hamburg. That is a question asked by Duke Crusher. Or it was an answer to the question, to be precise. He asked in what country is the studio. I'm still in the speeding up process against Goran Strandberg here, which so far I've mastered pretty well. Very hard to generate an attack with just these two pieces, because the Black King, due to one f5, at least I like to think so, is fairly vulnerable as well. Some spike checks, but not enough. And Goran lost on time, but yeah, after Queen d2, King h1, the checks would expire anyway. Thanks for the game. Very good game by Goran Strandberg. Let's play Mr. Tearsdag from Norway. Duke Crusher is saying Hamburg is pretty big to be a town. Yep, did I say it's a town? I don't know, maybe I did. 2 million people. It's, yeah, depends where you are. China, it's probably a village, but in Germany or in Europe, it's biggish. Mr. Tearsdag from Norway goes c4 followed by g3. Very solid setup. He's gonna have to decide. cd5 I never like in these structures because it sort of limits his own bishop on g2. So you only want to do it in very special circumstances. Instead you should start with bishop g2 or d4, transposing to some sort of Catalan. But here this bishop is sort of staring at this roadblock of the d5 c6 pawns, and it's not ideal. We'll see what happens. As mentioned, if you want to get this structure, this bishop is normally better placed on, let's say, d3, where it fights for this diagonal and has some targets on h7. Well, here it doesn't do all that much on g2. Like, in some rare scenarios it could support some f3, e4 breaks, but those are quite hard to manufacture normally. Therefore, yeah, as I said, you don't want to go cd5 if you want to put your bishop on g2, as a rule of thumb. Gryffindor is asking, Jan, are you not disgusted after such a big playing session? I'm mainly disgusted during it. After it, I'm probably more tired, but frankly, with 3 people, this seems manageable. Like, I'll still be tired and miserable at the end of the 8-hour shifts, but the one with 2 people was way tougher. With 3 people, okay. 8 hours, it's a normal working day. You just talk through it, which is a bit more tiresome, but it's doable. Well, with the 2 people, yeah, that was really, really surprisingly tough. Or maybe not so surprisingly, but I found it very tough to do when we did one with Pepe Cuenca, following the lead of our Spanish friends who had done one earlier. But with 3 guys, I'm confident we will survive. Do I go g5 here? I guess so. It's of course slightly weakening, but it also messes up White's plans to ever get in. Whatever he was planning to get in. Knight e4, if he takes, I can go de. Winning a pawn. So it felt like a good investment of whatever. And no, Pepe didn't chicken out. Pepe never chickens out from anything, really. He's just in Latino America currently, and I believe he's going to play a tournament in Argentina maybe these days, so the dates weren't ideal. But we got Mr. Lawrence Trent himself, more than a worthy replacement. And here I have to count. g4, knight takes e4, g takes f3, knight takes g2. I can't talk. g4, knight e4, gf, knight d6, fg, knight e8. Count done. Don't like the outcome. So I'll do something. Now, however, this g4 thing is starting to look much, much better because, you know, pieces are hanging. If the knight moves, the bishop drops. If the knight doesn't move, I'll take it. And so on. Piece up should be a good start. However, might not be a good end. Player number 5 says, I'm amused that Jan pretends not to be able to calculate sometimes. Do I do that? I normally complain, but there I'm very sincere that I don't like to think. But I've normally said that I think I'm better at calculating than at positional stuff. If that makes sense. I don't know. I always thought of myself as a tactical player. Like I'm able to scrap pieces. Disguising as a positional classical dude. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's my self-perception. But of course, I'm also a huge whiner, so I'll whine about anything in my chess, not being able to calculate. I'm sure I've brought it up here. Shouldn't pretend I haven't. Why is this so grisly, by the way? Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's play Taljol. So far, lowest rated opponent for today, and that's good timing because I need to pee again. And my quality of play drops a bit when I need to use the silent retreat. Another London system. And yeah, people are backing up player number 5 that I always do say I can't calculate. It's probably true. Who am I kidding? But I don't really believe that. I do believe I'm quite good at calculating. This is, so far, Taljol hiding his 1019 rating masterfully by playing exactly like the current world champion Magnus Carlsen, the London system with bishop g3 in this position. Knight e5 here, why don't they do that? don't know. Probably looked at this for my series. I guess queen c7. Maybe you can go knight e7, intending to go knight f5 immediately. I'll go knight e7 now. This is often a surprisingly effective antidote against these knight e5s. Just don't allow the exchange, and then you can later fight against this dude by kicking it away to f6. What are we talking about? Sandra BS Revenge would not want me as his emperor. He needs to clean his t-shirts first. I was joking about the dirty t-shirt. I think it's reasonably clean. Like, if it will get me an emperor position, I won't just wash it. I'll even iron the t-shirt. Am I being too obvious with my tremendous hunger for power? Maybe I am. Maybe I should be more low-key, but not that interested in this emperor spot. Nah, sounds like a lot of work. Like, who wants the responsibility? Nah, who am I kidding? I'd do anything for that emperor job. And I think I'd be a good emperor. I'd be a bit of a kleptocrat. Yeah, I do have all the best words. But I think I'd be fair, I would probably... No, we'll get into my Yanistan plans later. I haven't really given the topic much thought, and I haven't given this game much thought either, because here after f6 knight g4, I frankly feel like something's gone wrong, and Tal Yol is outplaying me. Which, once again, I did not expect to happen, since he is only, quote-unquote, 1019. However, since I went after that knight, might as well keep chasing it, try to grab it, at the cost of my... And what is it? I don't know. King safety, I believe, is the term I was looking for. But yeah, it's mainly my bladder talking. Beaten by Quakers says, isn't that how it would be in Yanistan? Frankly, my ambitions go a little further than Yanistan. I want to be Yanistan. United States of America. Stuff like that. Not just Yanistan. Yeah, I'm a piece up. My king is a little weak. But the piece should still get the job done. Still. Talyol or Tuliol, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, is playing well. 1019, not the highest rating I've ever seen, but a lot of potential there. No, I'm not sure if I would ban the Dutch. Like, we are talking about the Dutch opening, right? Because Kadu Ortolan says Emperor Jan will forbid the Dutch. I guess he doesn't mean a travel ban or anything, but just the Dutch opening. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if I would believe in, like, hard ban, but people would have some explaining to do, like why they want to play the Dutch, how long they're planning to play the Dutch, if they're thinking about changing to playing a different opening. Like, I'm not sure. There would be some discrimination against people playing the Dutch in Yanistan, but it would be subtle. As for people from Holland, big fan of the people from Holland. And I do not hold a grudge that the worst of chess openings is named after them. It could just be bad luck. But yeah, the Dutch opening probably wouldn't be treated very kindly in Yanistan. Like, if I, as emperor, nominate the Yanistan national team, if you're playing the Dutch as your main opening, I don't like your chances of making the team. Stuff like that. But it would be subtle. It wouldn't be like a hard no. Knight f4. Okay, let's take this. I'm kind of winning now after the earlier praise for Tuliol or Tuliel or Talyol. Or maybe it's, I don't know, is it Italian? He has an Italian flag. Things have gone wrong a little, and by now I have all these extra pieces, which should increase my chances. And the reason I sound slightly upset about it is because I, once again, really need to go to the restroom very quickly. And Talia resigns after bishop e4. I'll be back with you guys soon. Later. And we're back with day one of our 72-hour Banterthon, where you get the chance to play against a Grandmaster or Lawrence Trent for 72 hours straight. If you're a Chess24 premium member, don't challenge me, challenge the account called Banterthon. You should see the name below the little window thingy. And sooner or later, we will get to crush you. I have lots of challenges, so apologies that I can't play everybody instantly. But someone will be here for 72 hours. So if you keep challenging and checking in, your chances are quite good. If you're not a premium member yet, become one to join the fun and have your best chance ever at defeating a Grandmaster, probably. Because these things, the talking and playing forever, do tire you out. And you might be able to tell I'm not playing as strongly. Is that a word? See, I can't even speak as I normally am. But I will still crush FC Bayern. Like a bug. I got myself more stuff to drink. Oof. I don't know where I stand on freshly squeezed orange juice. I don't think it's that healthy because it has too much sugar, but I believe it's probably better than a Red Bull or other stuff that helps you stay awake. And this sugar flash is probably what I need now. But I could be very wrong. FC Bayern is volunteering to play the Berlin endgame. Let's see what happens. Unless he plays Rook E1 here, which is the boring line. But it looks like we'll get a Berlin. Good old Berlin. Now this line. How did this line go again? A4, and then you can go D6, or you can go here. I think they go here. Takes and D5, right? Is this how it goes? FC Bayern? I do believe this is how the cookie crumbles. Hawkslayer says, I'd love to play Luke. He seems to really rub it in when he's crushing you, LOL. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm the good cop here. Luke is... Well, first of all, I'm a big fan of Luke's not only banter trash talk, but also his chess understanding. Like, I know he's trying to build his image as Mr. Tough Guy playing the Nido. But Luke with white, I always found very, very educational as a player. The classical stuff he does as a 1d4 player. A lot to learn there. And yeah, he's gonna be harsher on you guys than me. You'll see how nice I am after having to deal with Lukey Boy Unleashed. As for this game, I'm probably getting outplayed here by FC Bayern, but I'm gonna live with it. But I'm not sure I should have allowed a5. This actually bothers me a bit, because I'm not in time to get in c5 as I would like to. Bishop e6, I guess he wants knight a4, and yeah, it's all a bit unpleasant. Mr. FC Bayern asking some harsh questions, which I don't know how to answer. Should I go bishop b4? Maybe that's what I have to do. But I don't like it. I don't really want to take on c3. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I want to go c5 next move. I'm not sure if I will be allowed to. Sandra B's Revenge. Jan, newsflash. Tough guys don't play the knight or if they smash your face in. I'm not quite sure what you mean, but I'm sorry if you had a rough upbringing, Sandra B's Revenge. In chess lingo, tough guys play the Najdorf. But yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that all these tough guys smashed your face in. Rook a4. Now I got my c5 wish. After knight d5, bishop e1, I'm in decent shape. Queen d5 doesn't seem to work either. So this is a bit of a break, because I avoided this dark square blockade that I was worried about. Like knight a4 followed by bishop c5. If white gets that, things can get really ugly. Bishop d2 looks like, yeah, it's probably a good move given the circumstances. But it looks like the tide has turned a bit. Queen d7, just reminding him that this rook might not be ideally placed. I'll put my own rooks in the center, rook e8 or whatnot. I quite like my chances here. Rook a d8. I'm not sure. A bit of an empty calories move. Yeah. Kind of been too wrong to centralize my rooks, but I can't shake the feeling that I could have done a little better the last two moves. Azurmis says the Najdorf is much more fun to play than the Dragon is Black. I don't disagree. I've dabbled in Dragon territory. Not that fun to play with Black. King h1. Hang on. Can I take the pawn? I would like to, as usual. Queen a5 I can't do because of c3. Bishop a5, it also feels like something bad could happen. Like knight c5 maybe. I don't know. I don't dare to take it. I'll look for a new line of work for my bishop on a6. Turf and Fragment is asking, isn't this rather strenuous? Did I mispronounce the word? Probably mispronounced it for you, Jan. Yeah, it is, but isn't that's kind of part of the fun, right? And that's why we're not doing this every other day, but like twice per year. And I kind of enjoy it in a masochistic fashion. Does that sound weird? Probably does sound weird. Kadu Ortolan is wondering about my suspicious beverages. This is just freshly squeezed orange juice. Very bitter. Is that... No, it's not bitter. What's the word? Sour? I really lack basic words when it comes to food or beverage English. How do I win here? Queen a5 or d3 or what? Let's take the pawn, I guess. Huh? Ooh, it's too sour. Ooh. Ooh. Knight b2. Some nice maneuvering by FC Bayern. a5, knight c4. No, it's not bitter or bitter, Mr. Ilroy. It's more like, yeah, this... Ugh. I think sour is the term you would use. As for the game, FC Bayern is putting up way more of a fight than I would want him to, but I have a feeling I'm saying this in every game, because I always expect people to just roll over, see the GM title and say, okay, I've seen enough. I resign immediately because you are chess grandmaster. Therefore, I will respect your great authority and just blunder all my pieces. Like, that's how I want things to be in Yanistan, but somehow they don't seem to work like that in the world of Banterthon. And then I get rattled and I blunder things like knight to b4 and it all gets messed up. Knight b4 is not actually a big deal, but I'm not gonna pretend like this has been all part of the master plan. This was a weird series of events, but yeah, it turned out that knight b4 probably wasn't a good idea for white. Still, can't say I saw this coming. Here, queen d6, knight takes, bishop takes. And since this rook is so silly, now I get everything with tempo, even queen f2, let's say queen f4 looked pretty dangerous. So yeah, weird game, but good game by FC Bayern. Let's play another strong player. Oh, but hang on. I think it was a weird time control. I saw it too late. I prefer 5+0. This looked like something weird. 3+2. Some snooze fest with increment. Not a big fan. Please keep your challenges to 5-0, or if you really have to, 3-0, but I prefer 5-0. 3-2. How am I gonna flag? That's my main issue with the 3-2 thing. So tough to win on time there. Popo Pout. I don't even want to know what that means. Since I'm tired, I'll play the counter stone wall. It looks like the most boring way to meet this system, even though it goes against everything I stand for. Like, he plays f5 and I commit the same mistake. But, you know, my spirit is broken, so might as well. Why is my spirit broken? I don't know. Sometimes your spirit just breaks. I don't know any theory here. I do know that, well, white should have a small initiative. This is symmetrical, the stuff in the center. But white is c4 against c6, and now c3 seems to be doing all right. So it can't be too bad, but I won't claim either expertise or a big edge. Not sure if he really wants to go bishop h5. I would guess knight bd7 is probably more of a priority here. Nope, he does want to go bishop h5. Alright, takes, cd, looks interesting maybe. Maybe not. Okay, let's leave these bishops on the board for now. No point in thinking forever. But yeah, I'm not sure what this maneuver does for black, frankly. Not saying I'm better or anything, but I'm confused by that maneuver. And my instinct was to play a3 here, but then I noticed that probably, this is just a rough guess, probably a3 queen takes b3. It's not ideal. So I'll do something else, like take here. Let's see what happens. But I would guess that this is good for me, because, you know, knight strange, pawn slightly weak, all the good stuff. Knight e4 though, and it's nothing great. I'm missing half a tempo probably. Instead of a3, should have gone rook fc1, so I could meet knight e4 with bishop e1. And yeah, this looks like black must suffer. Bishop back to e8, fair enough. You know what, I actually don't mind you exchanging your bad bishop. This is a one-time offer only. Probably it's not a one-time offer only. I'll just leave this knight there forever. So whenever you want to take it, you can. You don't have to. It's just an invitatio ad offerendum. That's not true. It's pretty much just an invitatio at taking. I'm offering, you can take. All right, more than 4 hours in, my spirit has successfully been broken. The banter from here on is gonna be terrible, but maybe we can squeeze entertainment out of that. Rook c2, bishop b5, rook c8, rook c8, bishop b5, rook c2. Do I mind that? Nah, I don't mind. I do not care. And the reason I do not care is that this rook is not gonna stay there for a very long time. Since after rook b1, I can always kick it out at will. Can I do this? Now is probably the time to... I was gonna say now is the time to go rook c2, but I can take here, which must be worth something. Horse is a horse. And therefore, Popopout does resign. Thanks for the game, Popopout. Goran Strandberg says, thanks Jan, the Dutch worked okay. I think this was my best game against you. I don't disagree, Goran played a good game, especially given all the odds he gave by playing the Dutch. And I'll play another game against Panurge. Panurge? I don't know. Knight to f3, not a bad move. g6, c4, c5, all the good stuff. Let's see what Panurge wants to accomplish. If you're trying to move order me, don't bother. I invented move ordering, but he just wants to go for the symmetrical anglais. And in this position, so many options. I'll go with this, for this. Can't claim a whole lot of expertise here. I'm guessing he wants to go bishop d2, a3, b4, and I never know how to react to this powerful plan, which is a serious gap in my chess education. I never really studied these positions, mainly because they're boring, but I do understand that's not really a reason to not look at them. For example, I never know if I should go a5 or not, or whatever. I normally do it and then I regret it. It's a sad tale of self... what's the word? Not quite mutilation, but in that neighborhood. It's sad. It also annoys me. Like in these Banterthons, all my weird, nonsensical biases are coming on. You know, it annoys me that it's so easy for white to play. Oh, knight e1, knight c2, b4. Well, it's harder to, you know, make something happen. Bottom line is I'm bad at these things and blame my opponent for it. For me not being able to play these structures properly. Which normally not a recipe for success in chess or in life. I guess I gotta simplify, which I don't like either. Probably I'm slightly worse now. And upset. It's gonna be a long day at the office. Literally. Pan-urge. All this hate I'm throwing your way just because you're playing well and because you play an opening I'm not good at. You don't deserve any of it. Darko Arsenjevich is saying smart stuff. Why do we use chess to bring the languages from the passive into the active memory? Ugh. Because we can and we love to be around chess for many hours? I literally did not understand a single word of what you just said there. Now the big question is gonna be, is my B pawn weak or strong? I don't know. I'll try to push it. Push it good. Queen a4, no b5 tricks. We like some b5 tricks. Knight b5, knight e5. Not quite, huh? That would be a pity though. Bishop c3 and then b5. Maybe I'll do that, even though it looks a bit insane. Did look a bit insane, but I'm looking for ways to, you know, mix it. Queen e4, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably knight d4. But just giving you a heads up that I do not know what I will do. Queen h4 is legal, but now I do know what I will do. b4 and then get checkmated. After rook c6 followed by queen f6. Is that checkmate though? Nah, it doesn't look like checkmate. I'll provoke it, and then if it's checkmate, I'll get all condescending about it. And call him names. Well, if it's not, I'll say, haha, I brilliantly anticipated that you cannot checkmate me there. Another thing white could do is take here and then just take on b4 when I'm not sure I'm even better. I'm an exchange up, but I have these very weak dark squares and white has a pawn for the exchange, so that's probably a good practical decision. Rook c6, bishop b4. When, yeah, I probably am the one that has to be more careful. Rook c4, fair enough. I'd love to push Brian the b pawn a bit further, but I'm slightly worried about getting checkmated still. Hard balance. It's a hard knock life for us. b3, queen f6 does start to look a little scary. But I really don't want to. I don't know. I really don't want to give up this b pawn. But no, I'm probably objectively lost. Like something should give. Bishop h6, queen f6. Like something must be trouble for me here. Let's see if Pan-urge has the urge and the pen, the power punish me for my many sins in this game. Would be fitting, one of these English games where his king is safe, and yeah. I'm very bad at those. Don't tell anybody. I really don't enjoy these games. Normally, if you don't enjoy something, you're not going to be very good at it. Is that true? I'm not sure. I don't think that's necessarily true. A lot of people are good at stuff they really dislike doing. Panerch is looking for the way to checkmate me here. I have a feeling bishop h6 is the way to do it. He takes, which is also possible, followed by queen f6. That might also win, but I wasn't so sure if it really does. Because I have this. And this covering from behind. Oh, and I blundered d4. Yay me. That's just sad. Oh boy. I had seen all this stuff, but I thought, nah, no problem. Queen c3, covering the square. No, it's just checkmate. Congratulations, Pan-Urch. That's a bit embarrassing, because until queen c3 I thought everything was fine. But it's just checkmate. Wow. Good game, Pan-Urch. Bad game, Jan. Really bad game. And yeah, out of the blue, I was feeling myself literally until here. Queen c3, I thought everything was fine. Boom, checkmate. That is surprising, but good game, Pan-Urch completely outplayed me. And now all my wrath will get directed against Mr. L. Schindler, 22. What do I do though? I'm kind of limited with white. I haven't played the London system today yet. Let's see what happens. All my losses with black, like my black troubles, are continuing. I'm gonna have to, I don't know, study or something? Nah. Can't go to such extremes. c3, bishop f5. Why don't people do that? Not sure it's bad necessarily. People normally don't go here so early. Probably because they're afraid of repercussions on this diagonal, like queen a4, bishop b5, knight e5. At least that's what I'll try to create some issues. Bishop b8, I don't know. It will probably force him to give up his castling rights. But it's a trade-off that is not always great for white. I think I've misplayed it. I should have gone bishop b5 check. Yeah, I'm going nuts. Really starting to play badly. Because now knight d7. Okay, I can grab the a7 pawn, but that wasn't my plan. My plan was to go knight e5. But then a6, and I can't see how I can make progress there. Knight e5, a6. Nah, it's fine for black, so I'm gonna have to pretend that this was the plan, but it wasn't. Rook a8, queen b7, rook b8, then I can sort of weasel out, right? Queen a6, okay, rook b2, still unclear, but at least rook a8, I could go all the way back home. So I guess black should just develop like bishop d6, let's say bishop b5, short castles, with some compensation. c4 is also possible, but I don't think my queen is getting trapped, is it? It's interesting though. Queen a4, even a quick b5, b4 is legal. Not a bad move at all. Okay, time to eat some humble pie. Back to square one. Square d1 to be exact. And try to get the pieces out before coming up with any more ambitious plans. Maybe it's worth throwing in this move just to stop b5, b4. I understand it looks a little funny. Ooh, and it's a little bad too. See it quick? Maybe not. I got very scared of queen b6 here. But then I saw that d7 was hanging, so I changed my mind again. You can see Flipping. Now, well, it's not clear my extra pawn is a big factor, but at least I will be able to sort of finish development. Go castle, knight d2, and then these typical boring plans like queen c1, bishop d1, bishop c2, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, this plan is typical. Bishop d1, bishop c2 to exchange my bishop, which is not doing a whole lot, staring at the c4 pawn for his bishop, which is quite well placed on f5. Yeah, this does look awkward. Maybe it's time for my first costume change. Maybe that is the way to get some mojo back. Because I do have a lot of clothes flying around this office. So yeah, I probably have to redress. Then I'll come back fresh. Probably not. Knight d2 was possible. Queen d2 and bishop g4. Asking some slightly inconvenient questions. Can questions be inconvenient? Probably they can. Before g4 or knight d2 bothers me too much. It's time to throw a little roadblock in the way here. Player number 5 is asking, where's Hushenbet? I missed that dude. He's in Thailand, living the good life. He's already in Thailand, exploring the countryside, traveling from island to island. He's also going to play in the Thailand Open. That is where he's at. G6. El Schindler bringing the heat. Oh, f5. Yeah, my extra pawn is not really felt very much. It's time to maybe make one or two half-active moves at least. Can't just hang around and have El Schindler checkmate me. Looks like I've made more progress than him over the last couple moves. What do we have in the chat? Artur Prima is asking, how can I ask a question to Jan Gustafsson? 2 problems there. 1, you're not a premium member. 2, and worse, you misspelled my name. And I'm very sensitive about both of these things. Plus, I'm in a cranky mode. So, yeah, chances aren't looking good there. Beaten by Quaker, so saying exploring Pattaya and all those nice young girls. Seems like beaten by Quaker is not very familiar with Niklas, who's very solid adventurer. I'm pretty sure he's more into museums than into Pattaya. But to each their own. Player number 5 says, thanks Jan, you answered all my questions. That is what I strive for. Oh, and Artur Prima did ask a great question. How do I win this game? Oh, I'll win on time. Okay, so why bother? I should probably do something about bishop g3 stuff. He has 0.2 seconds left. It's always so tempting to do something like this, but it's bad style in a way. So I only do it like twice per session maybe. Anyway, good game, L. Schindler 22. What else is up? Iron Math is asking, did you finally finish Steppenwolf, Jan? No, I'm still kind of stuck there. So I'm still, stuck in the part where... Oh no, it's depressing. Steppenwolf is very depressing. I shouldn't even think about it. But yeah, I think it's the wrong book for me to read, but I enjoy it greatly. Because you can... Well, I'm sure I've made this point before. But I always think like, oh, people 30 years ago were so backwards or thought so differently. Then you read a book from 100 years ago and people have exactly the same thoughts and problems and ideas like you. Or even 500 years ago or whenever Dostoevsky was. Another Maran. This move order... This is not supposed to work, I believe. It works if both sides have castled, but here it's supposed to be troubles. And I believe the reason is that I can just take here, take on d8, and then take on f7, when in order to win the pawn back, black has to go bishop c3, and then knight takes e4. But that should end badly, or at least I would hope that it ends badly, because of the king in the middle against the two bishops. I don't know what my next move should be though, so I'm gonna have to think about that. f3, castles, I'll just castle, see what happens. Not sure. Bishops. Not sure if bishop b2 is the way to go. Maybe bishop g5 check was a bit stronger than bishop f4. Yeah, that looked better. Struggling. Rook f4 now. Played rook f4. Whoa. What are we discussing? Hesse books? Yeah, Steppenwolf is not that long. No, I think I told you guys that I was experimenting with the audiobook. It's my first audiobook. I've never heard an audiobook. The one I have is like 8 hours long, so I'm only 4 hours in. We're discussing favorites. Yes, Siddhartha is everyone's favorite. I like lesser known one. This is me pretending to be well read again. That always goes well. I like something called Unterm Rad. I'm not sure what the English title is. That's my favorite Hesse book about his years in this private boys' school and system trying to break him. But he's unbreakable, like M. Night Shyamalan. I'm not sure that's the message. And I did reach Steppenwolf when I was a much younger man, but I was experimenting to see if I liked this audiobook thing. And it's good. It's a different way to approach things. And Beneath the Wheel is the English title, it turns out. Am I losing on time here while I'm Googling stuff? I also misplayed the position greatly. Bugoni is doing perfectly fine now. Mr. Bugoni. How can I win this game? Won't be easy at all. Well, I don't even know what the first order of business is. Probably activate something. Rook e4, he wants to go rook g8. Yeah, I don't like my position. Must be very careful. Goes rook e8, also perfectly good move. Guess I have to exchange those. Yeah, I'm just not better. Maybe I'm better, actually. Because we do have a pawn race on opposite flanks in the making, and the bishop is supposed to be stronger there than the knight. But his knight is very well placed in the middle of the board, so I'm not sure that reasoning applies here. Knight f4 not allowing me to go king f2, which I would have liked to play. Sad. Bugoni is outplaying me. It's a tough day at the office. I knew it was going to be tough, but it feels like I'm only 4.5 hours in. That really shouldn't break me. It's not even a full commentary session. But what can you do? Just continue. Chip away. Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. What's happening in the chat? If you're interested in German literature from that time, read Stefan Zweig, all of it. Technically, Stefan Zweig is Austrian. You might offend our Austrian friends. I can't say I read much of Stefan Zweig. I read the Schachnovelle, as chess nerds do. But not an expert on that one. Not an expert on any book topic. I really shouldn't get into this. Let's get back into Marvel series on Netflix. Oh, I've been really slow, so it's time to start taking this game seriously against Mr. Bugoni. Get the job done. Run! Run! Run, Forest. Radiator69 says, Jan, do you think Boston Celtics can win conference? Yeah, they're a favorite right now, right? By now, according to 538, they have like 59% chance. Plus, the Cavs will not care. So yeah, I think they're a favorite to win the conference. Bugoni is struggling to come to terms with the fact that the G-pawn is very hard to stop. Played an excellent game, Bugoni. Outplayed me for big stretches of it, and I had to get a little lucky in the end. Thanks for the game, sir. Let's play Jolandi? What kind of animal is that? Is that a llama? Looks like a llama. No, it's not a llama. What is it? I don't even know what you call these things. It's not a kangaroo. What is it? A freaked out kangaroo standing on all fours? Someone, please let me know what animal this is. Here you go again. Odell Beckham Jr., who's my NBA MVP choice? First of all, controversial take. I know this is not in the conversation, but I believe Steph Curry has the best plus-minus of all players, even this season. Anyway, my MVP choice is, it's tough between Harden and Kawhi Leonard. I do think that Harden will win it. I would probably go with Kawhi Leonard, because he's the guy who made the biggest difference for his team throughout the season. The good old two-way players thing. And also, it's insane. Are we playing the same line we played last game? Looks like it. Maybe I'll do better this time. It's insane how well the Spurs are doing this year with all their 50-year-olds and without Tim Duncan. And I believe Kawhi deserves tons of credit for that. It's very weird to me that, well, Harden's going to win it. Harden had a great season, so that's deserving. But that Kawhi is not the favorite with his output. And, well, the Spurs have been, well, it's the talk every year, under the radar, blah, blah, blah. Well, they've been crazy good this year. And no, it's not LeBron this season. He played zero defense. He tried to put up some stats, but the Cavs are clearly underperforming. They might win the title, but it's a regular season award. Cavs have underperformed, so it's not Mr. James. And hang on, we've played, I think, this exact same game before. And I've bungled that one too. Like, for some reason I get this line a lot in Banter Blitz. It's a bad line for Black. But I do recall something, maybe this exact position, where I missed a win in the past. Maybe I'll do better this time. I have a feeling it might have been this position where there was a forced win, which I missed. Maybe I'll find it now. H4, Rook D6, HG, isn't that kind of winning? Looks winning-ish. I think I had this position. I went some Rook D1 or whatever. Maybe it was against Joe Lundy. Maybe this is Joe Lundy's private line. I don't know. Now, looks like... Oh, did I blunder again? Oh, I'm taking so little care. Too many blunders. King D7, Bishop D6, Bishop B3, and I'm still not winning. That is fairly pathetic once again. I'm better after King D7 takes, Bishop B3, probably like Bishop C5, Bishop A2, Rook E7. But yeah, I thought I was winning. Sleepwalking. Oh, and I also missed Bishop E6 in this position. It's getting really bad. This is me at my most vulnerable, boys and girls. I'm playing like a total idiot. So, this is probably your best chance to beat a Grandmaster. Because I might recover. I might make a great recovery. King E7 already is helping me to stage that recovery. Even though I'm still not better at all after Rook A5. Absolutely idiotic play. I'm still not better, even though Yolandi is trying to give me some chances. Yeah, not my proudest couple of games. Okay, how can I win this? Well, I can't because it's not winning. But how can I, like, ask questions? We'll find out. I'm surprised I get tired so quickly. Or I got tired so quickly. Maybe I'll just use it as an excuse for lousy play. But I thought this would kick in later. Yeah. Nicely done, sir. I really want to win this game. Must make effort. Must find will to win game. Complete sentences no longer required. No checkmates here. 5, G5, G7. Not really, but what else can I do? I'm hoping he missed bishop f8, or I don't care if he missed it, but I think I'm winning now because he missed it. Sorry, Yolandi. That is checkmate. Yeah, the quality of games is not going up greatly. So whoever I click on next, consider yourself very fortunate. Der Ruffi. Der Raffi? Der Ruffi. It's not Raffi from the league. It's the Ruffi. Already struggling. Mr. Trent will have the night shift, and that's the tough one. I've had, I think, 6 night shifts in the past, from midnight till 8 a.m. So I do not envy him. Then again, he has more energy than me, and he's probably much, well, I know he's more of a party animal, which is not a hard thing to do. So he's gonna probably be able to deal with it better than I would. Here we are playing some theoretical line of the Italian with some early d5 for black, b4 as a move here. I think bishop e7 is theory, rook e1, bishop g4, I'm sure it's theoretical as well. Iced tea is complaining that I'm not drinking coffee. Come on, iced tea, this could be iced tea for all you know. You should be proud of me. But it is formerly freshly squeezed orange juice, which is very sour. I've complained about this before. I was hoping that the sugar would give me extra energy. So far, I don't think you can challenge via the Android app. Seems like it's a discussion in the chat. Now you have to go through chess24.com to challenge me, I do believe. We don't believe you. You need more people. Sorry for staring away all the time, by the way. It's my screen layout, which I'm not sure is clever, but I do have the chat on the far right side of the screen here. Is this all theory? Looks familiar. I'm supposed to go f5 here. Is this the line? Looks very familiar. f5, knight g3, takes, queen d7, something like that. Who knows? No one can know everything. Only De Ruffi. And yes, I am in Hamburg. This thing, little known secret. It's a green screen, so we can do whatever you want with the background. It's not real. Let's find a different background. I think that's a good background. What do you think? I believe in Yanistan, every show will have this background. And no, sorry, can't accept any non-premiums, but go premium for $9.99 a month if you want to play not one, but two Grandmaster and Lawrence during the 72 hours of this madness. Did I lose the countdown clock? Well, okay, maybe like this is enough. I'm not sure if Lawrence will be able to change the background if I leave it like this, so I think I should. I believe it would drive him absolutely nuts if he had to play like this. So yeah, I like what I've done there. All right, what do we do now? I like my position earlier, even though can't say De Ruffi has played badly at all. He's actually played pretty well. I'll get rid of this knight. It annoys me. Just one of these knights. If you thought I was done, you are sadly mistaken. We back in the building. Can I have this as a background? I don't even know who this is. Nah, I think I like me as the background better. Yeah, this is less good, right? I'll probably lose on time while working on the design here to everybody's excitement. Why are you playing so well, De Ruffi? Should I stop complaining about people playing well? Nah, I never will. Far away from hell is asking, Jan, will you do an opening clinic show once again? Yes, I will do it. I do not know when. Thanks for asking. Right now, I'm trying to, keep some dignity, not do anything crazy with my hand while playing this banter blitz thing. Give me that. Finally, Der Ruffi is showing some generosity towards my tortured soul. Tortured soul? Those weren't the words I was looking for, really. I don't want this pawn to get too much help. Right. And yes, the complete Banterthon will be in the English language. Because you know how it is. It's too confusing for people if we switch languages. I'm sure we'll have another one in Spanish, and I'll do more German banter blitzes. Or we'll try to do more in the future, but this one is strictly English. De Ruffi Resigns played a very good game. Well, I'm playing terribly too, but De Ruffi did play well. So it's probably time to play someone very strong to wake up. How about Mr. Chicago Dave? We've never quite established where Chicago Dave is from. I used to think he's from Europe. Then for a while I thought he was from Seattle. But currently, I do believe that Chicago Dave is from Los Angeles. He is from the US, just logged in, so he's probably on the West Coast. Therefore, Los Angeles is still the assumption I'm operating under. He does play e4, I do play e5, and this is where we're at. Oh, Queen e2. Is that what they do? Is that what the cool kids do in Los Angeles? Do I go bishop e7 or bishop c5 here? I will be humble. c3, can I do this? I don't know your crazy theory, Chicago Dave. He's blitzing this out like it was nobody's business. I'm blitzing it out too, to be fair. But I don't know stuff. I'm just making it up as we go along. Well, probably not true, but I can never remember all the subtle differences here when I'm supposed to go knight a5, knight b8, queen d7. It's also complicated. I'll just put my pieces in the middle and hope for the best. h3 is the place to be. Can I go here? I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if he's achieved anything. It's always very hard to tell. Sometimes you get checkmated here after some knight h2, queen f3. But I have a feeling I'm in time to defend against all the unpleasantness. Chicago Dave says he once played a tournament while on the subway. Wow. This line is called the Vorel variation. Peter 960 brings up an excellent point. Why you play in the night when all sleeping? The thing is, Peter 960, that people sleep at different times all over the world. Like some people, for example, let's say you're on the West Coast. There it's 9 hours earlier than it is in Austria, where you are, or in Germany, where I am. Therefore, people will probably sleep at the different time. So it's hard to say when everybody's sleeping. Like in Asia, for example, or in Australia, people sleep at even different times than that. And therefore, since this is an international website, and we have and are trying to have customers, especially premium members, from all over the world, I think it's a fun opportunity for us to play 72 hours non-stop, so that whenever somebody's sleeping somewhere, someone else might be awake and gets a chance to play at an hour where normally there wouldn't be a chance to play. Because I'm very much 9 to 5, normally office hours. So I hope that answers your question. As for the game, I don't know what's going on. It looks fairly equal, doesn't it? Ooh, c5. I'm not sure. I should have encouraged him to go c4 himself. We'll find out. I want to do this. And who's better and why? Still looks kind of equal. I don't know. I would like to reshuffle my pieces a bit further, but I can't think of any good reshuffling. Where does what belong? All these pieces are keeping an eye on e4. That looks sensible. Could hit e4 one more time, Britney Spears style, with like queen e8, queen c8, and putting the queen on b7 or on a8. Maybe queen a8 is next, I don't know. I've been slow. I feel like I haven't thought a lot. Like, I promise I haven't. But I am behind on the clock. I mean, I was going on this rant as for different time zones earlier. That's probably why. But I have... Is it speeded or sped? Sped up in the meantime? I have a feeling I can grab this pawn somehow, but I'm bad at counting. So I don't dare doing it right now. Instead, I'll try to increase the pressure. Bring the ruckus. Okay, it's time to get greedy. I really can't count. This is not a joke. I can't tell if I'm targeting any of this construction enough. That's why I chickened away from ever taking it. But I did make some positional gains on the queen side, I would guess. On the king side, once again, I mix up king side, queen side. It's a hard knock life for us. Anyway, I do have these positional gains. Hang on, I can take stuff now. Gimme. Taking more stuff. The queen does not have a lot of squares from where I'm sitting, which is on the other side. And therefore, Chicago Dave resigns. Thanks for the game, Chicago Dave. I believe it or not, you probably believe it. I have to go to the restroom once again. Be back in a minute. Here we go again with more banter blitz. More blitz, less banter. I'm trying to take the banter out of Banterthon. So I'm just gonna play a ton. For example, I could play against ZB 1996. The Scotch by Mr. Zebi. I normally do this. Queen h4 is not good. Bishop c5 or queen f6 are both quite playable. Knight c3 is sort of, yeah, not the real Scotch with knight c6, but the Scotch for knights. One of the most solid and boring lines there are for white. I think I've had this in the past. Bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, takes, knight takes e4. Looks very scary for black. But with accurate defense, black should be able to survive. And isn't that what you're hoping for out of the opening? That with precise defense, you might survive. We'll see how this one goes. All of this looks very familiar. Living the dream. Too much scrutiny, my dear boys. Odd posture. Do you suffer from back pain, Jan? Nah, I'm good. I just like to lean back, don't you? h4. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll just develop. I don't see any particularly scary threats. There's a bunch of different ways to approach this. I could have gone knight takes g3, but I don't want to include this rook into the game. Could have gone knight f6, which looked tempting. Maybe a move earlier, but here after queen f3, c6 was hanging. So bishop f5 opting for g6 looks fairly sensible to me. Yeah, I don't see anything dramatically scary for white. So things seem to be alright, if you ask me. Turf and Fragment says, okay, sorry if that was too invasive about the back pain. Nah, all good. I get sensitive about random things all the time, like Easy Rider 27 misspelling my name after all these years we've spent together. You spelled Gustafsson with a V. It's very sad. What else can I complain about? I would complain about Zebi playing too well, but Queen d1 actually is a move that I should be happy to see. So I quite like my position here, extra pawn and potential checkmates, you know. Maybe instead of Queen f6 I could have won immediately with some... Nah, not yet, it's fine. Now I'm threatening knight c3, bishop d3, knight e2 and rook h8 with checkmates looming. So yeah, can't complain too much. Smux 2006. Are you talking to me? You talk as if you once knew the Scotch well, but maybe not used it. Is it one of the first openings you should learn? I don't know. I've never been an e4 player, so it's never really been in my arsenal. But as an e4, e5 player, of course you gotta know it with. Black. As for the line we're playing here, the Scottish 4 knights. It's a good opening. I don't know. For, yeah, advanced beginners or people that don't want to learn too much theory, I would guess, because play is fairly straightforward. But no, I don't think it's... I think you can have a long, fruitful chess career without ever playing the Scotch. And you can find all kinds of sick combinations like that one, even if you never played the Scotch. Alright. This seems to be the time of the day to play K-chess. c6. Because he has a koala as his avatar, and because I feel I can still crush him in my diminished state. Half kidding here, I don't really choose according to rating, but I just click on stuff. But I believe K-Chess C6, not the lowest rated player on this show, because earlier I played with 1,000 rating who played very well actually, so I am warned. Knight C3, DC4. This is a line that's not bad. Requires a lot of theory if you wanna try to refute it. E3, B5, A4, B4, Knight E4, Queen D5. In the old days, like 2011, I won an important, or for my standards, important game against Saba Balok here in a Germany-Hungary match in our 15 minutes of fame when Germany won the European Team Championship. That was, yeah, one of my few contributions there. I lucked out in that game. Yeah, but after B4, Knight E4, Queen D5, things aren't so clear. By the way, in case you're wondering, because I'm wondering about it, what the stuff in my face is, I'm guessing. Because, yeah, I got into a fight with my 7-month-old daughter yesterday, and she's strong. She has claws these days. And we had a bit of a disagreement about the use of a pacifier. So she seems to have won that fight, because I checked her this morning. There were no scars, nothing. So she did beat me up. Speaking of beating up, K-Chess C6. I think your pieces are stretched out all over the place. Lefty John is leaving us, and he has to go give some blacksmithing lessons for a few hours. Pardon my ignorance, what are blacksmithing lessons? That does sound fascinating. Blacksmithing, let me look that up. Metals who create objects from wrought iron or steel by forging the metal. That does sound pretty cool. Blacksmithing essentials for beginners. I'll look into it. Catch you later, Lefty John. And give me that. Give me that too. No reason to be overly humble. Say one piece is enough. You can never grab enough of your opponent's pieces, in my opinion. Just take them all. Blueprint W is saying his daughter is 5 months. How do you manage to leave the house not covered in baby sick? That one I'm not sure about, but I have lots of clothes around here. So normally I change. And without looking totally sleep deprived. Well, my girlfriend does all the hard work and I'm a very sound sleeper. So I actually get decent amounts of sleep. Like it's less than earlier. But I can't complain too much really. I'll complain more about the hardships of the banter blitzing, but can't blame my daughter for tiredness and weirdness. Yet, you behave. I will blame her for this. Oof, 2-6-47? That's too strong. What business do you have beating up on poor old man in Banterthons, Mr. Pawn Collector 2-6-47? That's just wrong. E6 probably is another one of these F5 weirdos. He misclicked and went F6 instead. I'll go E4 just so he can't correct his mistake. Or maybe that's what he does. Maybe he wants to humiliate me by going E6, F6. But I have a feeling he wanted to go F5 and the pawn just landed on F6 instead. Thing, if your opponent does something strange looking like this, normally is no reason to try to punish it instantly. Instead just, get the pieces out. See what happens. I had a feeling he would go knight g6. That's why I thought it made sense to not castle yet, so I can harass this dude a little bit. He can go h5, and he probably should, but it's also a bit weakening. So, yeah, it's a hard sell to play the opening with a pawn on f6, but pawn collector making it look easy. Not sure how easy it is. Knight a6, fair enough. I'm looking for the cruelest punishment here. Knight d5 looks decent, c6, knight e7, but not totally winning yet. a3, I don't know what he wants, maybe just c5. We'll find out. He wants knight e5 apparently. Okay. Not sure I've extracted the maximum there was, but I still have a decently pleasant position. His pieces are quite passive. And as I said, I can't always look for refutation, just make some moves. Take some pawns, you know. Business as usual. Go for some cheapos. Same old, same old. He did defend against my cheapo. That's too bad. c5. Does not catch me off guard. I do have knight b6 check. I was wondering if I had anything better, but no, why complicate life? This looks plenty good. Queen a4, any threats? Not really, huh? This is my half trying to calculate phase. First I wanted bishop d3, but then queen f3 bothered me. So I figured I might do this, then this. Okay, how do I wrap this up? Bishop b7 is not terrible. One thing I shouldn't do is fall asleep here. Literally and figuratively. And pawn collector has seen enough. Yeah, I think big part of the outcome here was his mouse slip on move number 2. But thanks for the game, Mr. Pawn Collector. Let's play against Autophone. Hang on, didn't I play against Autophone? Maybe I tried? I can't remember. What is this? Is everybody playing f5 just to bother me? I don't know. I feel like it's part of the world conspiracy against me. that people don't just want to beat me, they want to beat me playing 1 f5 against all odds. G6, can you go G6 here? Not familiar with this move. I guess I could take on f6, but I don't want to. Probably h4 is what you're supposed to do. Yeah, h4 tends to be the reaction to stuff like this. What do I know? You've kind of improvised against g6, probably not overly well. But, you know, life goes on. Sorry. Probably should have muted that, but I saw it coming a bit too late. You know how these things go. Not sure I've been at my most unforgiving Dutch punishy in this game. Good thing is, it's the Dutch, so I'm still better in spite of making a bunch of harmless moves. But, as I said, not sure I've extracted the max here. I'm pretty sure I haven't extracted the max. Now after c6, I might not even have extracted anything. I missed c6. Uh-oh, panic! Now black is kind of okay. All these pawns in the center. Isn't that a designer song? I got pawns in the center. Maybe not. Might be confusing things. Panda. Yeah, not very fond of my position here. Not sure if I'm worse, but he has a lot of potential. And nothing is sadder than unfulfilled potential. So you want to go e5. So you want to be a rap superstar. Should at least have a little stake in this central action as well. I got pawns in the center. SKY71 asks, how long does this banter blitz last? You can see from this clock here, it lasts for 2 more days, 18 hours, 39 minutes and 51 seconds. E4, I can't go knight d4 because of c5, I'm guessing. And I guessed correctly. So knight h4 or knight e1. Knight on the rim is dim, but a knight on e1 is no fun. So can't win that one. I got pawns in the center. I actually don't mind my position because it's very important that this pawn controls squares. It seems very hard for him to get an h6 g5 because I'm attacking the f5. Dude. So things aren't too terrible. Just so I don't forget that this is hanging later after he removed his knight. Not sure what I want long term. I think I probably c4. It's a bit rude towards my co-worker on e2. But you know, very hard to please everybody. Usual problem. h6 is what I was talking about earlier. It's hard for him to get in g5 because f5 is always hanging. And still the same issue for me. I don't know what I'm doing either. Like, on the board and in general. But d5 seems to be helping me. This looks like an opening of the position I should welcome. Maybe not. Maybe I was too excited about this. Yeah, nothing special actually. I thought I had some trick or something, but not really. Promise he can oppose whatever I do on the d file with rook to d6. So nothing special there. Still fine, of course, but I got a bit excited there for a second. It turns out there was no reason to get so excited. Missed AB, full disclosure. Thought I was winning. Oh yeah. Sad. Oh, I'm trying to think of a trick, but as you can see by the yawning, that thought process has not really been crowned with by a lot of success. So, plan B it is. Same old, same old. It's always the same. We win on time in game. Go away. Oh, missed that. Whenever I think I've done something clever, I should really pause and tell myself, you're an idiot. Don't try to do anything clever. It's probably not clever. This is clever, but okay, the clock situation might not have helped there. But yeah, I was so happy when I played f5 check and I saw king f5, e4. Of course I blundered king g3, threatening rook d1, checkmate, so it just cost me a pawn. Yay me, good game, Autophone. Autophone, good game. Alright, let's play another game of chess, because that's what we're here for. We're here for encouraging people to become Chess24 premium members, because it will help your chess. Ask any premium member, and you get the chance to play Grandmaster or an International Master for 72 hours, more or less non-stop, unless we do count my 1800 toilet breaks. But apart from that, someone's gonna be here. Like, okay, there might be technical issues, and I've locked myself out in the past, and you can't promise that people won't fall asleep, especially Lawrence during the night shift. So there's like 1800 disclaimers. But the plan is to keep this going for 72 hours, more or less uninterrupted, even if it means occasionally playing the Italian to, you know, catch some shut-eye while playing. h6, so aggressive. Good old Giocopiano. a4 is the new cool thing to do apparently, because, you know, then this bishop can go to a2 and you can grab space and feel all smart about yourself. Probably what you shouldn't do is what I'm doing here. to go b5 so early, because after a b, bishop f2 might be good. We'll find out. I do not think this is how the Gioco piano should be played at all. In fact, I think this is probably exactly how one can be worse with white, but I felt like messing around. Sometimes gotta mess around a little to renew your relationship with the game. Can't play same old patterns all the time. That's how I'm trying to frame it when I play terribly. You know, I just want to broaden my horizons. As for the position, I don't know what's going on. I have like a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. That's one of the most complex material balances. Really depends on nuances and on if the 2 minor pieces can get very active or not. I don't know. I feel like reasonably comfortable in my position, but that could change. Alright, is it time to do something? Maybe not. Maybe it's still not time to do anything. Never been afraid to say what's on my mind at any given time of day. Oh, did I mispronounce the word horizon? Smeshak? Or is that... I don't know. I don't like that play on words. Didn't do it for me, sorry. I don't like my position anymore. Not quite sure why. I don't know what has changed since I liked it. But I'm moody. Knight g4. You really want me to take on c5. Somehow I really don't want to take on c5, so we're simpatico on that issue. Oh yeah, good move by Kappa Jr. Not happy. Unhappy, actually. Because my rooks, they don't find stuff to do. That is the main issue. I'll do this, but I'll do it very unhappily. I'll eat the pen a bit, if you guys don't mind. Rook b7, knight b4. Doesn't look great, so I'll do this. But yeah, not happy with my position. Like, his pieces are very active now. Knight d4, knight f3, queen h4. All kinds of danger. Stranger danger. Oh, he's coming from that side. Did not expect that, but also very scary. You're playing too strongly, Mr. Kappa J. Kappa J Simpson. Hang on. F4, bishop d5. I can take on g4. So it's not the end of days. But I'm not sure if it's great either. Yeah, still the same old problem. My rooks don't get that much work done. e5 really lengthens his bishop too. Not an easy position. Still do not like my position. Just checked in to see what position my position was in. Do you really want to take, or are you just bluffing? I shall respect this threat. Feels like I'm dropping material finally. Anything I can do about it? Queen e3, queen f2, queen e3 probably. Still bishop e4, of course. Ugh. I don't know, Kappa Jr., you're too good. Too strong. Now he resigns. Okay, not sure why. Because I could have taken the bishop. Oh boy. Is he gonna be upset when he sees that I pre-moved rook d7? Oh boy. I did not see this move. Yeah, not playing well. You outplayed me, and you even outplayed me by resigning, because I would not have taken that bishop. Level going down a little bit. Good game, Kappa Jr. How about our old friend, Clash City Rocker? Oh, the Grunfeld. So this theory, I think knight e4 or bishop g7 are more common than dc4. Now it looks like I can get my pieces out without being too bothered. Actually, queen d4 is interesting. See, now they're pre-moved, that might backfire. Because gf3 I was doing fine. Queen d4 might have worked here. Now what's going on? Queen b7, knight b6. Ugh, complicated. Nah, don't want complicated. No complications. This game, all I want to do is checkmate you, Clash City Rocker, without any counterplay or issues. I hope that's an arrangement that you can live with as well. See, I just want to defend this pawn. No drama, no stress. None of that real sticky icky. I just want to mate you. Smeshak, a new theory after the... What was it? The Horizon? Looks like regular Jan slowly turning into Radio Jan. Okay. I don't know. All these distinctions. I think humans, we're all very complicated and we're many different things. And being hungry and sleepy can affect these things. But yeah, Radio Jan is a character. Then again, Banter Jan is probably also a character. So you never know. I don't really think about it, but I am tired. I will give you that much. Not tired enough to lose to Clash City Rocker, whom I will checkmate, but still fairly tired. Not so sure about me checkmating him, actually. Looks like Clash City Rocker's attack is quite fast. I'd hate to have to play b3, but I don't see anything better. Boom! Here comes the attack. Not sure if there is any, but at least it looks scary, doesn't it? All these rooks line up. Let's do this. I hope I'm threatening something. Now I'm threatening something. Now I'm fairly confident that I do have a threat. Actually, I could have gone rook h8 first had I wanted to, but this is more aesthetically pleasing, to some at least. Even though rook h8 first was also quite aesthetically pleasing. Maybe I should have done that, because here, this was the alternative. I could have done this, 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 which is also cute. Anyway, thanks for the game, Clash City Rocker. I'm sorry for the crankiness, nothing to do with you. It's all me, baby. It's not you, it's me. I'll tell that to everybody playing today. But I'm always happy to have Clash City Rocker around, because he's saying interesting stuff. Let's play Thisbe. Thisbe? How do you pronounce that? I do not know, and I will leave this name discussion be, because I don't know. Thisbe? I'll go d4. Maybe Thisbe is not around. What's happening, Karl? He's back. On a side note, got some hope today that I may be able to walk reasonably normal within a few months. Long story involving a bad knee, doctors, insurance, etc. Sorry to hear that. Sounds bad, Karl. What's going on there? For now, back to chess. Have you worn down? I am completely worn down. Jan sufficiently that I might be able to last more than a dozen moves or so. I think you probably would. I believe currently the threshold for where I can be in trouble is around 1900. Like everything above 1900, I've been in some trouble in the last couple games, so I better be careful here against this wacko pawn sacrifice. Below 1900, I think I'm still a favorite, but normally I do not put great emphasis on winning quickly anyway, so I do think that you would be able to last a lot of moves. But on a more serious note, I hope you're doing okay with the walking. That does sound like a very unpleasant process. And I know this is like a dumb thing to say probably, but it always becomes clear to me when the slightest thing hurts. Like I like to complain about thousands of things, most of them in my head, playing weird mental games with myself, but none of this matters if you're in pain or if you got serious health issues. What's this dumb saying? Not sure if it's dumb because it's true, that a healthy dude has 1,000 wishes, unhealthy dude or a sick dude only has one wish. Which is very true, so yeah, hope you get better. End of my 2 serious minutes. As for the game here, I took a pawn and I'm not planning to give it back. Ever. Forever, ever. Conte Yellow. Are you really from Thailand, by the way, Conte Yellow? Are you an expat? He's saying the best recipe against tiredness during Banter Blitz is doing some salsa movements. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I'm with Sam Shanklin on that one. If you haven't seen it, check it out on YouTube. Sam Ruins the Dance Party. Sam Shanklin on this reality show he was on. He didn't seem very keen on showing his dance moves. And Smeshak, sorry to crush your dreams, but Radio Jan does not really exist. He only lived for the 3 hours that he did chess videos for Chess24. He's not here right now. Don't tell anybody. No, I don't know if he smokes or not. TextMax22, haven't we had the same discussion? How do you learn to calculate, visualize? I don't know, man. You just do stuff. Okay. Time to stop being cranky. Let's focus on the games. Let's stop being mean to people, saying perfectly reasonable things in the chat just because I'm tired. And win this game. This bit is apologizing for the wacko pawn sacrifice. Don't. I'm very happy to grab pawns. This bit saying he or she is more used to backhouse. I haven't played backhouse in like ages. I used to play a bit when I was in Gibraltar with our little backhouse group, but I'm not very gifted. In the old days, I was told, or I believed, that backhouse would ruin your chess instincts. I'm not sure that's true. Levan Aronian, big backhouse champion, for example. But yeah, that's how we were taught back then. And I'm not quite sure why I did this rook c6, but it looked too good to resist to get this horsey here. See, already paying dividends. Conte Yellow is spilling the beans on Radio Jan's secret life. First I was gonna get upset about World Citizen calling me yawn, but I think it's fairly appropriate actually for this hour. So yeah, I normally prefer 5-minute challenges when push comes to shove, because it gives me more time to whine. Like, I actually do think, no, I'm not sure, I do think that my edge increases with faster time controls, but in Banter Blitz, normally, of course, it depends on the opponent. But in Banter Blitz, yeah, it's just very hard to get any talking in a 3-0 game. Because you're down to 1 minute so quickly, and that's just making moves fast. Which, yeah, not so much fun. But maybe, if I get too tired, probably not today, during one of the next sessions, we can throw in an hour or two of bullet at some point to wake everybody up. No, backhouse is like team chess. It's like crazy house, crazy horse on 2 boards. In German we call it tandem. As for this line, I've seen this before. I can't remember what I'm supposed to do. This looks like a natural move, threatening. Some bishop f6, knight d5 business, maybe. So we'll see how it goes. By the way, this 5-minute preference over 3 minutes, it's my personal preference. I don't know how Lawrence and Luke will feel about that, so feel free to ask them. If you ask me, I prefer 5-minute games during Banter Blitz. Like when I play myself, I don't play much Blitz outside of Banter stuff. But then I only play, normally I play Bullet. When I play Blitz, I play 3 minutes because I don't have the patience for 5-minute games. But in Banter Blitz, I do prefer 5. If that makes sense. Or if it doesn't, I don't know. Battery Bob, doing quite well so far. Always in these structures, you have to be careful not to get stuck with this bishop on c8, not getting out. He's trying to solve his problems with drastic measures, going d6, but I think I can probably grab this pawn, right? At least I will. If it's good, we will find out later. Maybe it's nothing special actually. b3, bishop h3, yeah. Nothing too exciting. dc5 is a mistake, because this is still undefended. But had he started with bishop h3, then the rooks would have connected, and things wouldn't have been... Well, next move dc5 maybe. I would have had a tiny edge. Maybe not. Smeshak says, Jan, nothing you say makes any sense anymore. Should we be worried? No, I felt the same way about everything you've said in the chat today, so I think it's more a mutual let's not worry about each other thing. But yeah, I won't deny that I'm tired. All right, thanks Battery Bob. Let's play another one. Let's play our friend Karl Nering. Give him a proper beating to cheer him up. Even though he's white, he only wanted to last a dozen moves. And they say happiness is a function of expectations, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna last a dozen moves and then be happy. Even though, I won't lie, my sympathy for the walking situation, I still try to crush you as hard as I can. Then again, how to cause havoc here anytime soon? I'll go for this b5, bishop c5, my second system after bishop e7, martial business. And move 8 already. The dozen thing is not going to work out, but I'll go for as cruel an attack as I can by going h6, g5, g4. That sometimes you gotta be a little careful in these structures by playing h3 and castles, this combination so early, because you give a target for a potential attack with this h6, g5, g4. You give a hook for the black pawn. I'm not saying it's necessarily good for black, but it's something to think about if you combine in early castles with h3. That here, this g4 business can be a little tricky to handle. This dude I can take. Some compensation maybe, but no, not really. I was going to say some compensation because the knight might get to f5. I think I'm too fast, like knight d4, queen d7, and things, yeah, probably will get out of hand. Knight f5 immediately, but now my bishop is still alive and can grab this guy. And I've collected a good harvest with this little bishop back and forth. No, forth and back. Then again, on the plus side, mission accomplished when it comes to the dozen moves. This is move number 17. And mate still quite far away, especially after something like queen f3. We are headed towards an endgame where I would win because of the extra rook, but things would take a while. Knight f3, I can try to be a little more aggressive. Knight g4 now, might be threatening knight d4. Knight g4 actually was a mistake because it allows bishop t5 when things get a little awkward. Knight h4 is a mistake in return because now mate is looming. Queen h2 check is coming. Sorry, Karl Nering. Yeah, the key point, like I said, this castles and h3. It's not a mistake, but you have to be cautious about this h6, g5 thing. And here I think knight h4 was alright, but after gh3 you just have to go g3 when this pawn is not a particular problem for now. And the position is very unclear. I'm not sure. I guess black is fine, but it's very, very messy. Well, rook h3, bishop h3, of course, did not help. Anyway, thanks for the game. Shall we do? Nah, no one cares. Let's play another game. I'll scroll around a little. How about Adam 657? Not with us. 5, 4, 3, 2-ish, 1-ish, abortish. Mr. Adam. What about Chese? Cheese? Chase? Here we go, d4, d5, so not so many options here. Two knight f3 caught you off guard. Deep think here before going c6. I just wanted to do something different, play some goofy London here. And it looks like I got Chese out of his pattern. Now it's some weird, I don't even know what this is. Some weird hybrid of semi-Slav, bishop f4, queen's gambit t thing. Looks fine for black actually. These bishops exchanged so early. It allows you all the standard simplifying techniques like dc4 followed by e5. All the good stuff. Tex-Mex22 always has a million questions about chess study. Very curious, but you're a FIDE master already. I don't know. I only studied openings and played, but I don't claim to be an expert on the topic. Like, I grew up before the internet, so you just, yeah. I will always focus on opening, but you will just read whatever book you could get your hands on, right? I do not claim to have a system. Guys like Artur Yusupov and the late Mark Dvoretsky, much bigger experts on that topic than me, so I would recommend watching their series, reading their books. As for me, you know, I'm just some weird kid that wanted to beat other weird kids, or at least not lose to them, so I would study openings. And else, yeah, you play games. Wing it. Kuzma, what are you missing in play to get to 2700 yen? Well, first of all, no, I'm not. Sorry, I don't mean to be condescending, Tex-Mex22. I'm just, yeah, cranky. But I don't mind the discussion. I just don't have any expert opinions on it. Kuzma's asking, what are you missing in your play to get to 2700 yen? First of all, I shouldn't have retired 5 years ago, or, well, stopped playing a lot. But secondly, everything, they're better. Not at everything. Like openings, I'm pretty good. So with, preparation and so on, like I don't think every 2700 is stronger than me in openings, but it's many things like technique, stamina, psychology, talent, whatever that is, and practice. Many things. I don't think there's one thing you can point your finger at. It's well known I'm not good at rook endgames, but that I don't think costs you that much rating really. It's always a combination. Not so sure about my DC move, actually. Or I'm quite sure it was not ideal. Sometimes it's a good idea to go for this structure, but I don't think this was the moment. Prometheus. Jan is missing the ability to stop Netflix and study chess. Yeah, that's true, but many 2700s have the same problem, so that can't be the whole reason. We all waste our time doing many different things. What else do we discuss here? Work morale, most likely Kuzma. Yeah, all true, but once again, a lot of dudes do, and it's always weird to have this argument like, yeah, you're 2630 because you're lazy, otherwise you'd be 2700, but you got to 2630 in spite of being lazy. Like, I never fully understand where the cutoff is there. Like, I'm not going to argue that I'm not lazy, or I'm arguing that many people are. And that's not the whole solution to the riddle. It's maybe competition growing up. Like, you always adjust to the level of competition. And yeah, more of a motivate. I don't know. I really don't know. I do know that the never playing, the retirement thing doesn't help with it. And what else were we discussing? You don't have Netflix, you have Maxstone. I have Netflix. I'm very happy with it. Geary is expert. Yeah, I won't argue with that. Wow, you can watch Sharknado for free somewhere? I shouldn't lose on time while chatting. So time to start paying some attention. Okay, I'm gonna have to hurry up here. Chef, sorry, I got distracted there. You have my undivided attention now. Chester is playing well. Very strong. Six hours in already. Hard to believe, given what a spring chicken I still am. Probably the chicken part is truer than the spring part there. Still not winning? I would have expected that my speeding up and undivided attention thing would get me a winning position, frankly. No such luck. I don't know, man. Ooh, now I'm even losing after rook a2. That's too bad. Yep. No hesitation there. Chesse, 1711, crushing me completely. What have I done to deserve this? Yeah. Things changed there. Good game, Chese. Conte Yellow, what about bringing a bit of Pepe Cuenca's songs to immediately forget about tiredness? I'd love to, but then later when you put it on YouTube, they always complain about, do you own the rights to these songs, stuff like that. So I don't think I can do that unless I use earbuds. But then probably I would start yelling even more. All right. The question is, can I start playing better again? Probably I should take another doping break and eat something. Because my level of play is a little worrying. Like you can't tell in the rating. It's more or less the same as at the start of the show, which is also not great, because really the rating should be higher than 2751. Oof, and another Dutch. This, you guys really are trolling me with all this Dutch. This can't be an accident anymore. It's not like everybody on Earth believes that putting your pawn to f5, not developing, weakening your king, is the only way to play in the opening. This must be part of the hidden camera. It's not actually hidden, there's the camera. I was gonna say I might be stuck in some hidden camera show, but no. Probably there's been some secret memo. Everybody to drive Jan insane. Or insaner, I should say. Play the Dutch every single game. Is this the line I studied? I studied some line, but I think it was not this. I think it was with the queen on e8. I can't remember. E3. Very ambitious. Where should my horsey go? Probably back home. Huh? Thing is, this pawn is gonzo, but of course I have to play some funny moves, and he can play DC. And long term, the structure should favor me, but it's not 100% clear if I'll manage to get all my pieces out. I think I will actually. Should be 3, maybe bishop f2, e4 down the stretch. Doesn't look too bad. Let me check my phone. I told Lukey Boy to keep my phone on in case he plans to arrive. Ever. Where do I talk to Lukey Boy? Facebook. Or WhatsApp? I don't know. I have all these fancy new communication technologies. Skype, Slack, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp. Probably anybody young watching will think, yeah, grandpa, that's really fancy. And I don't even use Snapchat or any of the cool stuff, probably. As for the position, yeah, material is equal. I like my position because I have more pawns in the center, but it's a very weird structure. Let's grab more space. This rook or the other rook? I don't know, probably this rook. That way. Lot of pressure on Cotarales. Bishop b5, knight e6, rook f7 takes, followed by rook d8 check, and his pieces will be a bit stuck. Svetik says, bye, I must sleep. That's what I meant with pieces a bit stuck. It's hard to get these developed because the thingy is pinned. I believe knight is the expert term for thingy. So yeah, not an easy position to play for Cotaralis here. Not sure if rook g8 or rook. And what's the other one? h8 was more appropriate, but both look pretty good. Time to go for the big guy. I want to give this check followed by this check. Or the other way around. Play this move followed by this check. But probably check followed by check. Blah bloop giving me a little pep talk. Saying you're doing great. Thanks blah bloop. I wouldn't call it doing great, but we're still here. And yeah, I should mainly be sorry because I know I get very cranky and I don't really mean it. I appreciate you guys hanging out. So apologies for all the crankiness. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get myself something to eat. And then we'll continue. Do you prefer this view or the stay tuned screen? I don't know, but I'll be back within minutes. I'll probably eat live on cam because that's what I really want. See you guys in a second. Glorious victory! Found a banana and this thing I bought earlier, which is basically a scam. They make it look like it's healthy, Fruchtschnitte, but it's not. I like it. Alright, let's keep this going. Wow, ew. Must see YouTube, boys and girls. $33 GMs. He's a FIDE master. 1498. Probably means he only played twice in Banterthon and lost and doesn't play for in Banter Blitz. Doesn't play for any other reasons. That's all the chess Mr. 33 GMs wants to play on chess 24. Let's see what he have up his up his sleeve. Probably I could take, but let's keep some pieces on the board. That's a 6, knight takes e5 a problem? I guess so. Is this what the cool kids do? Maybe. Another structure where I never felt quite at home. Even though the computer and the books always say black is perfectly fine and all of this stuff, like I never understood what goes where and when. So it's another of this, it's not you position, it's me that doesn't really get you things. And I have a feeling I might have violated the poor position quite badly already again. All right. Now I should be kind of okay. At least there's no immediate disasters. Not sure if I'm better or... No, I'm reasonably sure I'm not better, but I at least shouldn't be in any direct trouble. Which is all you want from life, right? Stay out of trouble. Is that all you want from life? Sounds a bit sad. I don't know. If you have a feeling I'm overusing the word sad recently, I don't know. Anybody popularized sad? Twitter or somewhere? Don't know. Sad. What can I do? I don't think you have a plan. 33 GMs. That's probably his head counts. It's all the GMs he's beaten every time he beats a Grandmaster. Like another notch in the belt. Is that how you say it? 33. I'm gonna come for all of you Grandmasters. I don't know what to do. Probably nothing. Aimlessly move the pieces around. That's what I excel at. And grab pawns. So if you will give me a pawn, then I will take it. Just so you know. If you won't give me a pawn, I'll continue to aimlessly move the pieces around. That is more or less the arrangement I think we can both agree on honoring. What are you saying? 33 GMs. I kind of lied, because I was also planning to do this and then take this. But I will subsumize that under, is that a word? I think it's just German. Under aimlessly moving the piece around or taking stuff. Taken 1, 2, 3. And 33 GMs resigns. The body count remains at 33. Dodged a bullet there. Thank you for the game. Let's play our old friend, Mr. Duke Crusher. So sorry for the noise. What up, Duke Crusher? Dookie. d4, e6. I have a feeling you want to go f5 too. This is no longer funny, guys. b6, okay. At least no f5 this time around. Another opening. I can't say I've studied excessively, but it looks bad for black, no? Is that how they play? Looks like a bad French to me. c5, c3. You have to waste more time on all kinds of things. c3 might have been a little unambitious. But yeah, it doesn't look like the scariest of openings. a3 is always useful to stop anything coming to b4. Hint at b4, grabbing space myself. That kind of deal. c4 I quite like, given the circumstances. Followed by long castles. Yeah, I think that's a good decision. Because now you can start throwing stuff at me. I have to leave my comfort zone to open the queen side. Interesting. Not sure I like bishop a6. I could have gone b4 as well, but it would be a bit strange to close the queen side down like that. So this seemed logical. Well, at least black can't keep up a perfect blockade on the c4 square. I don't know what a perfect blockade is, but you can't like keep a piece there. Let's say after king b7, rook c8. Everything would get exchanged, black would be fine. That's not going to happen. King b8, similar idea. I could go knight takes c4 when I think I'm better. It's a bit dull. I'll try to keep some pieces on the board. Still don't know what to do. So I keep eating. Yeah, I guess I gotta take. I don't see what else. I'm trying to read the chat. It looks like stuff I just read is disappearing in real time, or am I going mad? Maybe I'm going mad. Galactic says, please scroll down. I think I'm all the way down. I don't know. It's all very confusing. dc4 played. I was expecting bishop c4, because this bishop, at the very least, doesn't look better than my bishop. But do Crusher, putting up a fight. Can't say I like my position much, and his experience in playing these b6 lines is telling. Blablup is saying play dull. You don't have to tell me twice to play dull. It's my second name. Jan Gustafsson. F5. I should use my secret my secret superpower, the knowledge of the en passant rule, in my favor. I don't do this much, but I do have this ability to go e takes f6 en passant at moments where you wouldn't even dream of me doing it. Now, there's trouble in Duke County. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to tell me that I should scroll up. I'm not really. Got it. Ah, and you meant scroll up. Not in the chat. Got it. My apologies. Now you can see that I'm playing Mr. Crusher, who's playing well. I'll still crush him. If by crushing we mean win a very messy, weird game on time. After not making a good move at all through the game. And that is my definition of crushing. My plan is Queen A8 checkmate. Did not allow me to do that. A5 was terrible. I'm really not thinking at all. A5 was plain madness. Not slightly mad, but just insanity. Madness. Oh, is this hanging? Duke Crusher crushing me. Shout out to Duke Crusher. I'll win on time, but he did outplay me. Partly because I am insane and played this A5 move. But still, gotta give credit where credit is due. Good game by Mr. Crusher. Lets his time run out, but yeah, this A5 was complete insanity up until here, wherever I take, and I'm doing fine. But to blunder rook E8, I was really very, well, not good. Anyway, good game. Very, very not good. Now let's play against our regular tributor, Turf and Fragment. If he's still around, who knows these things? Plays the Scandinavian. Is that even legal? Queen back to D8. All right. I don't know anything if that helps. But how hard can it be? I guess you recapture here. Hang on, what do I know? Do I know anything? Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. Is this the position where Fabiano played this move, maybe? I remember a game Caruana Carlsen with some very early goofy knight e2. Not sure it was here, but I do remember it. You do have the two bishops, so if you get your pieces kind of out without anything too bad happening. White should be a little better, I would guess. The commutator says after queen a5 in the Scandinavian, I always go b4 and have a lot of fun. Is that a well-known sacrifice? Seems like it's well-known to you. It's also well-known to me, so that's two of us. I'm not sure if it's well-known to everybody else. But thanks for pointing that out. Does it look weird if my arm is just hanging here? Nick 4 is asking, do you listen to the podcast of Lawrence? I haven't yet, but I should. I am also not listening enough to my friend Ben Johnson's podcast, the Perpetual Chess Podcast. There's a bunch of chess podcasts out there. So the thing is, I'll be honest with you guys, chess is not, how do you say this without sounding even weirder than I mean it to be? Chess is not my hobby. So when I listen to a podcast, I normally listen to basketball or comedy podcasts, because those are my hobbies. Well, chess I should probably listen to it just to be well informed, but it's not like I'm all that curious on takes in the chess world. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if it does. Probably if it does make sense. It's just sad and cynical. But yeah, I listen to lots of basketball podcasts. I never miss a Low Post or Bill Simmons podcast episode, and very few of the True Hoops, but the chess podcasts I'm well behind. Very behind. Turfin is in trouble because even though it's opposite color bishops, his king is a little weak. King h8 does not help. Because this is checkmate. Sorry, Turfin. Where did it go wrong? I should at least give that info while I was talking about podcasts. I believe in this position, for better or worse, you gotta try takes an e5 and then put something on d6. I probably would have played d6 to open the position up, but this looks more messy, while in the game it was just smooth sailing. Alright, let's continue. Hang on, my phone did something. Was this? I was supposed to check it. And I forgot. I don't know what it did. Carlson Superlight says, you need to do a Q&A, Jan. We would love to see one. I don't know. I feel like I'm sitting here, even though it's Banter Blitz, I'm spending a lot of the day or not. I'm spending a lot of time chatting here and asking questions, and I feel like I don't have that much to say. Like, I know like 6 or 7 things, and I can do these opening clinics answering questions there. But a Q&A, I don't know. It always feels weird. But if you guys want me to, like, that's an easy thing to do. Like, it doesn't require any preparation. Just talk nonsense like I usually do. But it always feels, I don't know, it feels slightly strange to me. I love setting it up for others, but to set up my own Q&A always feels weird to me. Anyway, KTRWE. Are you with me? And yeah, I'm aware it's a little harder to rewatch these 8-hour sessions than a regular 90-minute thing. Also, I'm not sure these are meant to be rewatched really, because a lot of it is, at least in my case, trying to hang in there, play not as terribly, don't get that cranky, but it's easier to keep it together for 90 minutes than for 8 hours. But yeah, I'm aware of the problem. The point of this is just to do it once in a while. Give everybody a chance to come hang out and play. See if we survive. That kind of deal. This is the Scotch. G3, bishop G7, bishop B2. Hang on, F4 here? Can you do that? Did I mess something up? Or did you mess something up? I don't know, I'm confused right now. I hope it's because you messed something up. But normally in this position they play bishop B2, not F4. And I'm trying to figure out why. It's all very confusing, all this scotch, because none of the position makes any sense. If you look at it, like white has these weird pawn chains, doesn't have any development. Black's position is in ruins too. It's very strange stuff. Knight D2, what to do? I'll take here, see what happens. Carnering is saying the weather is getting good in Ohio. Where are you from, Carnering? Were you from Cleveland? Were you a LeBron guy? And that is my guess, because, hang on, do I know other cities in Ohio? Let me figure this out. I'm horrible at US geography, but let me think. I do know Akron, because that's where LeBron is from. I know that much. Then Ohio. What universities do you have? Ohio State? What is nearby there? I have no clue. No, I'm sorry. I know nothing. Educate us. Turf from Fragment is tweeting out his bank account. No, not tweeting out, like giving in the chat. But he says not a security breach. I don't know, what could this be? Reset code for your router? Says he did a Spicer. Columbus area. But out in the boonies. World's greatest city. I don't know stuff, man. Cincinnati, Ohio. That one I should have known. I did watch the Cincinnati Kid more than once. Yeah, I'm not sure where the Columbus area is. Let's Google it. Let's check out. I've been to the States a bunch, but not many different places actually. I've been to New York many times. I've been to LA once. I've been to Miami and Fort Lauderdale, but mainly transiting. Where else have I been? The lovely place that is Atlantic City. I've been to Vegas for too long, a couple of weeks. That was not a great idea. Is that it? Is that my list of visiting the US&A? Philadelphia I've been. And the outskirts of Philadelphia playing this World Open or whatever it was. That might be it. I'm not well traveled. Let's look for Ostrander, Ohio. Maps. Alright, I'm gonna have to zoom out a lot to get a clue. Where is what? Columbus, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. Got it. So you're not that close to these lakes, or the lake. Detroit is over there. Chicago, Milwaukee. Okay, I got the picture. Pittsburgh. It's a big place, these United States of America. You have a lot of cities. Like in Germany, we have Berlin, then Hamburg. Do we have any other relevant cities? Greetings to our friends in Munich, and Frankfurt, and Cologne, and Dresden, and Leipzig. But no, the US&A. Oh, no, I'm sure I left another very important city off my list. Düsseldorf, I'm sure. My friend from Cologne, what a great Düsseldorf, belongs on that list. Baden-Baden. Stuttgart. Anyway, I'm pretty good at naming German cities. That's a game I could play longer than naming Canadian cities, where we famously, with Peter Svidler's and my brain power combined, we get to 5. And Don Williams keeps mentioning Dortmund. Very true. I actually like Dortmund. And yeah, sorry, KTRWA, this escalated quickly. Any noobs here? Anybody that recently went premium or that wants to go premium and get crushed? Because that is the beauty of being a premium customer. You have access to the crushing and the crankiness, the thinly veiled calling you a computer cheer. Nah, I don't do that much. And Ho DFX says Berlin, Hamburg, Groningen. I don't know. Is Groningen the #1 city in Holland? Like, let's think of cities. Oh, I'm gonna make so many new enemies. I would name ahead of Groningen: Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Leiden, Den Haag, Tilburg, Apeldoorn, Utrecht, Hengelo. Is that it? Is that the list? Eindhoven? Did I name Enschede? No, I'm kidding. I've never been to Groningen, but I heard it's lovely. Kiel, Epinikion, come on. Like, there's some northern German solidarity here, but how big is Kiel? It's a small place, right? I don't even know. I drove through Kiel yesterday. That's not technically true, but in the general neighborhood. Let's see. 240,000. Okay, it's bigger than I thought, actually. Some offense. No offense. No, I like Kiel. But honestly, I would have guessed it's slightly smaller than 240,000. See, learned something new again. What's going on here? No, I could name more Dutch cities, I believe. I didn't name Haarlem, for example. I've been to Holland a lot. Now I'm thinking, nah, I got nothing. Someone's trying to trick me with Maastricht. I'm not sure that's the... spelling. Anyway, what cities were we naming? I was mainly saying, well, there's a lot of places in the US and A. That's how we got here, right? Probably US cities I'm pretty good because I know all the sports teams. So that's easier. But what's from Ohio, for example, is tough for me. Especially if they don't have sports teams. Bishop e3 is a mistake. I have to figure out how to punish. Bishop e3, bishop d5, bishop f2 is possible, or knight e3. I guess knight e3 is cleaner. Yeah, sorry for all the eating on camera, or mainly on microphone. I guess that's a bigger problem. What can you do? Gotta eat. Kuzma wonders, where's Scheveningen? First of all, it's spelled with an E, and secondly, it's somewhere in Holland. I have no idea. But I believe my Scheveningen is pretty good, their pronunciation. Still slightly off, right? Scheveningen? It's tough. And yes, Scheveningen is a city in the Netherlands, indeed. Smux is asking if I ever played chess in the UK. Surprisingly little, actually. I would have thought I would have gone... Does that sentence... I'm not sure how this is going to end. But no, I haven't played a lot of chess in the United Kingdom, which, yeah, I'm surprised about myself. I would have thought I should have played there more. It didn't really happen. You know what? You can have this b7 pawn. Magnus documentary. It's on Netflix, on Amazon, all over the place apparently. I watched it. Yeah, it's well made. I wasn't a big fan, even though I understand why they did it, but I thought they made Magnus look like too much of this withdrawn genius who, yeah, I don't know. It's not the Magnus I know, and I understand it's a nicer narrative, like, yeah, the kid who struggled in school but became a genius, or struggled socially but then became this chess genius, and it all came around. Like, it's not how I know the guy, and I've known him for a while, so I had issues with that, but there is a lot of behind-the-scenes material, and it's certainly an interesting watch. Easy Rider is saying, in the Netherlands will be Wijk aan Zee. What's gonna be Wijk aan Zee? Scheveningen bij Den Haag aan de kust. Oh, this is all getting very confusing. This is a check. How do I checkmate player number 5? Will be mate eventually, but I'm not sure I'm taking the fastest road to mate town. Queen h3 would be cute. Queen h3, and then he would have to go queen g7, king g7, so that gh3 is check. I don't have time to go rook h2, checkmate. Let's do it. Let's see if player number 5 spots queen g7, which you gotta. What are we talking about? Smux 2006 says, to be fair, Jan, in UK chess is not built up. There's small pubs that have chess nights, but I think we do a poor job on the whole. We're teaching, showing young kids chess. I'm not qualified on the topic. I do know that, yeah, there's not a lot of high-rated British juniors upcoming, but since I've played there so little and been around the chess scene so little, I can't say much. The only thing I ever go to is the London Chess Classic, which is a lovely event. But yeah, I haven't played much. And Hansen 23, it wasn't until the last Banter Blitz I learned that Lou Bega is German. Is he German technically? I guess he is. It was a big thing. Or I don't know. Yeah, he's German. Yeah. Am I already taking round 2 of people I already played? Not on purpose, I just click on things. I can't really keep track of anything. Apologies if that's the case, but generally I try to play everybody once. Did I play Mr. Number 5 twice? I don't think I did. Maybe I did, who knows. Let's play Daltanius. Daltanius, 2-3-25, and there's some, what is this? Is this Marshall Bravestar? I don't know. Is it Marshall Bravestar? No, probably not. Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs? Not sure. I'm feeling better now. That's what I talked about in advance. The dead point is normally between, yeah. Came earlier than I thought for me. Between hours 4 and 6. Now I'm more or less out of the woods and I will crush you all horribly from now on. And I do have a tremendous talent for self-jinxery. I believe jinxery is the correct word. Therefore, you can look forward to a lot of easy points. Where's Lukey Boy? And where's Lawrence? Maybe I should have. Checked in with the guys. But nah, I'm sure they'll be here. Not sure how they'll get in, probably, because I have to give them key cards. So probably they have to hope that I hear the doorbell. Then we'll figure it all out. Someone's gonna be here to crush all of you. Not sure about bishop a7. Some about d6. With hindsight, it feels like a better square to me now. Queen b3. What fresh hell is this? Don't know what to do. Just so you guys know, I'll keep you updated on my cluelessness on what to do next. Maybe I should play natural moves instead of weird moves like queen to d6. But where's the fun in that? Hey, Pinikion says, at least Lawrence made it into the Magnus movie. He's carrying the Magnus movie. It's all Lawrence Trent saying hello and a very warm welcome. He's all over that thing. And he gets first billing, I believe. First top credit. What else are we talking about? Jan SJ96 wondering how I find the Norwegian countryside. Love it. Very relaxing, very beautiful. Clean air, fresh water. I like it there. Can't say I'm an expert. I haven't been to many of the fjords and so on. But I've been to good old Kragerø, which I don't think is countryside. It's more of a typical summer house location. And I've been, to my girlfriend's parents a bunch, which is very much in the countryside. So yeah, I do like that. I don't like my position that much. But can't always get what you want. How do I make this murkier? Maybe opposite color bishops is the way to go. Maybe not. Probably not. Could have thrown in knight f3 Zwischenschach, but I'm not sure how much it helped. I'm trying to make things messy. And doing a pretty poor job at that. Bishop d6, knight b7. Yeah, it's all not great. I originally discarded a5 because of f4. Then I kind of forgot, or I thought, who cares? So yeah, things aren't going great. But you know how it is. Gotta keep making moves. I'm probably lost after 96, so some nastiness. But That's the price you pay for trying to mess around. Bishop f4. I want to keep messing around somehow, but it's not very good, unfortunately. Very hard to muddy the waters when you're so passive. Ugh, another horrible move. Oh yeah, what to do? My big problem is that in any of these lines, like knight b7, knight b7, I really want to go bishop f4, ef, queen f4, but there's always queen g3 check, ruining all the fun for all of us, mainly me. So yeah, things don't look good against Daltanius, getting outplayed here. But I'll trick him somehow. Because I really would like to trick you, Mr. Daltanius. Calculating face. This doesn't work, does it? Six. I don't know what to do. Panic. Oh, he doesn't go queen g3. That's a surprise. Maybe a good decision, but still a surprise. I could repeat moves with queen c1 check, but I don't want to. a6 is legal. Also legal. He keeps making legal moves. Well, I keep making terrible moves. That's how we can keep track. I'm planning bishop b7, rook a1, and then get my poker face on, pretending I'm threatening big things. Queen c4 might be even stronger than whatever I thought he would do. It's very hard to make moves here. Not just good moves, but just any move. I can't think of a move. Which is a very weird sensation to have. Normally I can always think of some move. But here I just can't do it. Couldn't think of a move. Literally froze. This one is losing on the spot, of course. Amongst other things, because of queen e6. This is not looking very good, to put it not very mildly. Sure you want to draw, Daltanius? You're totally winning. All right, well earned. If you choose not to win that one, good game, Mr. Daltanius. Oh boy. Was this the first game after I announced I'm well rested and gonna crush you all now? Probably was. Let's play Smugs 2006 1426. Another Caro-Can. I haven't really done miracles for the Banterthon rating. Might be a tall order to get to this 3000. Should be possible, just play slightly less terrible maybe. But yeah, things haven't gone well. E3. Gimme! Yeah, bishop E3 really started a series of unfortunate events, because now everything comes with tempo, which is bad news for poor Smugs. Let's checkmate. He had to go B3. I didn't tease with the queen c5, I just forgot for a second. I was threatening this. Thanks for the game, Smugs 2006. Let's play another one. But who do we play? Let me once again check my phone. Make sure everybody is... Alive and well. And then let's play chess player 007. Sorry. Is it dangerous to pre-move bishop g7? No, what's the worst that could happen? He could go c4 here, which is actually a legitimate move when bishop g7 is not ideal. So I shouldn't. We've had this before today, right? Castle e5, d3, knight e7, c4, something like that. d4, knight f6. T. Borstad is concerned. Can Lawrence use the GM Banterthon account? He will. I don't know if we'll bother to change the title to IM, but he will certainly be using this account. This is a theoretical line. It's knight a3, c3 followed by c5 is an old Kasparov line. There were a bunch of Karpov-Kasparov games here, leading to a very strange play, at least to my mind. I think it's supposed to be slightly better for white, or I don't even know if that's true. It's a line people play. I recall game Eljanov against Niels Grandelius in Norway chess a while back. So yeah, it's a complicated line. B1 looks a little strange, doesn't it? Not sure if it's bad. It's obviously a natural move, occupying a half-open file. But it looks a little... It weakens a2 and it's allowing some bishop f5 shenanigans. So it looks a little shaky to me. Not sure I'll be able to prove that. Bishop d2, I have to figure out if I can take on d4 or not. Queen d2. What was I planning to do? Probably I was planning to take. Hang on, now I have some options. I can go knight c3, I can go knight f4, or I can go knight d4. But what is the right one? So hard to decide. Knight c3, what's going on there? Knight c6, queen d2, bishop d2, bc, bishop c6, knight b1. So complicated. I'll just do it as usual and then see what happens. But I have a feeling I might regret this decision later on. Can't even remember the line I calculated. Knight c6, did I say queen d2? I was going to allow this. bc, probably wanted bc. Doorbell! I should open. I'll be back. Here we go again. What happened? Rook b3. That looks wrong, chess player 007. Give me that. Very curious who it is who rang the doorbell. Like they needed a while to make it all the way up here to the 87th floor of this building. Nah, I'm kidding. It's the 3rd floor. And I've seen some of the cleaning personnel outside as well, so it might have been them. But it could also be Lawrence Trent or Lukey Boy. We will never know. Anyway, sorry, chess player 007. I hear noises. Oh my god, look who's here.
Why am I here?
I don't know why you're here.
But I'll come on.
Let me tell you a couple of things. First of all, we're live on air, so let's do what we would normally say. Let's skip it because, you know, people don't need to know that. Secondly...
What about the greetings we normally have, like...
And we can do it off camera.
Okay.
But actually we have to switch the sound off as well. It's too gross otherwise. Anyway, Mr. Lawrence Trent has just entered the studio, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know why he's here. He's gonna be here all night. It's gonna be horrible. Grab a chair.
No, I'm gonna
say hi and get yourself some food.
I'm gonna get a we've got food here. I'm assuming there's some.
We've got some stuff, yeah.
Some little bits and bobs.
Stuff in the fridge, and there's some Red Bulls, you know.
Right. I'm just gonna say now, to let everybody on stream.
Wow.
Before I start, if I die, I haven't signed any sort of clause with Chess24, so they're not liable for my death. It's just on me.
Actually, we have an insurance that we get paid if you die.
Oh wow, yeah, that's it. So they even profit from it.
Right.
I've never done anything like this. I'll explain more when I come on stream. For now, I'm going to save my voice because it's going to be a long stream. Yeah, I'll be alone here, right? I'm going to be in the building, just me.
Yeah. Sometimes at 3 in the morning, I've done this in the past, sometimes at 3 in the morning some cleaning personnel or some security guard comes in and you think, what's going on here? Who are you?
I've got no money with me, nothing, so I've got nothing to steal. Beautiful. I got like 50 euros, so it's all right. That's it.
Must be nice to be you. No money on me at all, just 50 euros, nothing. Rich people. And Don Williams says, if you need a lawyer, let me know.
Typical. They're trying to take my money
trying
already.
To cash in instantly.
Right.
All right, I'll play some more. I'll be around. You stop by If you have any questions, we have coffee, we have stuff in the fridge.
Wi-Fi code.
We have Wi-Fi. I don't have the code. I honestly don't.
You don't have the code?
No, some weirdness. But I can probably get. I don't know. Probably we should discuss this off air. But it's gonna be tough to get you Wi-Fi for your phone. That much I can tell you.
Who would know? Macaulay? Oliver?
Yeah, he might know. One of these dudes might know.
What about Oliver Cullen? He might know.
He might know. I'm not sure. Nobody ever knows the code. It's like top secret.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? All right, let's continue with Mr. Penguin Do. Well, Lawrence tries to figure out the Wi-Fi code, which I don't know. It's pretty top secret around these parts. The Wi-Fi, I honestly don't know. Like sometimes they send me some cryptic things, the computer guys, and it's too long to type in. Did I say coffee in the fridge? Say, that's how confused I am around now. We have coffee and this stuff in the fridge. Was what I meant to say. We have Red Bull. We have bananas. I have skier. You know, that kind of thing. Looks like Penguin Do does what penguins do and is not here to play chess. Oh, and just as I was about to click a board, he goes d4, which I will answer with knight to f6. d4, knight f6, c4. What can I do? Haven't played c5 before. I have a feeling I've done it today, but I'm sure I've not played the Benko, because this might be a world premiere. I don't think I've played the Benko in my life. It's probably not true. It's not a bad opening. f3 is a move I've played myself when I was a young man. It's a very messy positions. I think when I was young, so much younger than today, at least this e6, e4, c4 was a topic of discussion. I'm not sure if it's any good, but it looks interesting, you know. Just grab these dark squares and try to blast the position open before the white king makes it out of the corner. And here, the only issue is I don't know how to open the position up. But, you know, we'll do something. Easy Rider 27 says, nice that Lawrence is so early. Otherwise, Jan could have become nervous. Nah, because I also asked Lukey Boy to be here at 11:30ish. So we'll have a little family reunion at midnight. This seems to be the most convenient time for everybody to meet up. And then we'll go our separate bantering ways. Or actually in Luke's, in my case, we'll go the same way because Luke is staying at our house. And then Luke is going to do the early morning shift tomorrow. I'm going to have to give him instructions how to get here because I'm planning to sleep through it. See, started stuttering there for a second. Whoa, EDE5 Penguin Do? Is that how you do? I hadn't expected all this heat. Very sharply played. This is gonna be a serious mess, boys and girls. Spitzer says, Jan, go to sleep, your eyes are falling shut. Yeah, you're just imagining things. I'm like 10 times fresher than I was 3 hours ago. Not saying that's very fresh, but I feel much, much better. It's like when you're, I don't know, with anything. You gotta make it past the dead spot, and then you're fine again. Because, you know, I've talked about this plenty. Sleep deprivation has the same effect as alcohol. So at some point it can lead to you being more upbeat, more awake, more loosey-goosey. Maybe filter will go. Imagine Lawrence Trent unfiltered at 6 in the morning. I might have to stay awake for all the action. Can you give a check? How do I checkmate this uncastled king? I like this Penguin Do name. I don't get the reference, but I do like the way it sounds. What is Penguin Do? Is it just... Nah, not that many hits, if you look that up. Bishop d2. Let's centralize. Bishop d2 looks like a blunder. Because now b5 just gets overloaded. All right, almost made it through shift number 1. I was about to say it wasn't so bad, but it was pretty bad, right? I got fairly cranky there in the middle. And I believe the chess quality has been fairly terrible. I feel a little bad about it. Then again, this format does give everybody the best chance there is to defeat a title player. So it's a win-win situation. And isn't that what we're all looking for? Not really. I just look for win for me situations. Sad but true. And I'll play Tricanti. I'll try to play Tricanti. Because he's from Ghana. Not because, but it says like he's from Ghana. And, oh, he works here. What do you do, Tricanti? You catch cheaters? You ban people that say anything bad about me? Or both? We are playing the King's Indian. Smux 2006 says, Jan, what do you do if you don't have Google handy? Isn't that the point of living in 2017? You literally have Google handy every waking minute? I'm not sure if it's a point, but it's the times we live in, right? Does it ever happen you don't have access to Google? I think I fairly literally always have access to Google. Which, yeah, means you don't need to know stuff anymore. It's beautiful. Like knowledge, way overrated. Because everything is out there for everyone to see at all times. Somia is asking, why is it a win situation for you, Jan, except for money? I mean, what are we talking about? I can't even remember what I said. What did I say? I said I look for win situations for me, not for win-win situations. I don't know if it was being serious, but maybe I'm not sure what we're talking about. Easy Rider says he likes to be on air. I guess that's true. I'm never sure. But I do think that overall, well, I do like talking, hearing the sound of my own voice. And I do like the banter blitz gigs and the commentary gigs. Not always, but I do think that all things considered, yeah, I do enjoy it. The Banterthons, they're a little too long, but it's kind of a fun event, so I'm not gonna complain too seriously, just in the moment. And Don G is back. Carnering saying his wife refers to the Google on his phone as his girlfriend. When we need to get a factory sale, ask your girlfriend. Yeah, those are the times. What can you do? It's harder to get away with, well, not for everybody, but for most of us, it's harder to get away with talking complete nonsense because it's so easy to, prove that it's not true by just Googling it for a second. But some people still make it work. But yeah, that's a big thing. Like in the old days, you would have a discussion, and one would say this, and the other guy would say this, and then you would bet 10 euros, and you would get it resolved eventually by whatever. Finding out some complicated way. Nowadays you can, This thing knows a lot of stuff. Doesn't know that much opening theory. Well, it kind of does, I guess, but I don't know. I did manage to win a pawn somewhere along the way. I want to go knight e6. Just so you know, Tricanti. Not having any secrets here. I also want to go rook e3, rook f3, rook g3 in one way or another. Okay, let's start with this. But the rooks are still coming. Tricanti resigns, so maybe the rooks aren't coming. Don G says it's hard to play Jan at work while watching for my boss over my shoulder. I understand. So you're home now? I don't know how these things go. Let's play our mate, shadow mate. Where are you from? The Canadas? You were from the Canadas, right? Which of the many Canadian cities I know are you from? From London? That's in Canada. Hamburg? In Canada. Hamburg I'm not sure about. London I knew. What other Canadian cities? Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Winnipeg. We've done this exercise before. Calgary. Edmonton. Come on, I must know more cities. Maybe not. Been here before. Still haven't wisened up. Wisened up? I did name Vancouver, didn't I? Did I say Ottawa? Ottawa is the capital, right? I don't think Alberta is a city. We've had this discussion. I do not think it's a city. And Go to Specsavers now in capitals is asking, Jan, will you do any more video series? Yes, I will. Go to Specsavers. Thanks for asking, both in small letters and in capitals. I'm glad we talked about it. Please don't ask any follow-up questions. Hans Gerl says he believes there's a Kingston. Let's bring up a list. Because that's the beauty of Google. So we have Ottawa, Edmonton, Victoria. Victoria I should have known. Winnipeg, Fredericton, never heard of it. St. John's. Halifax I've kind of heard. Nova Scotia, yeah. Toronto, Charlottetown, never heard of it. Quebec City, maybe. Regina, Saskatchewan. Yellowknife, Iqaluit, Whitehorse. Okay, not all obvious. Yeah, I will never be very good at Canadian cities. Epinikia says, I'm sure Jan would be my favorite in Schlag den Rat. Now, I'm pretty sure I'd be terrible. I have very bad hand-eye coordination. So all these games where you need to learn quickly and then do something manual wouldn't be very good at. Conte Yellow is saying, I wasn't as energetic 2 hours ago. Yeah, we've had the discussion. Sleep deprivation equals alcohol. Gotta make it past the dead point. Blah, blah, blah. The savior, Lawrence Trent, has arrived. rejuvenating the whole enterprise here. Pretty sure that is the first time we've heard about this. Enrocator, Jan, are you live? How many challenges today? I have no idea. There's always plenty of challenges in the list, so I just click on names. I'm not sure how many it is at any given time. Any given Sunday. Oh, and I hear noises. There he is again.
Nearly there, buddy. You're close.
I'm good now. I was just talking about it. The dead point is past. For me, I'm not sure how it's going to be for you. For me, after 4.5, 5 hours, I'm completely finished.
I might fall asleep on air. If that
could happen. That's good. That's good internet TV too.
That would be great for the show.
Absolutely.
I hate you.
You hate me?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Words can hurt, you know. Evans Gambit says, Jan, can you name 3 cities from Greece? Come on, of course I can. Spent a lot of time in Greece. Athens, Thessaloniki, Rhodos. Is Rhodos city, is it? See? Starting to struggle already. But no, I've been to Greece plenty. Once we spent the summer, I believe, in Kythera. I haven't played as many of the Greek tournaments as I probably should have, but no, I've been there a bit. What other? Is Rhodos a city? Can we get that cleared up? I have to Google it. Rhodos. Maybe Rhodos is the German name. It's Rhodes in English, yeah? But it is a city. I was right. Principal city of the island. Okay, see, that's what I thought. Spent a bunch of time there as well. And he finally goes F4. That's what I've been waiting for, because I can take it. It's pinned. Alexa wittily saying, if sleep deprivation equals alcohol, are you driving home? No, worse. Luke van Wely is picking me up. He's going to be sleep deprived and probably wasted. So, yeah, I'm not sure how good a plan that was. Okay, but hang on, this is getting tricky. Knight d5, bishop d5, rook c5. What do I know? I'll just take, see what happens. Are there geography bees in Europe? What's a geography bee? I'm familiar with the term spelling bee. Is it the same thing, like a geography competition? I'm horrible at geography, but fortunately we have Lawrence Trent, who's traveled the world, who's been many places, seen many different faces. He can tell us all about cities of the world, because I'm pretty bad. Don't know much about geography. How many Canadian cities can you name?
Cities, like 4, 5? Like the big ones, just like...
It's not easy.
Why?
Well, to name 6, yeah, let's say 6. Can you name 6? We've had...
Okay, probably. Am I doing it now?
You're doing it now.
Okay, Toronto, Ontario, Winnipeg, Vancouver, what's it? East. What's the word I'm looking for? Edmonton. That's on the west. St. John's in Newfoundland.
Wow, you know St. John's. Okay, then you're already too good for this stuff.
Newfoundland.
Nah, you win. You didn't even have Montreal and Calgary.
Montreal didn't even put in there, yeah.
And what else is there? Ottawa is the capital, right?
Ottawa's the capital. Yeah, I would have got there, I think.
You would have gotten there easily. Well, but I just looked it up, because we've had this with Fiddler and we really struggled, and I looked it up after that.
6 cities with Fiddler?
Yeah, because there was this discussion, like people always say they are going to emigrate to Canada, but you shouldn't be allowed to if you can't name 6 Canadian cities.
I know I'm going to be cracking out the hats today, so...
It's beautiful. Let's see, Lawrence is crushing it on the Canadian cities already. Let's see, English cities, that'd also be pretty bad. I know London.
That's about it.
I know Manchester by the sea because there's a movie. I know Manchester because they have a football club.
You should know another one in the middle because you...
In England?
Yeah, you love
Leeds.
the series about it. Leeds, is it? Yeah, it's quite... right in the middle, the famous city in the middle.
Series I love. Happy Valley?
No.
It's a city though.
Peaky Blinders.
But that's not a city.
No, I said it's based in a city in the middle.
It's in Birmingham, right?
Right.
No, I know more cities, come on.
Oh.
Yeah. But still, that's about it. I think we're done here with when it comes to cities. But that should be easier because you have a bunch of football teams. Then again, they're all from London and they just have different names like Tottenham, Chelsea. It's all London.
You're right.
So yeah, it's very confusing. Don William is helping me out. Nottingham. I know Nottingham because of the sheriff of Nottingham. Is he still in charge? Like. Anyway, good game, Shadowmate. What time is it? Oh, I still got ways to go here. Let's play somebody. I believe that is pretty much the concept of the show. Let's play somebody. I should take care of mean bullies like Hammer, Sturm, Ulf before they can get their hands on Lawrence. Because I want Lawrence to have a smooth transition, to at least have nice first 2 hours without getting crushed by all the evil bullies lining up here.
Great. Are there a lot of bullies today?
Yeah. People are very mean, both in the chat and on the chessboard, so it's tough going.
Oh dear.
But they know cities in England. Like they know Bamberg, nice city in Northumbria, England.
Take your...
You do whatever makes you happy.
Is that alright?
Thank you, sir. How do you spell mate? M-A-T-E or M-A-I-D? Because I'd prefer the latter. Anyway, Hammer, Sturm, Ulf. I believe this is all theoretical genius stuff that he's doing here. 97. I've seen somebody play Queen B1 and B. I was very impressed with it because it stops castles and Bishop F5 and prepares B4 all in one move. Do Crusher. Were you bully? No, I don't think you're a bully. You just played a good game, right? That's allowed. What's going on here? Nothing much. Bishop. Ah, he doesn't go Bishop F5. I thought he would. But he thinks he can take the liberty of first bringing his knight into play. And he might not even be wrong. That's the sad thing. He might be right. I was joking, guys. You weren't mean to me. I was just trying to scare Lawrence. The chat reacting very sensitively to me saying they were mean bullies. They're saying, if we were mean to you, it's because you started it.
The plate of fruit that I've got prepared.
Wow. I'm sitting here like this weird thing is all I've eaten in the last 8 hours.
Do you want a slice of pineapple?
Wow.
Have a slice.
No, I don't want this image to stick with people who are about to go to bed.
This is the new me.
Wow.
I'm going to talk all about it on stream. Basically, it's going to be one big monologue about
fitness?
Fitness,
beautiful.
And life, and what it's all about. I've worked it out.
You figured out what life is all about?
Yeah.
Can you tell me off air?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to know. I'm still struggling.
It's quite a long chalk, and it's an hourly
That's
rate,
fine. That's fine. The pursuit of happiness. I'm still struggling with it. I'm trying to fill that void by beating strangers in blitz games on the internet, but it doesn't make me happier. But it makes me sadder if I don't win. So it's really a lose-lose situation.
Lovely.
Okay, Ulfhammer, Storm, we have a typical, what's called, minority attack situation. Normally these positions are closer to a draw than to a white advantage, or well, they're much closer to a draw than to a white win for sure. But sometimes white can create some pressure by playing against his weak pawn. I have won similar things in the past, but objectively, there's not that much to work with here. Oh, and Fiona's in the chat complimenting Lawrence on his pyjama bottoms, which I approve of. It is very important during the Banterthons to dress comfortably. Oh, but Lawrence are nicer. I'm not sure how much ankle I should be showing. Ooh, no. We've made it all the way here without you guys having to see that. I apologize. How do I win this? Won't be easy. Probably just make a million moves. Maybe I should start with not losing it. By blundering knight b3. I didn't blunder it. Did not blunder it, Ulf. Now you're pinned. You shot yourself in the foot. Not literally, this is more a figure of speech, I believe. Oh, Lauren's on the phone. He's so busy. Always hustling and bustling. At 11:35, I don't even know anybody who's awake. Certainly not Lukey Boy. Let's check the phone again. I'm worried about Lukey Boy. He's, you know... He's had to drive a long way. And tomorrow he has a shift starting at 8 in the morning. Not a fun time. So now there's two ways to get the job done. Knight takes b3, queen takes b3, rook c8 check. It is the cuter one, and therefore the one I'm going for. But rook b1 pinning was also good enough. d4. Problem is, rook c8 check, still fairly effective. You know what? Just to clarify the situation, let's make clear, I will hang on to this knight. And therefore, Ulf Hammerstorm does resign. Thanks for the game. And Stipe says, at least we know you're wearing pants. There were some doubters, and I do not blame the doubters, because I'm not going to tell you when, but I have been Donald Ducking it in the past, in these shows. If you don't know what Donald Ducking means, I'm not sure you want to know, but Urban Dictionary is your friend. Let's play another one of you strong meanies that have teamed up for the last hour here. Because you're thinking, after 7 hours, the guy will be broken. You're wrong. I'm broken after 4 hours. After 7 hours, second error. Thanks for the game, Ulf. Kanya Malpasir goes e4. I will go e5 and now protect this pawn. Been here, done that once in a while. I guess I'm gonna have to go to my A line. Oh, he goes d3. All right, I'll go here. Should g5, interesting. Go away. away. Now, what to do? Knight h5, knight e5, no good. So probably h5. Let's see what happens. Let's make something happen. This looks fun. I don't know if bishop g4 is the way to go, but it looks fun. Maybe knight g4 was good. I don't know. I don't know these things. Interesting position. What was my plan? Was my plan h4 or knight h7? And I understand that I should probably have the answers to these things in advance. But, don't. I think my plan was knight h7, but I changed my mind. We'll now go h4. Warrior 1 says, maybe Jan can tell some jokes. I don't know a single joke. Sorry, warrior. Maybe one day I'll learn one. But I'm not a big jokester. This is a fun position. I have no idea what's going on. gf6, hg. Whoa, bishop e5? That can't be right. What do you want? 95. I don't get it at all. I think he was hoping for some bishop f7 followed by knight. That doesn't work. No, this one I did not get. Kanya Malpasian, I think got confused there. gf, then his king should be too open for comfort. d4. Also should not solve all the problems. Not sure if I'm executing this perfectly. But my position still looks decent, and my phone is doing stuff. That means Lukey Boy might be alive. Look. Oh boy. And what's going on here? Give me that. This game is still going. I thought I had done all the heavy lifting already. But Mr. Kanya Malpasian refuses to go away. And who can blame him? I'm blaming him. Let's cover this for starters, because fe queen g5 looks like too much to handle. Oop. Clash City Rocker keeps asking, keeps interrogating. Didn't we answer all the questions in your psychological profile? Anyway, Clash City Rocker is asking, who's a better author, Tolstoy or Dostoevsky? I much prefer Dostoevsky, even though people much smarter than me seem to think that Tolstoy is better. But I've read most of Dostoevsky's stuff, and I quite enjoy Brothers Karamazov, especially while I've tried to make it through War and Peace, gave up, and never tried any other Tolstoy book. So I'm fairly ignorant, but Dostoevsky it is. Why is this game still going? I'm getting very confused and slightly anxious about that fact. I'm starting to make weird moves too. Because I feel like I won already. Sometimes, if you feel like you won already, but the game score does not agree with you, things can get out of hand very badly. F5 was really a crazy move. Okay, focus. Mr. Kanya Malpasian keeps asking questions. Don't you hate it when they keep asking questions? He just won't go away.
How dare they?
And I keep not moving this knight away. Why don't I go knight f3 check once in my life? Now I'll do it. Because an extra horse is an extra horse, after all. This was hanging for like 80 moves. Let's threaten something. This is the chess level you've been seeing here all day, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, queen e4. Should have gone queen c8. Ugh. Why not queen c8? So sad.
You actually won a game of chess recently, Jan. Have you told everybody about it? You must have.
I'm on a rampage. I won 3 tournament games in a row.
No.
Like, my rating is way back up.
You're kidding me.
No, I played German Cup 2 out of
I
2,
didn't know
Bundesliga 1 out of 1. I've been crushing, and I haven't been bragging about it. But now that you're here, I will. I've been crushing people left, right, and center.
What are you up to now?
I don't know, back to normal, but
Back to normal?
won 10, 12 points, so
Oh, wow.
I will crush everybody. But the Thailand Open is coming up, so that's the one that matters. I should have my rating low for Thailand Open, so that I can sneak up on people.
When is Thailand?
I'm leaving soon, leaving on Sunday.
Oh, man.
Exciting.
Who's going? Is Paco there this year?
No, Paco is skipping it this year. I think he's all serious about this Grand Prix thingy. He wants to sit at home, work on his chess. Nigel's always there. Some strong, I think Wang Hao or some strong dudes were there. I dislike it when there's strong players on the field.
I agree.
What's going on here? Oh, I'm a rook and more than a minute up, so I like my chances. I really should have played queen c8, not queen d7. But I think now that I said that I like my chances, Kanya Malpasian is going to resign. Because sometimes I just want an indicator of how I feel about the position. And when they can tell I'm feeling myself, then they might give up. See? That's what happened. And thanks for the game, Kanya Malpasian.
Should I just hop on?
You want to jump on camera? Grab a seat. We can play the last game together. Like we can.
I'll tell you what. I won't grab a seat. I'll just come down here.
Just come down here. You don't want a chair?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just gonna come down here. Can I start getting my things ready? Is that fine? Like I want to get my plate of fruit, my water.
What things do you have? You can put anything you want here. There's my makeup. You can get rid of my makeup. You can use my banana.
Use the banana.
Grambali says, surely Thailand Open is for single men. Not in my case. I'm bringing the whole family this year. It's a family vacation. And Epinikion says, welcome Lawrence.
Can we get a close-up of that fruit? I just want to...
Oh.
That,
delicious.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Did you find that all here or did you
That's
bring your
all
own
here.
fruit? Wow, we have all these things?
Yeah.
Why have I been eating nothing? Okay, I'll play one more game while you're getting your little setup set up.
I'm kind of nearly ready, I think. I mean, I've got
Beautiful.
my hip, so I'm going to be... Because I'm just going to say a few things.
Please make a little announcement.
I've got the really hard shift. I've been working all day. So, this is the deal. I've got Red Bull, I've got coffee, I've got fruit. But there may be a time at like 5 in the morning where I just pass out. If I don't wake up in like half an hour, call the cops, call the... Is it 211 or 112 here? I always get confused.
I don't know. 110, I believe.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
For the ambulance?
Firefighters is 112. 110 is a cop.
What's the ambulance?
Probably 112 as well.
It's 112. Call 112.
So, should people call 112 when you're just soundly asleep in here?
Like if I'm just slumped in my chair asleep.
Which is the
It's
most
very
likely
possible.
scenario,
It's
right?
absolutely possible.
Because that something's going to happen to you while you're sitting in here is unlikely. But you might fall asleep. But then do you want people to call the cops?
No.
Nah, I think...
Who's the first person that gets in here?
Probably Luke Van Gaelic.
Wake up to Luke. It's nice that you're playing an exciting final game. You know?
Good old minority attack in the making.
I'm
Maybe
using
I'll
your,
go for some
you know
standard.
that rating 2756.
No, that's fine.
Do I have another one?
No, everybody's Banterthon. This is not my account.
Right.
It's all
but
of
what
us.
I'm saying is that
I might change the title to I am, but it's
that's going to be 350 by the morning.
nah. 2756 is not that great. Because really, it comes down to like 3 or 4 key games. I lost like 3 games this session.
I'm just not going to play anybody within a 500.
You can do that. You can just play strictly 1100s and then you bring up the rating. Beautiful. Don Williams says, "Come on, you got to know how to call an ambulance. People are just criticizing, but they're not giving any help. You could just say, this is the number. Now you know." Wow, G5. Patreon. I will call to Telepizza. My point earlier was, you don't need to know anything anymore, because my phone knows everything, and I'm online literally 100% of the time, which is a bit sad.
It's really sad.
But these are the times.
What's more sad, this position or your...
No, my position is fine, isn't it?
It's a
What's
great
wrong
position.
with my position?
I hope he beats you. He just like goes age 4. And
Why? We're on the same team for a change.
I know,
we're all
but...
Banterthon. You have to stop rooting against me
you know...
on every occasion.
SK Norderstedt.
Yeah, what about them?
We're doing well.
You beat Tom Kiel, I know all about it.
Do you?
Of course.
No, you don't.
Of course.
Did
you
you
won
really?
the key match against Tom Kiel, and
We
now you're
did,
poised to making it back into the first league. And you're in the cup final, where you're going to have to deal with the likes of Baden-Baden.
Are you there?
I played the quarterfinal. I'm not sure if I'll play the final.
When is that? That's in May or June or something, no?
I don't know.
Wow.
But I heard about all the Norderstedt success stories.
So this German Cup, the Baden-Baden take it seriously then? They're going to put some big guys out there, are they?
We played who played? We played Movsesian, Georg Meyer, Heimann, and myself.
Horrible. I don't want to play any of you guys.
You'd love to play me though, right? No. Beautiful. Time Travel Junkie says 110 is police.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like 911. Someone please call 911.
Oh,
are you gonna play the whole show like on your knees, or will you get it?
No, I'm gonna come in here. This is your last game. I'm gonna hop in immediately after.
There's more chairs if you want one.
It's good that we've got a stay tuned frame just in case, you know.
You know how all this stuff works, right? This is mute, this is unmute, this is full screen, this is people can see the board, this is 2 guys, this is 1 guy, this is title, you can even give yourself a title. See? Easy peasy. But we can do it together. We each have our own stream, so we'll start your stream in a minute. Once this is done, it's always an 8-hour stream, and then we start a new one.
Okay.
Just so the YouTube video doesn't go on for 72 hours.
Oh, I see, yeah. Gotcha.
And there's this countdown which will be running all the time automatically. 2 days, 16
Stream
hours
is
left.
down.
Stream down?
Oh, man.
Well, good timing.
Good
This is the end, right?
What happens if the stream does seem to...
I don't know. Let's see if it comes back. Else we'll start yours.
Oh, no.
Says I'm still streaming, right?
No, they're saying dead a lot of people. It really is dead. Sick. Yeah. Is it automatically saving these?
Yeah, it's being recorded on hard drive and so on, and often it makes a comeback. Sometimes it has a down minute. We've been here before. But we will see how it goes. Anyway, we'll start yours after this game, which I will finish for completeness sake. And we'll be back. Am I getting checkmated, by the way? Takes knight g4. I'm very scared. I should also change the profile picture, right? Or do you want to play with this
I'll
profile
play.
picture? You like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. Okay, nobody can see this anyway. So.
I don't think so. I think there's still people seeing us. And even if they don't, like in the future generations will look at the recording on YouTube and they will say, wow, that was some expert banter there in the lost 5 minutes. They're going to say, the lost tape. Can they change GM to IM? We can do so many things, Evans Gambit. Like you have almost unlimited power if you create your own website with your own dumb little rules. Anyway, it seems like some people can still see us. Which is all that matters to me. As long as there's one dude watching, I know I'm still not in that mental hospital where I will eventually end up. Who are we kidding? And Danger Mao is asking, did Jan give Lawrence the mouse? I would never do such a thing. And you can also probably tell that by closely watching everybody's hands. I like my position here. Shall I make some flashy move like some bishop g6? Just
It's a move I would have made.
for giggles.
Yeah.
Lasomia says, good night. I don't know. Women International Master. From the Czech Republic. You're an expert on women's chess. Does that narrow it down sufficiently for you? Do you see the triangulation there?
Yeah. Triangulate. Take on
Take
d5.
Well, this just
Yeah.
just to show off. It's an unpleasant position for Patreon. Okay, enough. I didn't expect knight takes. I was expecting queen takes, or I would have taken here.
Okay.
That's it for my part of the show, boys and girls. Don't go anywhere because we will now fire up the second episode. Ooh. Yeah.
Let's
the
go.
Lawrence Trent night is about to begin. Thank you guys for watching. Sorry for all the mean things I said to you. I don't mean any of them. It's not you, it's me. Except if it's Lawrence, then it's Lawrence, not me.
Then it is me.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys, or you will see Lawrence in a minute on the other stream. Bye.